Audible Studios presents Resolution, Alaskan Undead Apocalypse, Book 4, written by Sean Schubert, narrated by Daniel Thomas May. Prologue. As miserable and bleak as a cold rain at a funeral, the reluctant autumn dawn finally broke. A lingering damp fog, laden with the wispy, malodorous remnants of smoke, muted and delayed the slowly gathering light. From the persistent bank of gray and white arose the reeking, foul stench of charred human flesh and scorched hair. It was no wonder the dawn stalled so long in emerging. Within the melancholy clouds clinging to the landscape, hazy specters shuffled aimlessly in stilted gait to and fro. As if fruitlessly searching for a lost memory, they wandered in the stubborn gloom, moaning a song conducted by the devil himself. Like wretched floating wraiths haunting the nightmares of a child, their faces, their bodies, and their true terror all withheld themselves from view. But their voices, their hellish voices, penetrated to the soul. Through the obscuring fog, the meandering figures could be mistaken for people, though they were far from it. As their wandering led them individually to the edge of the murk, the mistake of thinking them still people would have become abundantly clear. Most of them had skin the color of weathered granite, and wore clothes that were scarcely more than stained tatters of cloth, stuck permanently in place against skin by blood or other mortal matter. Their limbs and heads rippled and quivered unpredictably with violent, nervous tics. Many were adorned with grisly mortal wounds about their bodies, a gouged throat here, a chewed and partially eaten abdomen there, missing limbs, bullet holes, and ghastly burns. Bites, gashes, torn flesh, a veritable cornucopia of death. Perhaps the most disturbing and least human of their features was their faces, more specifically, their eyes. Their humanity had been cleaved from their aspect like flesh from bone, leaving no shred to be seen. Like an echo of the violence that had carved away their souls, their faces were twisted into snarling sneers whose only apparent emotion was rage. The creature's eyes, as dark as deepest night, smoldered and sparked with a horrifying hunger, driven by an unspeakable and long-forgotten infection. These things were merely shadows of men, women, and children. Their deaths had not been final. The infection jolted them back, and the hunger would not let them slip into their eternal slumbers. It tortured them and enraged them. There was no respite and no satiating the infection's ravenous desire. They were forever compelled to kill and eat and kill again. A single echoing firearms report cracked the quiet. Like a stone dropped in a still pond, the sound rippled in every direction. In response, one of the hazy figures slumped disjointedly onto its belly. The others, still plodding back and forth, neither noticed nor cared that one of their own had fallen. The familiar and now echoing sound that had excited them was all that mattered. They responded with a horrible chorus of desperate moans that vibrated the air with all the welcome comfort of a struggling chainsaw blade, stuck grinding endlessly into a rusty steel girder. It was like fingernails across a chalkboard with a constant industrial edge to it. The sound was enough to produce nausea akin to motion sickness. One by one, the undead found the source of the gunshot and the several that followed. Each crack resulted in another of the creatures crumpling lifelessly to the ground. They cast their ravenous eyes upward to the roof of the building in front of them. The building had burned, and in some places was still smoldering, hence the persistent smoke. The structure had once served as Skyview High School in Soldotna, Alaska. Those days, though only months old, felt like some distant memory of a past that was fading and nearly forgotten. Without taking his eye from his scope, the shooter said, "They're starting to thin out, Colonel. I think maybe we can start thinking about getting down from up here soon." A gravelly, growling hiss of a voice spat.
"Good. We've got some work to do. Then we're gonna go find the bastards that did this to us."
The rifle kicked again, punctuating the colonel's words. Part 1. Chapter 1. The little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl named Jules was contemplating her next step. She was utterly surrounded and losing options for escape from the snow patches. She was playing a game, jumping from one snow-free piece of ground to the next. There were more and more places without snow the further they came down the mountain they had been climbing. Climbing might be a bit of an exaggeration, because they had largely followed a path with markers, but there were quite a few stretches in which it certainly felt like they had been climbing either up or down. The going was much easier now, and Jules was able to revel in the whiteness all around her. Jules had always loved snow, though back home in the Midwest, they didn't get nearly enough for her tastes. And when they did get it, the snow didn't stay around for very long. The weather shifted so quickly and drastically that something as delicate and beautiful as a blanket of snow found it difficult to persist beyond a couple of days most of the time. When her mother and father told her they were going to Alaska for vacation, snow was amongst her first thoughts. Alaska was the home of snow. In her mind, Alaska was the winter wonderland that never thawed. It was her dream of white, and she couldn't wait to go. She was more excited than anyone else in her family and talked incessantly about their pending trip with anyone willing to listen during the build-up to the vacation. Jules had been to Alaska once before, but her memory of that visit a few years earlier was hazy at best. She had just been learning to walk, and that took all of her attention. She could have been walking around on drifts of snow, but she honestly could not remember. Upon their arrival to Anchorage, Jules was disappointed to find that not only was there no snow, but it was surprisingly warm. There was entirely too much sun and too much green grass for this to be the birthplace of snow. Other than the mountains in the distance, there wasn't much difference between this Alaska place and her home. There might have been more trees than back home, but the trees were smaller and didn't have as many leaves. Maybe that was because everything was still new and not grown yet. She'd heard that Alaska hadn't become a state until just a few years before. None of that mattered to Jules. The only thing that mattered to her was that there was no snow. She didn't let her disappointment remain unknown to anyone in her family. She asked repeatedly about the lack of snow and wanted someone to explain to her why it was so green and so warm. Jules's disappointment became a major distraction on the trip south to their rented cabin. She wasn't as awed by the lush green growth on the slopes of the rising mountains as the rest of her family. The green was deeper and more verdant than that of the grass back home. Perhaps it was the nature of life that persisted in such short summers and endured such harsh winters to do so with vibrant intensity. The massive walls of imposing slate gray were also lost on her. She could not understand why there was no snow to hide all of the wonder. Her interest was decidedly not in seeing the same grass and rocks that she could see back home. Occasionally, her parents would talk with her about the snow that came to the area where they lived when they were still little. It was a cruel joke to her that she had to experience those heady snow days vicariously through her parents' memories. She craved her own adventures in a winter wonderland, and she had pinned all of her hopes on Alaska delivering. At the end of their endless road trip, when they finally arrived at the cabin in the rugged forests of Alaska, her hopes of coming upon snow were again dashed. She dreamed that perhaps the Alaskan wilderness might harbor snow that would have otherwise melted in the city and along the highway. She reasoned that snow might endure in the cooler, shadier forest. Along the long, narrow driveway leading from the highway to the cabin, it was cooler, and there was much more shade provided by the densely packed trees. But still no snow. Upon their arrival, the three youngest kids, Jules, her brother Martin, and his best friend Danny, wandered off into trees in search of adventure. It was just the sort of distraction that young Jules needed. The woods promised excitement and fun, at least, if not a little snow. When their exploring took them to the foot of a glacier, Jules nearly burst. Despite the fact that this section of the glacier was a very small and receding arm of the massive ice body, she couldn't deny her pleasure. She had finally found her Alaskan snow, in a manner of speaking. Technically, it was just ice. The calved sections of glacier, having been melted and partially crushed by the elements and occasional passing wildlife, now resembled snow. Regardless, for Jules, vacation could officially begin. Jules had literally never seen so much snow and ice in her entire life. The densely packed ice was almost blue in its deepest depths. Tragically, her joy was cut short by events that unfolded immediately thereafter, in very quick succession. Martin, Danny, and Jules happened upon what they thought was an ancient caveman, partially encased and preserved in the ice, but thawing steadily. They thought the caveman was dead. He had to be. They could see bones protruding through his skin. His eyes and nose were gone, and in their place were gaping black holes. And his skin was the same slate gray of the mountains they had passed on their trek to the cabin. When the creature bit Jules's brother Martin on the hand, their dream vacation became a nightmare. Martin became gravely ill in a matter of minutes, as sick as Jules had ever seen anyone. He began to breathe like an old man, the air moving in raspy, forced gasps in and out of Martin's struggling chest. The family, minus Jules's teenaged brother Alec, loaded back into their rented van and drove back to the city to find Martin a doctor. Her daddy, and especially her mommy, were scared and worried about Martin, making Jules sad and worried too. Back in Anchorage, the next few hours were a confusing haze of shuffling, sometimes slowly like in a daydream and sometimes frantically like in a nightmare. Jules and Danny finally found themselves in the care of a nice older boy named Jerry, working at the hospital as a nurse's aide. It was with him that they fled Providence Hospital when things got really noisy and scary. People were running around, screaming and crying and fighting, but Jules could not guess why. She had no idea the commotion all stemmed from her brother. Jules didn't know it at the time, but her brother had been infected by a sickness that had never been introduced into a modern human population. A single person, the caveman, had been exposed to the infection thousands of years prior, and had then lain dormant and waiting. The illness, eagerly shared in the bite, took the boy's life, but that was not all it did. After little Martin died, his eyes reopened with immeasurable rage and a driving hunger for human flesh. His murderous rampage started with his mother, who suffered the same undead reawakening. The infection spread with each newly bitten victim, growing exponentially like a fire in a paper mill. Providence Hospital became a killing ground in which no one was spared. The most vulnerable merely presented the most enticing quarry. In mere minutes, the bedlam spread its cold, bony fingers into the adjacent University of Alaska Anchorage campus and the just waking neighborhoods in the vicinity. Emergency responders, unaware of the nature of the crisis, were some of the first to fall to the ungodly plague, leaving the rest of the city's population at the mercy of the infection. Jules and Danny, with Jerry's help, escaped and joined others also trying to survive. They found themselves in a house in South Anchorage, hoping that help would soon be on the way. They hid themselves away from the tragic torrent and waited. Those first days were the hardest for Jules. She neither fully understood what was happening nor knew what to expect next. She missed her mom and dad and wondered often about her poor brother Martin. She was glad that Danny was with her. She didn't know if she would be able to get through all of the strife without him. Sure, he had been Martin's friend, but he had always been nice to her, not like some of Martin's other friends. He was friendlier and more willing to let her tag along with them. Danny was the closest thing to family that she had now, and Jules clung to him like a shipwreck survivor clinging to flotsam for dear life. That wasn't to say that she didn't like the others also at the house with them. The young man named Jerry, not much older than her oldest brother Alec, was always checking on her to make sure she was safe and had enough to eat. He was nice and always smiling at her. There were some other adults as well, but a man named Neil was the most like her mommy and daddy. He was smart and calm. He made most of the decisions because he had most of the ideas and worked hard to ensure the safety of everyone. There was also Dr. Caldwell, who she liked and didn't think acted like any doctor she had ever seen in her life. By the gray in his hair and the wrinkles around his eyes, Jules could tell he was older than Neil, but not quite a grandpa. He was also relaxed, helping everyone else to be the same when it was the most important. There were women, too, but her favorite was Megan, who was always willing to read with Jules and lay down with her to help her go to sleep. Emma was not as nice as Megan, but she was funny and always said things that made Jules laugh. Every now and again she would get angry, though, and yell, making all of them, Jules included, uncomfortable, and the only one capable of calming her was Dr. Caldwell. All of them spent those early days in quiet distraction, trying to hide from the world. In the street outside, lots of creepy people, who she understood were boogeymen of some sort, were starting to gather and wait. She and Danny were discouraged from taking peeks out the window as the adults did, but she managed to look under an arm on occasion to catch glimpses of them. Jules easily surmised those people were looking for her and the others, which was why they had to be extra quiet, just like during nap time at her old school. It was hard sometimes, but she did her best. After more days than she could count, it was decided that they had to get out of the house and away from the creepy ghouls, whose smell and noises were making Jules and everyone else sick to their stomachs. Since then, they had been on the run, moving from hiding place to hiding place like scared mice avoiding hungry owls. It had all become routine to them in a twisted, grisly way. That all changed for Jules when Megan was killed. If Jules were older and more insightful, she would likely feel that Megan was a victim of the complacency brought on by the routine of survival. She, like the rest of them, simply got too comfortable and had paid the ultimate price. Jules was sad for herself, but was even more sad for poor Neil. He loved Megan. Jules could tell by the way he looked at her and the way he talked to her. Neil talked to everyone really nicely, but to Megan he talked quiet and soft, like the way Jules's mom used to read fairy tales to her at bedtime when she was younger. Neil was her prince, and Megan was his princess. He hadn't been the same since they left her body under a pile of stones along the side of the road. None of them had been. Jules barely had time to grieve before she and the others had to face another crisis. Shortly after Megan's death, Jules, along with Danny and 2 other children, were taken to some kind of survival camp in a place called Soldatna. The people controlling the camp, located in what had once been Skyview High School, were self-styled militiamen willing to embrace truly despicable acts of brutality and oppression in order to further the agenda of their leader. They had a lot of guns and were the meanest people Jules had ever been around in her life. If it hadn't been for an audacious and daring move by Neil, Jerry, and Emma, Jules and Danny would likely still be in the militia's brutal hands. Behind the cover of night and a ruthless wave of undead, Neil and the other adult rescuers swept into the school to the children's salvation. It was a bittersweet rescue for Jules. She had recently been reunited with her oldest brother Alec, who had gone missing from the moment Jules's parents had driven young Martin to the hospital in Anchorage. He was lost, or so she had thought. He had been lost in the hectic melee at the school, and was never seen again. The loss of Alec, the last living member of her immediate family, was a tragedy, to be sure, but by that time Jules had become numb to such sorrowful events. She was sad, but her grief was lost amid layers of recent calamity. which had so scarred her young mind as to dull her emotional response to any stimuli. Jules would miss Alec, along with her mom, her dad, and her brother Martin. But she had no tears to shed. Her eyes became fixed and distant, and her affect as flat as a pane of glass. After the dramatic rescue, Neil took their group, now driving in a compact car, back onto the highway and toward some place called Whittier, where they had been heading prior to the abduction and Megan's death. They drove into the darkness, heavy with a gathering snowfall that filled the car's headlights. Finally, Jules was getting her snow. But she barely noticed. Along with her sadness, Jules's joy was also blunted and absent. When Neil stopped the car and turned off the lights, everyone sat up and stiffened. It was still dark, and the side windows were white with fog from the cold air on the outside. Jules had been dozing, snatching short moments of restless sleep like an uncomfortable airline passenger. She adjusted in her seat to look through the defrosted front window. It was dark and getting darker with each passing moment, most of dusk's purples having faded irreversibly into night's lonely black. Neil's quiet and unanswered announcement that they would wait until morning to go on calmed all of them somewhat. The warm interior of the car and the open, still empty road were too inviting to be discarded for the cold unpredictability of the Portage Highway stretching itself out in front of them. Despite the darkness, Jules could tell that it was along that stretch of winding road where they had left Megan's lifeless body. She vividly remembered that sad day not too long ago, and could see in Neil's eyes that he was remembering it as well. She wished there was something she could do to help ease his pain, but she understood that he needed to be left alone with his thoughts. Instead of saying anything, she looked away and gave him his privacy, much the same as everyone else. Silently, each of them surrendered their consciousness to their exhaustion. Neil, the last to close his eyes, reluctantly turned both the car's lights and engine off before he allowed himself to drift off to sleep. He looked at everyone in the car before he closed his eyes. Jess, sitting next to him in the passenger seat, was already asleep and snoring. In the back seat sat Emma and Jerry with the 3 kids draped across them in uncomfortable knots. Neil's slumber was interrupted by bouts of cold sorrow and hot tears. He hadn't truly lamented Megan's passing. It happened suddenly and was followed by frantic action preventing him from dealing with the loss. Jules could hear his sniffles and his loud, dry swallows as he tried to stifle the noise. His crying finally brought tears to her eyes as well, as it did to everyone else in the car. They had all lost so much in such a short time. Chapter 2. The next morning the dawn was barely able to break through the sullen clouds. Jules awoke slowly and was surprised to find Neil's seat empty. Everyone else was still asleep, so she shook Emma awake and pointed at the empty driver's seat. Helplessness and fear rising in her throat, Emma leaned forward and relaxed somewhat to see that the vehicle's keys were still in the ignition. Emma's and Jules's relief was tempered at best, however, due to Neil's absence. Scratching a hole through the ice-crusted window, the two looked out into the road, hoping to see Neil. "Oh, shit," Emma whispered. There were 3 shady figures drifting in the dispersing storm. The cadence of their gait, erratic and broken, meant only one thing. They were the undead. Emma reached over her shoulder and laid her hands on her M4 assault rifle, lying on its side across the car's 2 rear speakers. Not long ago, a firearm such as that would have made her more than a little uncomfortable. She had never seen the need for such hardware. Those days seemed so long ago. The touch, smell, and weight of the rifle welcome to her now. She hoped she never had to do without it. Slipping a full magazine into the rifle quietly, Emma quickly had the gun ready for action. Emma placed a calming hand on Jules's shoulder and used her eyes to let the child know they would be okay. They didn't share a word, but the message was clear. Emma pointed to the others and peered back through the frosty window. Jules quietly roused the others in the car for the coming confrontation. As deftly as she could, Jess slid over into the driver's seat. She got her hand onto the key, but hesitated when Jerry cautioned her to wait. It didn't look like the zombies knew they were in the car. They had likely been drawn to the sound of the engine during the early morning hours, but were now merely drifting rudderless, without the noise to direct them.
"Everyone just stay quiet and don't move," Jerry whispered. "Maybe they'll pass us by."
He added with a bit of anxiety in his voice,
"Where's Neil?"
As if in answer, they heard a commotion from the street outside. Emma, feeling very anxious and fairly vulnerable in the car, tried to look back outside before stepping out, but their peek hole had already frosted over. She shifted Jules onto Jerry's lap and threw open the door. She emerged just in time to see Neil finishing off the third ghoul with his bat. He swung it around his head in a wide, sweeping motion, striking the creature just below its left knee. It wasn't a lethal blow, but it was enough to knock it from its feet. Emma winced at the impact. If she were struck in the same manner, the pain would be excruciating. However, the zombie Neil hit was quick to try to get back to its feet. When it became apparent that was not an option on its now broken and twisted limb, the thing tried to wriggle and crawl toward Neil. But he wasn't waiting to give it second chances. Circling aggressively like a shark ready to pounce, Neil brought the solid aluminum bat down upon the back of its skull, which imploded like a rotten melon, spilling brain matter and dark, congealed blood onto the icy pavement. The other two had been dealt with similarly and lay in their own horrible mess of necrotic fluids. Neil stepped through the jellied fluids, which clung to the bottoms of his boots like barnacles. Each sticky footstep produced stringy umbilici, connecting his feet to the ground. Emma winced at the sounds of Neil's sticky footsteps. They reminded her of feet passing through a busy and seldom cleaned cinema with a full day's worth of spilled soda and dropped popcorn on its floors. She scanned behind Neil and then all around the car. Nothing. Not a damned thing. For the right person, this brand of isolation would be heavenly, but Emma was not one of them. Or rather, she hadn't been one of them. She wasn't entirely sure what kind of person she was at the present. For the moment, she decided she would settle for being a live person, and that seemed to be enough for now. By then, Jules had gotten enough courage to peer out too. She saw Neil walking through the motionless corpses and breathed a sigh of relief along with everyone else in the car. Neil wiped his blood-caked bat on his latest victim's tattered sports coat and smiled over at her. He said that he thought he was getting better at using his bat and struck the pose of a major league hitter swinging for the home run fence, making Jules smile despite the grisly circumstances. Neil climbed into the passenger seat, dropping himself heavily into it. "I scouted ahead of us a bit up the highway," he said. "It looks clear up the road, so I think it should be smooth sailing up to." He stopped short of finishing his sentence because of the painful memory that accompanied it. Both Jerry and Emma, companions of Neil's since the beginning, understood. They shared a glance with one another and allowed the moment to pass. None of them were without pain. They understood how the simplest thing could steal away the breath or dispel a thought. Jerry's relationship with Claire had been only days old, but his heart split every time he thought about her, or adjusted the green and gold University of Alaska Anchorage Seawolves hat he wore, his sole remembrance of her. She had been mutilated and butchered by a lunatic, and had to face his wrath alone. Emma, too, suffered from the still very recent loss of Dr. Caldwell, who had saved her life and the lives of several others along their arduous trek to safety. Tragically bitten, the good doctor was, in Emma's mind, abandoned and left to face his fate alone as well. They each shared in a common tragedy. Somewhat oblivious to the looks and the nods, the newest member of their group, Jess, sitting behind the wheel, said,
"Are we ready to go then?"
Jess was grieving as well, although her grief was from not knowing. Her teenaged daughter was out on a fishing trip when the world had soured and was now a missing shadow in Jess's life. Now and again, Jess imagined Sid riding next to her in the car, or sitting with her during the quiet moments. She went so far as to conduct full conversations with her daughter, sometimes out loud and sometimes in her mind. Sid was never far from her thoughts, and the not knowing was like an icy dagger digging at her heart. They drove slowly along the highway toward Portage Lake and Whittier beyond, a quiet reverence settling over all of them. This road was painfully familiar and thick with regret, like the scene of a crime. They passed more than a couple of the walking undead, heads turning almost wistfully to watch the car continue on its way. Neil was a little surprised to see the ghouls. He had not encountered any of them, at least he did not think he had. He wondered how close he had come to them in the snowstorm that had passed by then. Remnants continued to flutter, occasionally dancing erratically when a quick, unexpected gust lifted the flakes. The monsters had likely been lurking in the several campground turnoffs or other parking areas along the main road. They looked like the dazed and confused survivors of a natural disaster emerging after the storm, but their wretched appearance and hungry disposition belied a more threatening reality. Concerned by the growing number of gray-skinned devils crawling out onto the road, Jerry asked from the back seat,
"Where'd you go, Neil?"
"I wanted to check things out, make sure we had a smooth ride ahead." The truth was not nearly as simple as that, but Neil wasn't willing to acknowledge it to either himself or those with him. Suspicious that there was more to it, but unwilling to press, Jerry answered with a nod and a soft touch to Neil's shoulder. Danny, not yet a teenager and not possessing the filters that had come with age and experience, asked,
"Did you see Megan's grave?"
With a remorseful sigh, Neil answered only, "Yeah." Danny may have been young, but Neil's response was enough for him to cut off any further questions. Though slow to understand, he wasn't dim-witted or without empathy. He could sense something in Neil's voice that encouraged him to leave well enough alone. "The ground is frozen now," Neil said. "We should be able to drive around all the stuck cars ahead. We'll just have to be careful that we don't end up at the bottom of a ditch. With any luck, we can probably drive right up to the tunnel. We have to be careful, though."
"And what about the tunnel?" Emma asked. "It was closed last time we saw it. How are we going to get onto the other side?"
Neil rubbed his chin. He said with some hope in his voice, "When we were here yesterday, DB said that there was a service trail that went over the mountain. He had worked on it a couple of times for the state, doing maintenance, I guess." Neil looked over at Jess and explained, "Our plan all along was to get to Whittier. We thought that maybe it would have been cut off from the road system in time to keep it free of whatever the hell is causing this. We came down from Anchorage hoping to get into the city. We were all set to make a go of it when those bastards you were staying with down in Soldatna attacked us. It kind of set us off course. DB was with us then. He was a guy who just showed up one day and was gone a couple days later. Nicky back there was with him. He told me about the path, where to find it, and that if we hurried and beat winter, we could make it to the other side."
"Sounds like a solid idea," Jess said hesitantly. "I don't know about the rest of you, though, but I'm no mountain climber. Are you sure we can make it?" "And that's a pretty big mountain," Emma chimed in.
Neil looked back out the front windshield and asked, "Do we have a choice?" When they passed Megan's rock pile, Neil couldn't bring himself to look over at it. He chewed his chapped lower lip and stared out in the opposite direction. There was nothing much to see aside from Alaska surrendering itself to winter. The not-too-distant mountains were already blanketed in white, with only the most stubborn rocky promontories resisting the snow. Glistening in coats of new powder, the thin trees and sparse bushes in the frozen wetlands along the road looked like they had been planted according to some kind of plan. An occasional bird, finches and robins that had different plans than heading south for the winter, flitted from branch to branch looking for the last berries to be plucked for the season. Soon there would be nothing left, and most of the area's wildlife would have moved on. Neil was right. The ground had frozen sufficiently, enough to allow them to skirt the wrecks and ad hoc roadblocks. Along the highway in scattered groups, the frozen carcasses of the recently dispatched undead littered the pavement. The haggard remains didn't resemble human beings in the slightest. When Jess slowed the car to pass particularly bad patches of snarled vehicles and the corpses could be better examined, the sorrowful piles of bones reminded Neil of old black-and-white photographs he'd seen in books of concentration camp victims butchered and murdered by the Nazis during World War II. They had lacked any color. Neil and his group were responsible for most of those bodies. There were quite a few, more than any of them could remember having encountered. Emma and Jerry, sitting in the back seat with the 3 children, did their best to keep the kids distracted during those stretches, though there was little point. In those areas where the bodies were especially heavy and there was little option other than driving over the rapidly deteriorating carcasses, Emma and Jerry told the children to look down. Not seeing the gory results did not insulate them from the horrific crunching and popping sounds coming from under the car as its tires drove over heads, limbs, and torsos. It also couldn't erase the horrifying memories each harbored from just over a day earlier, when the bodies were still animated and threatening to kill and eat them. When they came to a particularly tight passage around a large group of stalled vehicles or the tail end of the overturned tour bus, Neil and Jerry would climb out and help Jess to maneuver the car. Amazingly, the 2 men didn't hesitate to leave the relative security and warmth of the automobile and walk along the car's sides for added navigation and protection. At one point, both men discharged their firearms and unceremoniously killed 2 of the creatures that were approaching with too much enthusiasm. They didn't like using their guns, but neither wanted a close encounter with the monsters. They drove slowly and deliberately along the highway, the tunnel never seeming to draw any closer to them. The road felt like it was stretching out indefinitely, teasing them with fleeting promises of an end to their journey. Eventually, they passed the Begich Boggs Visitor Center and its recent memories of loss. Not long ago, Neil and his party found themselves harbored there, relatively safe from the horrors of the undead, only to fall prey to the evil intentions of other men. The militia from Soldatna, having driven north on a foraging trip, cornered everyone but Neil, Jerry, and Emma at the rest area. The resulting confrontation ended with a couple of deaths and the abduction of most of Neil's group. The militia, capable of subterfuge and plotting, posed a much more significant threat than the zombies. Seeing the large visitor center, Jerry's tongue dried and his heart threatened to stop due to the weight of his grief. Claire, the only girl to ever give him the time of day and with whom he had fallen in love, was taken from him that day, stolen away and tortured to death for sport. Jerry, like Neil with Megan, was not allowed to share an emotional farewell. She had been abducted while Jerry, Neil, and Emma were scouting ahead. In Jerry's mind, Claire had fallen victim because he had not been there to protect her. He had to live with his failure, but she had died because of it. Jerry would like to have blamed someone else for Claire's death, but he always came back to the fact that it was his idea to leave the women and children in their group undefended. How could they have suspected that such evil could lurk in the hearts of men? What kind of people did such horrible things? There were, of course, no answers to any of Jerry's questions, and no reprieve from his agonizing self-doubt or guilt. With tears forcing themselves into the corners of his eyes and onto his cheeks, Jerry looked away from the buildings and fixed his gaze on the road ahead. There was no escape from his pain, though. Claire's pale face and butchered hands and feet,
as she lay lifeless on a workbench turned executioner's table, were waiting just behind his lids every time he shut his eyes. No matter the distraction, it wasn't enough to help ease his heartache. He chewed his lower lip and held his breath, hoping to curtail the tears to no avail. The hot, salty mist filled his eyes, even as his heart tried to empty itself of all feeling. The first tunnel through which they drove was short but very dark due to the bend at its middle. Once through, the valley opened in front of them. The mountains seemed to take several steps back, and the water to their right disappeared. There were still cars and bodies along the road, but the sense of claustrophobia was absent. Perhaps the most forgiving development was the Begich Boggs Visitor Center, and its punishing memories were no longer in view. Everything felt so different on the opposite side of the short tunnel. Even the buffeting wind subsided somewhat, apparently satisfied that it had done its part to make a miserable day all the more intolerable. In front of them and to their right, the mountains were dominated by a pair of looming glaciers that pressed themselves forcefully into the mountains, separating peaks and eroding ancient rock with their raw power. The dirty white surface of snow and ice gradually but inexorably surrendered itself to a deeper and cooler hue of blue, which looked to be at the glacier's hearts. The valley was both breathtaking and intimidating, and had been for thousands of years. Just ahead, the road opened into a much more full and multi-lane affair, with the tunnel entrance looming ahead. The few service buildings in front of them, including 2 toll booths, were in ruins. Not a full pane of glass sat in a single window, and much of what should have been inside, such as paperwork, furniture, and other office odds and ends, littered the ground in front of and around the structures. Barely recognizable for what they were, withered, dismembered limbs wrenched violently from their bodies were mixed in with the detritus. If not for the claw-like hands or the shoes and socks at their ends, Neil would have assumed they were discarded tree branches used to smash the windows. There wasn't a single bird circling or animal stirring for as far as the eye could see. Most of the trees had shed their leaves, too. Life itself had apparently eschewed this cursed place. Was this the road to salvation, or to damnation? Either way, the road was barred. Before them, on the far side of an eclectic mix of vehicles, including some yellow construction trucks, an imposing-looking iron door closed the tunnel entrance. The barrier stood unmoved by time or the efforts of those who preceded Neil and his small group of survivors. It looked like several drivers had tried to ram their cars and trucks through the unyielding door. The veneer of the enormous door was barely scratched, but the cars sitting in front were broken, burned heaps. Jess slowed the car and shifted into park. No one was eager to get out of the car, so she turned around and faced the front of the car away from the tunnel. She hoped, as they all did, that the preparation would be unnecessary. They yearned for the promise and possibility Whittier had come to symbolize for them. They had all had enough of running. Neil was the first out of the car, as usual. He stepped out and stretched his sore back and aching knees. Having been recently thrown from the back of a moving truck, his muscles and bones protested his every step. Lucky for him, Jess found a bottle of generic ibuprofen in her glove box, but the 10 or 12 he'd taken were only able to do so much. Moving from sitting to standing was a challenge at the moment. The others followed Neil's lead, climbing out onto the pavement with all the enthusiasm of the condemned marching the Green Mile. Each wrapped himself or herself in as many layers as they could. Shirts were covered by more shirts, which were covered by sweatshirts of cotton and fleece. Upon those were light jackets that were in turn covered by parkas or heavier coats. Their legs were similarly provisioned when possible. Most had gloves and weatherproof boots as well. When all was said and done, most of them felt capable of facing the elements for a short while. Nicky and Jess were the only 2 not well equipped, with Nicky in the worse shape of the 2.
Jess wore a pair of flannel-lined pants, 2 sweatshirts over a pair of long-sleeve shirts, and had a very thick brown Carhartt coat, compliments of her missing boyfriend, Bob. She was also able to find an extra pair of socks and a pair of gloves in her trunk belonging to her daughter, Sid. Seeing them and then pulling them onto her feet and hands caused Jess to rediscover the guilt she had successfully suppressed for the past few hours. When all of the troubles had started, Sid had been with Bob on a late-season fishing run. Jess had been only able to speak with Bob once since that terrible day so long ago, but the conversation had helped maintain Jess's hope for her daughter's life. Bob knew what was happening and promised to keep Sid safe. Jess knew she could count on Bob. He was a good man and had always looked out for the two of them, despite not being Sid's father. He had never hesitated to willingly fill whatever role either Jess or Sid needed of him. It was for that reason that Jess had been able to nurse along her hope for Sid's life and safety. Not a day had passed that Jess hadn't thought about her daughter, but the time and distance combined with the desperate nature of her current existence had blunted the depth of awareness she'd had for her daughter. When Jess saw the socks, she was transported back to the day the socks had ended up in the trunk in the first place. After an impromptu midnight venture to Clam Gulch, Jess and Sid, feet wet and squishy, crawled back into Jess's waiting car. Jess had thought ahead enough to be wearing Teva sandals, but Sid had waded into the cold, surging surf in her tennis shoes. Back at the car, Sid took off both shoes and socks, throwing the socks into the open trunk and her shoes into the back seat. The socks fell victim to the curse of out of sight, out of mind, and had remained in the trunk until that moment. In her mind, Jess was seeing Sid's smile and smelling the scented shampoo she used daily. She could hear her voice and full-chested laugh. The memories, specific and full of acute details, reawakened in Jess the pain of the protracted and uncertain separation. As with Neil's ibuprofen, Jess had also been lucky. She found a long-forgotten pack of Marlboro cigarettes with a handful of smokes still in it in her glove box. Borrowing a lighter from Emma and giving her one of the precious cigarettes in return, Jess stepped away to smoke and gather herself. Meanwhile, little Nicky, only slightly more alert and responsive than a catatonic, was outfitted with extra odds and ends from Jules and Danny. She was the least prepared of all of them, and in the worst position to do anything about it. She was so small and so frail, both of body and spirit. Vulnerability was her most outward and apparent characteristic. Nothing they had was capable of protecting her from the cold, and that was distressing to all of them, but more so to Danny. It was apparent to everyone that Danny had taken on a bit of a guardian role with Nicky. When the militia had abducted them, Danny was the oldest child of the 4. They looked to him for protection and strength. Although scared himself, Danny accepted his new designation and did what he could to keep them safe. Danny merely tried to do what he thought Neil would have done for all of them. And when he felt like his fear was going to staunch his efforts, Danny chided himself and searched his memory for Neil's voice to embolden his resolve. Nicky, like Jules, clung to Danny both physically and metaphorically, and Danny did what he could to justify her faith in him. He felt a sense akin to his idolization of Neil, and what he had done for all of them, and was eager to emulate the hero in his life. He zipped up the sweatshirt, which was also a couple of sizes too large for Nicky, and pulled socks over her hands to act as gloves. He also wrapped a blanket they found in Jess's trunk around her shoulders to further fend off the cold, though it came off looking like a princess's ceremonial robe more than ad hoc winter gear. Through all of it, Nicky hadn't said a word until she finally stated what all of them were feeling.
I'm hungry.
It had been a couple of days since they had eaten anything, and their stomachs were growling testament to that fact. Neil shared with more than a little hope in his voice. There will be food on the other side of the mountain. There has to be.
And people? Will there be people too?
Jules asked, her hushed voice as cautious as it was hopeful. Neil looked at the others with the same question in his eyes. He was as curious as all of them were about that. He also wondered if there were people to be encountered, what kind of people they would be. Would they be as fanatical and crazed as the militia and the colonel of which Jess spoke? He smiled at Jules. I'm sure they will be, sweetie. Neil turned to the rest of the group. We should get going while it's still early. Maybe we can get ahead of the weather before it gets too bad. Chapter 3. DB had been right. There was a trail that started out wide and flat but gradually inclined itself up the mountain. As it climbed, the way became more narrow, rocky, and difficult. Though it was marked with trail posts and dead lights, the difficult path challenged them at every step. The higher they climbed, the deeper the snow became and the stronger the winds grew. At a certain elevation, the still falling snow blowing into their faces. Neil started doubting the wisdom of their choice, of his choice for all of them, as they continued to climb up and up without end. The path didn't go up and over the mountain, but rather skirted a wide but elevated tier like the largest first layer of an extravagant wedding cake. The first couple of hours, Neil and the others found themselves beneath a thin canopy of leafless trees that shrouded the sunlight. Despite the best efforts of the firs and other evergreen trees spreading around them to add to the surroundings, everything was draped in a dreary, lifeless brown. The forest grew less dense, and the ground beneath began to transform, the patches of yellow and brown grass struggling to keep their heads barely above the snow gave way to growing bodies of the white atop grassless mud or bare rock. The slippery rocks, loose gravel, and snow all conspired against them as the elements challenged each and every step. Neil tried to conceal his fear, but looking in everyone else's eyes, he realized they shared his misgivings. No matter how high their ascent, the mountain loomed ever upward. They could still turn around. It wasn't too late. They could go back to Jess's car and come up with another plan. Maybe they could drive to some other place and wait out the winter. Perhaps there were some cabins or homes or some other shelter that they hadn't thought of yet. They were pulling and pushing one another along, sometimes literally when traction failed them or legs didn't have the energy to push on any longer. All of their feet, cold and wet to the bone, were soon like cinder blocks threatening to anchor them to the unforgiving earth. If it weren't for the trail markers, they likely would have given up. But each new post renewed their hope. Like lighthouses shining their beacons into the gloom, the wooden markers kept them focused on the easier stretches between when the snow seemed overwhelming and their exhaustion threatened their next steps. Finding a rare stand of trees in a shallow depression on the inclining mountain that might provide some respite from the weather, the adults stretched a pair of tarpaulins between the narrow trunks to block the wind and the snow. Jerry gathered some branches from the ground and piled them together to build a fire, hoping they weren't too green or wet to burn. Using the last bits of paper they had as kindling, they managed a small flame that initially struggled to burn the moist wood, but finally took hold. The flame flickered and danced as the changing winds forced it to seek cover. All of the people huddled around the desperate fire watched, absently, the small blaze more an object of focus than one of warmth. They tried to collectively form a barrier between the fire and the buffeting winds, threatening to extinguish it. They rested for a few hours and allowed some of their gear to dry a bit. There was no food to be had, but the rest was very welcome. While they waited, the snow stopped falling and a peaceful quiet settled over them. The sun even managed to stage a surprise visit through a wide opening in the dark clouds. The likelihood they had been followed by any of the ghouls was slight, but that didn't mean they could afford to get too comfortable. Jerry and Emma kept a watchful eye on the path behind while Neil kept looking ahead. The mountain was serene and calm, with nothing stirring in the freshly fallen snow. Neil understood why hermits had always been rumored to retreat to the mountains to seek their isolation. It was easy to get lost in the quiet. Danny, Jules, and Nicky stayed close to the fire, warming their hands and feet in the sparse blaze. Jess was preoccupied with a picture of her daughter Sid, staring at it intensely, and saying nothing, though a few quiet tears managed to escape. Danny finally mustered the courage to ask,
"Who's that a picture of?"
Jess said, her emotion absent from her voice.
"My daughter, Sydney."
"Is she... do you know if..." Jess merely shook her head and put the picture back in the inside pocket of her coat. She stood up and walked away from the fire and the possible next line of questions for which there were no answers. Danny felt a pang of guilt for asking about the photo, but was unsure about what to do about it. He turned his attention to Jules and Nicky, hoping to help them get both warm and dry. He scouted around a bit and brought back sticks and twigs that Jerry had neglected to grab. He could never get the fire big enough or warm enough. Danny wanted to be useful and do his part. In a short while, they were back on the trail. With the passing of the storm, the going was easier, and thankfully, they were traveling downhill again. Jules began to enjoy the snow. She kicked at it and scooped up handfuls to throw into the air. It wasn't much, but it was the most joy she had felt in quite some time. She wished she could share it with her parents. In that moment, she missed them as much as Jess missed her daughter, although her sorrow didn't linger for her the way it did for the quiet Jess. Not long afterward, Jules had started to play her game of jumping between snow patches. Her levity lightened everyone's mood, especially when the other children joined her game, and they all laughed. The laughter ended when they came up over a final rise and beheld Whittier. Chapter 4. Months earlier. Abdul Maine arrived in Anchorage from Gambia, West Africa, a little more than a year earlier. He felt like he stepped off the plane, got himself into a cab, and hadn't gotten out since. Driving a cab had become such a major part of his identity. He drove his cab for the early morning rush, arriving at Anchorage International Airport, and then again for the red-eye flights later in the evening. He got them both coming and going from the city that he had taken to calling home. After a year, he could claim to be a local, he reasoned. He knew the city better than most, having driven to the best and worst that Anchorage had to offer. He didn't allow himself much in the way of free time because his family was still in Gambia. The only leisure activity he pursued was his weekly kick-arounds with his friends out at the soccer fields on the park strip. He and a group of other immigrants from Africa and some locals who knew about it would gather every Sunday evening to play some pickup matches until the ground was too frozen to play. Those 2 to 3 hours weekly were his only release from the week's toil. He'd seen some pretty strange things in the short time he'd been driving his cab. Through all of it, he just kept his head down and his hands on the wheel. He stayed alive and made a living by staying out of people's ways and definitely out of their business. He didn't need to know why the woman carrying what appeared to be all of her belongings in duffel bags ran out of the apartment building, hopped into his cab, and directed him to a nearby hotel. His life wasn't more complete when he picked up the well-dressed executive and his much younger, much more giggly and very friendly assistant from the new embassy suites. Nor did he ask for details from the many quiet passengers he had who needed to be taken to work on a Sunday morning because the public transit system wasn't very accommodating to the working class. Nothing, however, prepared him for the events of that morning not too long ago. He dropped off an emotional man at Providence Hospital. The man was on the phone and involved in a call that was at times conciliatory and at others accusatory through the entire short trip. It sounded like the man's mother, if Abdul's English wasn't failing him, was in distress and likely near the end of her life. The couple of times Abdul looked into the rearview mirror, the man was talking with his head down and his hand up around his face. It reminded Abdul of himself when he endured losing his own mother. He would have shared a consoling look if it wasn't against his policy of not getting involved, and if the man ever raised his head to see it. In front of the hospital's main entrance, they sat idling for a few moments before the man realized they had stopped. Abdul waited patiently. He was nothing if not patient. While sitting there, Abdul thought he heard some sirens and alarms, but he chalked it up to sitting in front of a hospital where such sounds were commonplace. He grabbed the $20 bill that was handed to him as silently as the rest of the ride had been. The man's rear door opened and closed, and he was gone. No change. It was only $1.78 worth of a gratuity, but it was that much more to send home. His wife and children counted on every cent, and he wasn't willing to disappoint. In a couple more years, he would either go home or have them come join him. For now, though, Abdul committed himself to being a solid provider despite his absence. He missed his family. His sons and daughter had grown up so much in the months of his absence. They Skyped often and spoke almost daily, but it wasn't the same for either them or him. He missed them all terribly, especially his wife, Naya. Whenever his thoughts turned to her, he felt his breath catch in his chest. She was the reason his world turned, and being away from her was nothing short of torture. Soon, very soon, he would end his workday in her arms once again. He sat for a second longer, waiting to see if any other easy fares would present themselves. When none showed, he pulled back around the loop, nodding to the Jesus statue standing near the entrance. Abdul's more colorful American friend and co-worker Greg called it the touchdown Jesus statue because of the Savior's hands raised up similarly to that of a football referee's stance after a touchdown had been scored. Americans and their football. He came back around and noticed a commotion behind him. He was in the process of deciding what to do when another man leapt into his car's back seat. He shouted, "Drive! Drive! Just drive!" Startled and somewhat fearful, Abdul did as he was told and drove them quickly out of the growing chaos which was starting to engulf the front parking lot. He squealed his tires, hoping that doing such would prove to the man that Abdul had heard him and was complying. The man in the back seat, out of breath and complaining about something, didn't look up for a few minutes, and that was fine because Abdul needed to get them to the main road. The man didn't seem to be threatening in any way, so Abdul relaxed a bit and settled into his role and awaited instructions at the traffic light at the intersection of Providence Drive and Lake Otis Parkway. When the man looked up, he said only, "Whittier. Take me to Whittier." Whittier was a long drive, at least an hour and a half and back again. It was a hell of a fare, and it was a good way to shake things up a bit. A little deviation from the routine every now and then was good for the soul. Still, Abdul looked at the man who flashed a wallet with a significant amount of cash in it. The man said, "I take cabs down there all the time. I'm not allowed to drive for a bit longer." Abdul smiled. A nice long fare would be a great way to end this shift. Maybe the guy would be a big tipper, too. Abdul closed the plexiglass divider separating him from the back seat. Not many of the cabs in the fleet had dividers. He liked having the option available to him if he wanted a little distance between himself and his passengers. He didn't close it often, but on longer fares he found people often liked their privacy. Abdul found his iPod in his jacket's pocket and hit the resume button, sending melodies to the earbuds tucked just inside his jacket's collar. They weren't in his ears, technically, but he could still listen to the music without drawing a lot of attention or criticism. He loved to listen to tunes that could warm his soul on cold, dark Anchorage winter mornings and brighten his eyes on melancholy Mondays. Typically, the soulful notes drifting up to his ears were teeming with saxophones, trumpets, guitars, bass, piano, drums, and above it all and through it all was Bob Marley's voice. Abdul loved reggae, having even adapted his own speech to match the tenor and pace of a generic Jamaican accent. Daniel Tosh, Bunny Wailer, Prince Buster, even Ken Booth. But Bob Marley was the Messiah. His beautiful, soulful rhythms and angelic, soothing voice were how he envisioned Jah's voice. He could only hope that when his time came and he took that wild ride in the sky, that Bob's voice would help him onto the right path. In Abdul's vision of heaven, the cherubs were singing backup on Walkin' Blues and Jah was jamming to No Woman, No Cry. The drive went quicker than Abdul had anticipated. There were a few cars stopped at Beluga Point, their occupants hoping to catch an early morning glimpse of the migrating pods of opaque white beluga whales. For Abdul, whale watching along the Seward Highway was neither the best use of his time unless he was being paid by a curious tourist, nor was it the best way to see belugas. He had never seen belugas when he went looking for them. He always had the best luck when he wasn't even paying attention. On those rare occasions when he did see those pasty heads bobbing up and down in the surf, he couldn't deny his own wonder. It felt like such a personal accomplishment, as if he had something to do with it. He felt something akin to pride. Maybe this was where he'd like to see his children grow into adults. Lost in his thoughts and his tunes, Abdul almost didn't spot the state trooper barreling toward him on the highway. Abdul had just passed the sign warning him that he had entered a safety corridor on the Seward Highway with a lower speed limit and more intimidating penalties. He looked down at his speedometer and felt his mouth go dry. He was going a mile or two over 70. He'd never gotten a ticket and was normally much more careful and attentive. He looked into the rearview mirror and was relieved to see his passenger drifting off to sleep. He was trying to prepare himself for the inevitable when the trooper's white sedan passed him traveling more than 100 miles an hour. The law enforcement vehicle was out of sight in little more than the blink of an eye. Abdul thought to himself that something must be brewing in the city, making him all the more glad that he was away from it. Maybe it would be all resolved before he had to return. Moments later they passed a bustling gas station on the road to Girdwood. It seemed unusually crowded for such an early hour. Abdul decided that if he couldn't decide on something to eat in Whittier, then he would likely stop at the pizza joint at the end of the strip by the gas station. He'd eaten there before and remembered it to be reasonably good and reasonably priced. As he slowed his cab, he thought perhaps he saw a person lying on the ground near a parked vehicle at the gas station. There was a crowd around the body, which wasn't moving. A heart attack, maybe? Some poor old tourist just got too excited in his big visit to the last frontier, Abdul figured. Not having met the person or even really knowing what was going on, Abdul still felt bad for the poor guy. Maybe it wasn't anything more than an asthma attack. The scene quickly dropped out of sight, as did the gas station oasis. The man in the back seat had been oblivious to all of it, though he'd been technically awake to see it all. At one point, after the two of them watched a half-dozen cars pass them, the man held up his right arm and Abdul could see a nasty-looking wound that was unmistakably a bite. Not only was it a bite, but it looked like a human bite mark on the inside of his forearm near the elbow. The wound wasn't bleeding badly, but it was bleeding steadily enough for Abdul to open the divider and pass through a roll of paper towels. Abdul didn't want a mess. His concern was as much for the man's well-being as it was for the appearance of his cab. He was technically responsible for the cleanliness of his cab, which would also dramatically impact his ability to collect good tips. But the reality was that Abdul was a bit of a clean freak. He didn't like messes, especially messes that he had to spend any amount of time cleansing. And since his cab was his office, he didn't want some man bleeding all over it. He shot the man a concerned look, to which the man said, "Some crazy son of a bitch bit me. Feels like he bit clear to the bone, but it doesn't look that bad, I guess. Probably an escaped mental patient or something. I guess I should have seen someone before we left Providence, but I didn't think it was that bad and I just wanted to get away. Sounded like things were starting to get crazy in there. I think I even heard gunshots inside." Abdul didn't say anything, and so the man promised, "I'll try and keep it off your seat. Sorry."
"Do you want me to take you somewhere to have that looked at?"
Abdul asked.
"Nah, I can just go to the clinic in Whittier. Besides, it doesn't look that bad. Hurts like hell, though," the man said through gritted teeth. Abdul returned his eyes to the road and didn't see the man lay down his head. That was the last interaction the two of them had before arriving in Whittier. Abdul retreated into his thoughts and Bob's voice for the remainder of their trip.
Arriving at the Anton Anderson tunnel that led to Whittier on the other side of the mountain, Abdul was pleased to be able to climb onto the tail end of a line of cars already queued to enter the tunnel. It didn't appear that he was going to have to pay the $12 toll in order to use the tunnel. He peeked into his rearview mirror and was surprised not to see the man's head pop up. That eventuality unfortunately forced him into a bit of a moral dilemma. He was forced into deciding whether to tell his passenger or not about their luck with the toll charge. He could not tell the man and pocket the extra $12, or he could be honest and hope the man would consider that when figuring his tip. The long, dark drive through the 2.5-mile-long tunnel was loud and malodorous, with foul diesel fumes and car exhaust finding their way into his closed windows and vents despite his best efforts. Finally seeing the literal light at the end of the tunnel helped him tolerate the noises and smells for the final several hundred feet. Once out in the open again, Abdul relaxed considerably and again allowed Marley's warm lyrics to lift his spirits. The sky was great and heavy with the threat of rain, but then again he was in Whittier, which had a reputation for having predictably bad weather. People typically didn't travel to Whittier for the weather. Right away, Abdul recognized that something was not right, though. A police or perhaps a security officer of some sort was guiding cars and trucks to a fenced parking lot immediately to their left. The Anton Anderson Tunnel was unique in that it was constructed for both rail and road traffic. It was also unique in that it was a narrow tunnel that allowed traffic for either trains or cars in a single direction at a time. As a result, there was a strict time schedule to allow for the changing of traffic patterns into and out of Whittier. Both trains and cars had to wait there for their scheduled turn to move based upon their hourly schedule. The area to which he was being directed was typically used to stage cars, trucks, buses, and other highway vehicles to make the trip out of Whittier. It had been converted into an ad hoc parking area with a temporary chain-link fence wrapped around it. They were cordoned off for God only knew what purpose, and they had to comply. The orange-vested authority figure was not saying anything to anyone, despite the numerous questions from drivers and passengers as he pointed them to their parking spots. His face, full of worry and doubt, did betray quite a bit of concern, though. With no options but to comply, Abdul followed the directions given to him and parked his cab on the far edge of the lot with the larger vehicle area immediately to his left. He hoped to get in a spot where he could easily get back out onto the road, not wanting to be forced to stay in Whittier any longer than he chose to be there. Unfortunately, he was hemmed tightly in on all sides by other vehicles. He wasn't going anywhere until a bunch of other people moved first. He was stuck. Using a gentle voice so as not to startle his passenger, Abdul announced,
"Hey, we're here, but I think something must be going on."
There was no response. The man didn't stir a bit. Abdul said, louder this time,
"Sir, we're here. Time to wake up."
Still nothing, which was beginning to worry Abdul.
"Sir, are you okay? Can you hear me?"
His concern mounting, Abdul pivoted in his seat to get a look from a better angle. The man was lying face down on the back seat in a very awkward position, so Abdul was unable to see the man's expression. He couldn't tell if the man was in distress or was sleeping very deeply. Finally, Abdul reached through the plexiglass window and touched the man's back. He didn't appear to be breathing. Approaching a near panic, Abdul jumped from his seat and threw open the cab's rear door. Sure enough, after Abdul rolled him onto his back, he found the man cold and lifeless. His face was devoid of color except for some very dark crescent moons below his eyes and some equally dark spidery veins on his cheeks and forehead. Abdul stepped back, not sure what he should do. He rubbed the tight, dark curls on his head pensively, but came up with no options. He'd never had anyone die in his cab before. He had a woman almost deliver a baby in his cab once, but thankfully he'd gotten her to the emergency room in time to save his cab from the mess. He looked around and finally saw the man in the orange mesh vest. Leaving the door open, Abdul ran toward the man in hopes that he would be able to get his passenger help, if such a thing was still possible. Really, he just wanted the man out of his cab so he could head back to Anchorage and put all this behind him. Explaining the situation to the distracted man in the vest, who happened to be a police officer, Abdul was barely able to contain his worry. He nearly dragged the man by his collar back to his cab. They came to the car's open door, but found the back seat empty. Scattered across the seat and on the floor were piles of blood-soaked paper towels and the man's jacket. The rain-soaked ground meant there were no tracks to follow, and no way to know for certain where the stricken man could have gone. Not sure whether to believe the frantic cab driver or not, the policeman looked around doubtfully. He tilted his head and spoke into the radio attached to his uniform. There was an exchange via radio, during which the officer glanced repeatedly at Abdul and cocked a suspicious eyebrow. It wasn't until a terrified woman's shriek pierced the wet air that Abdul was taken seriously. The police officer told Abdul to stay where he was, but there was no need. Abdul had no intention of following to watch whatever was happening unfold. He had no curiosity about it whatsoever. He closed the cab's back door and sat himself down in his seat, shutting and locking his door in the process. Still smelling his passenger's cologne and leather jacket, Abdul closed the divider again, hoping to close himself off from the morning's events. Through all of it, Bob Marley belted out heavenly melodies that had gone unheard, ignored, and unappreciated. Moments later, there were more screams and then gunshots. Abdul checked the back seat again to ensure that it was still empty. He felt anything but alone, like he was being watched. From the corner of his eye, he spied the man's wallet on the seat this time. He thought to himself that maybe he would get paid after all. What did a dead man need with a wallet full of cash? He'd turn it in back at headquarters, but take out his fare first. He wouldn't rob the man, but he would take what he was owed. Thinking about headquarters, Abdul decided it was probably a good time to check in. He hadn't been in contact with his dispatcher since he departed Providence on his way to Whittier, and the routine would help ground and calm him. He braced himself to deliver his bad news about his passenger. He hadn't done anything wrong, but he knew he'd be put through a bracing investigation by the authorities and his employer for the death. He wasn't looking forward to it at all, and feared that it could threaten his continued employment. He slowly keyed in on his radio and waited. There was nothing other than static. He tried again and still received no response. He picked up his cell phone and dialed the number for the office. Immediately, a soothing female voice answered and told him that the network was down and to try his call again later. With his hopes of getting away quickly gone, Abdul tried to get himself comfortable with the fact that he was stuck in Whittier for a bit. The commotion to his left was leaving him anything but comfortable. It was getting louder by the moment, causing his anxiety to build and grow like a kettle on a hot stove. Rubbing his forehead with his sweaty palms, Abdul wondered what he should do. He didn't know anyone in Whittier, and, perhaps more importantly, no one in Whittier knew him. He felt like he was on his own, but knew enough to go somewhere else. Another blood-curdling scream shook him from his seat and into action. Running while stooped like he was dodging bullets, Abdul got away from his car. His retreat had him pass many other cars, some with scared drivers locking the doors and closing their windows at the sight of the very black man running near their cars. They didn't know it, but the locked door would spell doom for many of those motorists. Abdul cleared the fence separating the car lot from the rest of Whittier. He found himself well away from Whittier proper, which sat on the opposite side of the Whittier Creek and connected by a pair of short bridges and a fairly long stretch of the highway. Whittier was actually divided into two large sections lying on opposite sides of a bank of railroad tracks that bisected the town into the residential and commercial seaside sectors of the city. Lined on both sides by barrier walls topped with chain-link fence, the wide swath of railroad tracks was like a moat cutting its track through the center of the castle. On the north side of the tracks, a residential apartment building dominated the entire city from its perch at the foot of the mountain. Locals called it the TBI, and most of them also called it home. There were other buildings, as well as rows of boats in various states of disrepair. A short distance beyond, up a road that led out of town, sat the abandoned Buckner building as well, with its sad gray facade and empty, staring windows. With the personality of a haunted house and its frequent visitations by Bruins, the Buckner building was the last place Abdul wanted to go. On the south side of the railway, the one to which Abdul was running, the buildings were much more sparse, though there were scores of cars and hundreds of people walking to and from the small boat harbor. There were several trucks and sport utility vehicles towing boats waiting to deposit the watercraft into the boat launch. They had no idea what was following behind Abdul and the handful of others able to get away from the fracas. If they did, they would be getting back on their boats or hurrying them into the water and getting away from the terrible danger bearing down upon them. As it was, the throngs were lambs awaiting the slaughter. He wanted to shout warnings to them, but the distance and his lungs struggling to retain any oxygen both precluded that course of action. He could only run, and so run was what he did. He took all of this in without slowing his pace for the slightest moment. Fear and adrenaline were fueling his legs. He found himself running away from the fence line and trying to get to a nice hotel, the nicest in town, a common destination for other fairs in the past. As he ran, the growing activity to his right, still within the fence, caught his eye. He looked over and was stunned to stillness. An old man with Einstein's wild white hair and a peach-colored golf shirt ran around the front of an RV. Bent forward in an aggressive stance, the old man moved with much more agility than a man of his apparent years should. His right hand was missing, replaced by a stump from which cascaded a flood of red. He rounded the vehicle's front end, surprising a younger woman caught unaware of his presence and caught unawares by his appearance. She screamed and retreated into the RV's side door with the white-haired man in hot pursuit. When the man got himself into the doorframe, however, he was met with a surprising and deadly blast from a gun still out of sight. The old man was tossed backward, his feet coming over his head and body as he slid across the wet pavement, leaving a dark streak of crimson. A large young man sporting a dark handlebar mustache stepped into the RV's doorway and authoritatively pumped another shell into his shotgun's firing chamber. He spit and shouted some vulgar slur that Abdul couldn't quite hear due to the bells ringing in his ears as a result of the gunshot. The old white-haired man with the bloody hole in his chest and the missing hand got back to his feet with the dexterity of a wolverine. In disbelief, the man in the RV didn't react at first. The toothpick between his lips went limp and fell as his mouth opened and his eyes widened. He couldn't believe it, and neither could Abdul. The cab driver was having a hard time accepting what was playing out in front of him. Nothing he had ever experienced could have prepared him for this. Seeing a man shoot another was difficult enough, but watching the grievously wounded man get back up like the extra hole in his body didn't really matter was a new category of disbelief. Abdul found himself backing away from the fence reflexively, his brain on autopilot. He saw the old man force his way into the camper, despite suffering another point-blank blast to his chest in the process. The two men fell into the vehicle, one atop the other, locked in a deadly and ultimately futile wrestling match. The woman inside filled the air with her terrified screams as the men struggled with one another. More gunshots startled Abdul, still backing away from the fray. He saw another man standing atop an RV. The scared man was screaming something and pulling the trigger on a scoped hunting rifle. Abdul couldn't see the man's targets, but he could guess that they were still more people. Abdul's head panned from left to right, his eyes widening like camera lenses, taking in the panorama. There were people maneuvering between, over, and around the cars. A few here and there had made it to the fence and were starting to scale it. Abdul thought each looked normal enough to him, but so had the dead man who walked out of his cab. He didn't know what was happening, and decided that it was time for him to hightail it out of there. He was certain he heard more shooting and more screaming, and another more starkly animalistic sound coming from the surging bedlam on the opposite side of the fence. Far enough away, Abdul finally turned and ran, his eyes focused firmly on the town of Whittier and the long road separating him from it. He stretched his legs and increased his pace, like a gazelle sprinting away from a threatening cheetah or other predatory cat. A little more than half the way to Whittier, Abdul's lungs were no longer able to draw in oxygen and his legs refused to run. He paused and lowered his head almost down to his knees. He spat several times and then vomited. When he raised his still heaving head, he could hear more footprints approaching. A rushing mass of terrified travelers was quick on his heels. Men, women, and children screaming and tripping into one another in a chaotic melee of desperate flight were fleeing the same terror that had sent Abdul into retreat. Mixed into the stretched crowd, Abdul could detect hints and signs of things that simply were not right about some of the people. Some of their eyes were different. They didn't all seem scared. Some looked crazed, enraged, hungry. Some of those grabbed others or pounced on those tangling inextricably with one another. He also saw blood. Lots of blood, buckets of it. It was a slaughter, and it was heading right for him. Abdul forgot his fatigue and the pain in his overtaxed lungs. He forced his legs forward again, pushing himself beyond his limits. His fear, raw and powerful, blurred his eyes with tears and numbed the agony threatening to grip his heart and lungs. His fear helped to keep his legs moving and maintain the distance between him and the crowd threatening to overtake him. There was no plan. There was no destination in mind any longer. He merely wanted to get away and stay alive. Chapter 5. People went to Whittier for a number of reasons: fishing, glacier cruises, hiking, hunting, and relaxing. That morning, all the people lined up in the vehicle staging area on the far side of the Anton Anderson Tunnel for the most part were seeking one or more of those activities. Tourists and locals alike were in search of recreation. When the first scream violated the calm, most people looked up from whatever distraction was in front of them, but few reacted more dramatically than that, likely assuming the scream had resulted from some horseplay or some other innocuous fun. The next shriek had many people turn off the smartphone, set down the book, or turn down the volume on the stereo to a lower decibel. A few folks stepped out of their parked cars to get a better look at what was happening. The first gunshot prompted some to lock their doors and raise their windows. Some stout and foolhardy souls couldn't resist the urge to seek out the source of the ruckus. The sage-like idiom "curiosity killed the cat" was threatening to migrate from hypothetical to absolute. One man, a middle-aged father of 3, saw from his rental car's side mirror an orange-vested police officer attacked by an out-of-control young man, possibly in a drug-related rage like those people you hear about on the news. The poor policeman was overwhelmed by the brute ferocity of his attacker and beaten to the ground. The stunned father leapt from his car to come to the officer's aid. He ran toward the scuffle. He saw another motionless body, perhaps an older woman, lying near a full-sized touring van. He shouted, hoping to interrupt the melee. It worked, but it worked to his detriment. The crazed attacker, upon hearing the new voice and seeing the father approach, released the brutalized law enforcement officer and unleashed his wrath upon his new target. With the police officer's arms no longer struggling beneath him, the other man released his grip and flew at the father, caught completely off guard and off balance. The father fell over backward, with the blood-smeared face of his attacker bearing down upon him. The battle was over almost as quickly as it began. In the tussle, the father's shirt and jacket were pulled up onto and over his head. His attacker took full advantage of his victim's inability to defend himself adequately and lunged forward into the father's undefended abdomen. He sank his grinding teeth into the soft, white flesh of the father's side just above his waist. The man's teeth didn't bite, just to hurt. He was on a mission to rend flesh from his victim. He bit and chewed until he ripped a dripping, soft piece of tissue from the father's body, struggling feebly like a salmon caught ruthlessly in a bear's jaw. The father's fear and adrenaline were not enough to enable him to extricate himself from his attacker's clutches. With each successive bite, the father felt his strength and his life drain from his limbs, no longer able to fight. His vision was fading, as was his sense of where he was. There was no more pain, despite the fact that his body was still under full assault. The teeth of his attacker had found their way beyond the surface of the skin and into his internal organs. Tragically, the slain father had neglected to shut his car door behind him in his haste to intervene. His children, safely buckled in the back seat, would soon pay the price for his oversight. Moments after the father expired, the original attacker, the reanimated woman police officer, and even the father, now as frighteningly bloodthirsty and remorseless as the others, all feasted upon the young, defenseless flesh. Like a wildfire fanned by a generous wind, pockets of terror spread all across the parking lot. Whether resulting from Abdul's passenger zero or from other infected people managing to find their way to Whittier, the infection was growing and devouring at a frighteningly alarming rate. Chapter 6. Danielle looked over at her friend Cameron, sitting next to her on the Gray Line of Alaska tour bus. The scream, followed by more screams, worried the two of them and everyone else on the bus. A ripple of concern whistled through the passengers like a gale through the trees. If they had been a stand of birch, there likely wouldn't have been a leaf still attached. The bus driver, to his credit, tried to calm the souls in his charge. He felt disconnected and alone, his radio unable to reach anyone at his dispatch office. The last he'd heard over the radio from headquarters was something about a disturbance at Providence Hospital. Since then, the radio had only produced static. His employer offered, and he'd completed training that was intended to help him through emergency situations. But most of that theory had been lost on him. When doing it, he always felt he was doing so to place the proverbial check mark in the box. Now, he doubted the value of the training. The thing to which he did cling was the desire to keep everyone safe and, if at all possible, calm. Using his intercom several times after feigning receiving messages over the radio, he announced to the bus occupants that authorities had the situation in hand, a fact that he could neither confirm nor claim to reasonably believe himself. He hadn't heard from anyone, and didn't expect word anytime soon. He was careful to not let his eyes linger for too long in their numerous trips to the rearview mirror above his head. He didn't want to betray the doubt and concern behind them. After several minutes of worried waiting, a few more brazen passengers decided they'd had enough. The volume and frequency of the tortured and terrified shrieks were increasing. They also were getting closer and closer to the bus, the last one reaching out from just a few car lengths away. A pair of men finally stood and started to walk themselves to the front of the bus. Each paused a short moment when he had gotten to the driver, who initially refused to budge. If he allowed his passengers off the bus, he would have failed. Keeping his passengers together and on the bus was the best method for him to maintain some sense of control, and that, in his mind, was the only way for him to ensure their safety. With all that running through his mind as he eyed the adamant faces of the two obvious fishermen, the three men shared looks but no words before the driver finally consented to open the doors. Once the door had been opened, others followed the lead set by the two men. One by one and group by group, everyone aboard the large tour bus exited. The bus driver was the last to leave his seat, much like the captain of a sinking ship. The group of more than 60 people was waiting impatiently next to the bus. The driver took out his keys and opened the bus's two side compartments holding the passengers' luggage and personal effects. At once, like the worst rushes on luggage carousels at busy airport baggage claim areas, the entire group pressed forward in the mad dash to lay hands on luggage. Cameron, a solidly built and determined young man, waded into the crowd in search of his and his friends' backpacks. Having trained and competed as a college wrestler in the not-too-distant past, he didn't like to use his strength away from the mat, but he found it necessary under the present circumstances. Forcing his way steadily into the melee, he finally got close enough to spy his friend Danielle's bright green backpack as it toppled from the compartment and was kicked under the bus. He wanted to find his red bag, too, but Danielle's was clearly more important than his. It wasn't strictly a matter of chivalry or his desire to impress his beautiful traveling companion. Her needs were real and not rooted in materialism, which didn't seem to be much of a concern for her at all. He'd met her through an online chat room. He wasn't necessarily looking for romance when he entered, at least that was what he tried to tell himself. He was bored and lonely, and happened to see the commercial on the television at a particular moment. He signed in, and after several unsuccessful openings for dialogue with others, he found Danielle through the chaos. They chatted for hours, and then connected on Facebook for more private conversations. That was several months ago. They'd exchanged pictures online and had begun to text not long after, but still they hadn't met. If her pictures were real and not one of those online scams, he was very eager to meet her. He'd dated pretty girls in his life, but he had never been with an honest-to-goodness beauty like her. Her skin was a color that reminded him of warm, sunny beaches, but appeared as soft as flower petals. Her eyes shone like emeralds, and her hair was as dark and full as a summer night. Finally, working up the courage, he invited her to attend a concert with him in Vancouver. She had shared her fondness for Tom Petty, and, as luck would have it, he was scheduled to play in Cameron's hometown. He shot her a friendly text asking if she would like to go. He acknowledged that he realized she lived in Anchorage and he lived in Washington, and he also owned the fact that they had never formally met one another face to face. He also offered compromises on both issues. He offered to use his frequent flyer miles to fly her down, and then would split the cost of a hotel room for her if she felt that it was more appropriate. After a couple of tense days without a response, she finally replied that she would love to accompany him to the concert. She also declined the hotel room, much to his supreme delight. Danielle explained that she was not necessarily implying anything by that, but there was enough flirtation in her language that the possibility still existed. Unfortunately, the concert was canceled about a week in advance of the event. Danielle decided that perhaps they should meet at a different time. Cameron's hopes and his fantasies all came crashing down around him. He was utterly despondent. For about a day. He awoke to an early morning text from Danielle. She wanted to know if he would like to come to Alaska and visit her instead. She didn't have a way to pay for his flight, but she could guarantee an Alaskan adventure that he wouldn't forget. He didn't even finish reading his message before he was replying. In all actuality, he was willing to go to Cleveland if that was where she was. She unzipped the pack hastily after he handed it to her. She found the hard plastic case inside and opened it to verify its contents were still safe. She found the syringes intact and breathed a sigh of relief. Danielle was a diabetic, which was not unusual for Alaska natives. There was a higher degree of diabetes among the native peoples due to a host of reasons. Danielle was dependent upon daily injections of insulin to help her body stay healthy. Zipping the pack and slinging it over her shoulders, Danielle said warmly, "Thank you so much," and kissed Cameron on the cheek.
Sorry the fishing trip hasn't started out so great, she said coyly, knowing full well that any disappointment Cameron might have felt was surely mitigated by their last night's activities at her apartment in Anchorage.
Oh, that's right, Cameron said playfully. Fishing. I almost forgot.
My brother will take us out once we get over to see him.
Still smiling, Cameron said, Do I look worried? While the two of them flirted and walked slowly, others around them were worried, and rightly so. Most were quick to surmise that something unusually worrisome and deadly was to take shape around them. The threatening nature of their situation didn't dawn on either of them until they saw a man, extremely aggressive and out of control, attack another man who was trying to protect his family. The two fighting men fell to the ground in their tussle and disappeared from view. The apparent wife of the victim screamed for help. When one of the men howled in pain and desperation, Cameron decided that he needed to act. He had to climb across bumpers and over hoods to get to the struggle, and by the time he'd gotten there, the fight was all but over. The attacker was atop the other man, whose arms and legs were still kicking but growing weaker and weaker. Cameron shouted at him to stop, but was ignored. He used his foot to try and pry off the man on top of the other. After a couple of tries with no luck, he finally leaned back and kicked the man in his side. This finally produced a result, but it may have been more than he anticipated. The man looked up. Cameron couldn't believe what he was seeing. This couldn't be a man. He had the eyes of a hungry, rabid animal. Using all his strength and experience on the wrestling mat wasn't enough as he grappled with the wild man. Cameron knew he could beat him, but he never anticipated such a struggle to ensue with someone who he obviously outweighed and who likely had not been instructed in hand-to-hand competition the way Cameron had. Chapter 7. The unfortunate reality for Danielle and Cameron was that their bus, along with another Gray Line bus, was the first vehicle to enter the Anton Anderson Memorial Tunnel. As a result, theirs was the first vehicle to enter the fenced parking lot and, therefore, the furthest from the lot's exit. All this spelled a long trek out, made longer by the tightly packed cars in their way. The new wound on Cameron's bicep further exacerbated their situation. They were already running away from the site of Cameron's recent, nominally successful battle.
The freaking guy bit me! Bit me! What the hell? Could you tell what was wrong with him? Danielle asked. Was he on drugs or something?
Gasping slightly, trying to recover from the encounter, Cameron answered,
I don't know for sure, but he didn't act very human. His eyes looked feral.
Danielle slowed her pace to match Cameron's.
Feral? You mean like wild?
No, I mean like rabid. Now more concerned about the wound on Cameron's arm, Danielle said,
We gotta get you somewhere that we can get that bite cleaned then. No telling what he might have given you.
Trying his best to be stoic, Cameron quickened his pace.
For now, let's just get the hell out of here. Whatever made him crazy seems like it's spreading. Look!
He pointed to another person, a woman fast on the heels of a portly man with long, thick red hair. He would have looked like a mature Viking warrior had he not been running for his life from a much smaller woman and screaming like a terrified B-movie vixen. Watching the red-maned man stumble and fall victim to the woman's vicious attack, Danielle looked beyond them and saw similar scenes unfolding in every direction. Had they somehow wandered into one of Dante's circles of never-ending agony? None of what she was seeing made any sense to her. People just didn't act that way. Where were the police? Why was this happening? Why wouldn't someone just wake her up? This was a nightmare. It had to be. This couldn't be real. She swallowed the noxious brew boiling in her stomach and forced her legs to keep moving. They had to get away before they couldn't, and if they were to have any hope of escaping, it would be up to her. She could see that in her new friend's kindly but suffering face. She led the two of them, as well as a small group of others, to the fence, and then along it toward the exit. They moved quickly and kept out of sight as much as possible. She was terrified they would have the misfortune of running into another of the crazies. Danielle was fit, and she was tough, but her limbs quivered with fear. She didn't know if she would be able to fight, and Cameron was fading with each step. He couldn't possibly fend off an attacker. They emerged from the lot breathless and still fearful. Danielle cast worried looks over her shoulder every few steps. There were others running as well, groups and individuals with the same intention of getting away to anywhere other than there. Looking more closely, though, Danielle realized that not all those running near her were of the same intent at all. A man wearing chest-high waders was running in awkward giraffe-like steps after a small woman carrying an even smaller child in her arms. It was like watching an elderly lion track a wounded gazelle. Neither was in his or her prime, but the predator, in the end, won out over the prey. The woman stumbled on an uneven patch of pavement, and that was enough. He leapt upon her, wrapping his arms around her waist and dragging her to the ground. For him it was 2 for 1, despite the woman's best efforts to protect her child. His gnashing jaws did not bother to distinguish between the two as it closed indiscriminately on either's flesh. The mother's agonized screams were as much from pain as from the horror of watching her child being consumed. All around them, others began to fall. After having run the impossible distance from the staging area into town, Danielle realized it was time to do something other than just run. They needed to find somewhere to hide. There were some buildings up ahead on the other side of the bridge. The hotel, some coffee shops, gift shops, charter fishing buildings, cruise ship offices, and other odds and ends all sat in front and on the left of her. Danielle needed to get them off the street and out of the pack. She also needed to get them somewhere that she might be able to find some bandages and antiseptic ointments for Cameron's wound. Unfortunately, she also knew that there were few, if any, options on this side of the railroad tracks, where she would find them both possible refuge and medical supplies. They needed to get on the opposite side of the tracks. To that end, she weighed her options. Most of the people were running either to the right on the Whittier Road that crossed the railroad tracks into downtown Whittier, or to the left, to the inn at Whittier, which was the most prominent building on the seaside portion of the city. Danielle had a different option in mind, and only hoped that she could get them to it in time. She, and a very few along with her, ran out of the pack and deeper into Whittier, running by several signs pointing toward the ferry office and loading area. Through the pounding of her pulse in her ears, Danielle could hear the rising tumult behind her. She didn't dare look over her shoulder for fear that something might be within distance to grab her. Were she able to see, she would have regretted it. Roiling like a relentless, tempestuous sea, the parking lots and sidewalks were awash in the chaotic melee. The sidewalks ran with blood and the air was rent with screams. No one was safe, and nowhere offered any sanctuary. They just needed a little time and maybe a little distance. Chapter 8. Exhausted and struggling to keep her breath, Danielle led them into one of those shops that one saw at every tourist destination, a one-time General Mercantile that now sold postcards, t-shirts, snacks, and fresh lattes and other exotic coffees, trying to court both local and tourist business. There were still the requisite shelves of throat lozenges, cold remedies, first aid supplies, and contraceptives, but that corner of the store appeared to be an afterthought. The 2 aisles devoted to food were dominated by pre-packaged and processed boxed meals and rows of canned soups, fruit, and vegetables. It sat in a multi-purpose building, the color and disposition of old yellow mustard. A small community museum shared the space with the store, along with some other random offices. Across the street, sat a long light blue-green building housing a public safety office and garage, as well as the city public works department. Aside from those two buildings, the only other thing along this stretch of road was the Anchor Inn, a 3-story hotel with a locals' pub on the second floor. These buildings were on the north side of the railroad tracks. Danielle had led them there, hoping that perhaps their options for refuge and survival might improve. The buildings on the seaside were too small, too exposed, or quickly overrun by the charging horde. Getting to the opposite side of the tracks was a harrowing adventure in and of itself. In order to gain access to downtown Whittier, one had to traverse a long, narrow tunnel which ran underground. The tunnel was nothing more than a large, illuminated culvert with a concrete floor. The air inside was colder and damper than the air above ground, but Danielle wasn't afforded much of an opportunity to differentiate. They were being hotly pursued and overtaken by predators. Deafening and palpable, the sound through the narrow passageway, gathering in the corrugated surface of the walls, pounded in Danielle's ears and chest until she felt like she would explode. All the screams of the terrified, fleeing people and their growling and bellowing pursuers melded into a single ear-splitting din. Danielle looked around them in the faint luminescence, only to see more terror. The things were in the tunnel with them. She saw a man running, and then a pair of hands wrapped themselves around his shoulders and then another around his waist. His eyes filled with terror as he was pulled down and out of sight. Danielle couldn't differentiate his screams from the others. Cameron, almost helpless by that point, felt impossibly heavy to her. He was barely moving his feet on his own, but still Danielle pushed forward. Coming to the end of the tunnel, they burst forth like a flood of humanity, spraying in every direction. Danielle led Cameron and the group still with her up the ramp and onto the main drag through downtown. She saw the yellow building and led them there. Others stopped at the seafood processing plant but were met with locked doors atop narrow sets of stairs. They were trapped and defenseless. The public works and public safety offices also attracted desperate souls to their doors, with much the same effect. Using all the mayhem to distract attention away from themselves, Danielle ran into the yellow building's main entrance and then into the store before anything or anyone could follow them. There were too many other easy targets for their pursuers to grab and devour. She was actually concerned that too many people might see them and lead those things to them in the process. They were lucky, though, and found themselves panting but alone. With the help of an older man and another young woman, Danielle partially blocked the front entrance with a heavy card rack. The doors opened outward, so they couldn't keep them from opening, but blocking the doorway might buy them a little time in a pinch. Danielle looked for a broom, mop, anything with a handle that she could use to secure the doors, but came up empty. She used an oversized cotton nightshirt to tie the two handles as firmly together as she could under the circumstances. Hearing the bedlam unfold outside, Danielle couldn't help the anguished shivering that overtook her. Goosebumps, teasing her hair on end, ran along her arms and up her spine while her senses were rocked with a wave of vertigo that nearly swept her from her feet. Watching all the people run on the outside of the narrow, shoulder-high windows of the store, Danielle was struck with how surreal it all felt. She'd never seen such utter chaos in all her life. She backed away from the storefront and lowered herself out of sight of the several windows, running the length of the store and looking out into downtown Whittier's main street. She crawled like a harried crab toward her stricken friend, Cameron, suffering through a state of near delirium. When his eyes opened, they evinced no awareness, only fear. He seemed to be drifting away, sinking into the dark circles forming under his eyes. The wad of shirts pressed against and wrapped tightly around his bleeding biceps was glistening with blood, the flow refusing to abate. They had already tightened a child's belt around his upper arm near the shoulder to restrict the flow, but nothing worked. The woman sitting next to him was weeping and holding his hand absently, paying more attention to her own fears than to Cameron's pain. It would have been of very little consequence, because Cameron's drifting consciousness was beyond comfort anyway. Finally making her way to Cameron's side, Danielle looked down at his still boyish face with the sparse blonde hair on his crown. His color, once golden with the generous summer sun of the lower 48, had been chased away by the aggressive fever quickly overwhelming him. She'd seen death enough in her life, with both animals and people, to be able to recognize it. Cameron was fading fast, and she was doubtful that there was anything she could do about it. On hands and knees, she wandered over to the lone pharmaceutical aisle in the store. She pulled down bandages, iodine, cotton swabs, and anything else that looked helpful. Grabbing more than she could carry, she piled about half of what was in the crook of her arms into her backpack, checking that her own medication, several syringes of insulin, as well as some glucose tablets and gel sticks, were still safely in the bottom of the bag. Danielle was thankful she had thought ahead well enough to have herself well stocked for her own needs. With her backpack full and a pile of other pilfered first aid products in her arm, she crawled back toward the clump of others hiding in the middle of the store. She was drawn to them by the muted sounds of weeping and ragged breathing. Amongst the people was a young woman of the same olive skin tone as Danielle and wearing the typical trappings of a store clerk. Danielle asked, "Do you work here?" The young woman, lying on her belly with a pool of tears forming on the floor in front of her, nodded but refused to look up. She was terrified, and Danielle rightly surmised that the woman wasn't even sure why. She was falling victim to the collective emotions of the crowd. She hadn't been on the streets. She hadn't felt the vulnerability, the helplessness, or the fear. She didn't know what it was like to be hunted like prey. Yet she shivered and cried just like the rest of them. "Is there a back room?" Danielle asked quietly. "Someplace away from the windows? And where is the phone?" Again, the scared woman nodded a confused confirmation but was unable to stutter out a verbal response. She also slid a set of keys across the glossy tile floor. It was apparent the woman, girl, really, wasn't moving anywhere anytime soon. Danielle couldn't blame her. She was scared as hell too, but she didn't like feeling trapped. Leaving the majority of the scavenged supplies with the supine group, Danielle grabbed the keys along with the full backpack and crawled toward a surprisingly heavy but free-swinging door. On the opposite side, it was as if she had wandered into another place. Whereas the front area was glistening and clean, almost as antiseptic as a hospital, the back room was anything but. It was a large, multi-purpose room which had been used to its fullest. There were neatly stacked and some not so neatly stacked cardboard boxes inside an area on the floor marked by yellow and black striped tape. To her immediate left was a wall of perhaps 12 repurposed old high school lockers. Most were decorated with magnets and a lifetime's worth of dents and nicks, and some inventive murals cast in Sharpie markers and nail polish. Further beyond that, but still on her left, was what looked like a break room of sorts, from which wafted a spicy aroma of meals gone by, which competed with the pall of cardboard and dust clinging heavily everywhere else. The light was sparse at best, provided by the dim, hazy morning through a pair of narrow, rectangular windows high up on one wall and some flickering fluorescent fixtures attached to the ceiling high overhead. Controlling her fear by holding her breath, Danielle stopped herself long enough to find what she originally sought: an exit. It was clearly marked, and on the other side of the wall of boxes. She also saw to her right a staircase leading up to what she figured was an office. She was stopped in her tracks by an agonized scream outside the small building's walls. It sounded like the pitiful cry of a prey animal caught in the jaws of a predator. She might have been tricked into thinking it was less than human if it weren't for the distinctly human words. "Oh, Christ, no! Help me!" The horrific screech sent a shudder through Danielle from head to foot. Danielle was struck with conflicting emotions, both relief and regret. She was relieved she was separated from the misery and evil outside, but she was regretful that she was too afraid to come to the suffering soul's aid. Try as she might, though, Danielle could not convince herself to take action. There was no amount of shame which was going to change that. Ignoring her tortured feelings, Danielle ran up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. The office at the top of the stairs was open and empty. The plush chair behind the heavy-looking desk would have been more at home in a working family's seldom used and second-hand furnished living room. The other chairs had likely been abducted from the break room downstairs. The office light was off, but the room was partially lit by the daylight finding its way into the room through a pair of windows looking out toward Prince William Sound. On the wall opposite the 2 windows was another window, which looked out over the store's sales floor. This was definitely a manager's perch. Danielle saw the phone on the desk and immediately went for it. Nothing. No dial tone. No busy signal. No pleasant but annoying voice. She scanned the office in search of anything useful. She saw a mug of pens, a stapler, an empty coffee mug, some loose papers, and a pile of various-sized yellow sticky notes. All worthless. Nothing to help her at all. Danielle had given up when she saw behind the door and leaning against the wall a thick wooden club whose short shaft widened exceptionally the further it got away from the leather-wrapped handle. The splotchy brownish stain patterns suggested it had been a well-used club, subduing many a stubborn gamefish in its prime. She hefted the tool and was not surprised by its significant weight. Unsure how much she would be able to use it, Danielle nevertheless felt more comfortable with the instrument in her hand. She no longer felt defenseless. There was a certain, if somewhat medieval, comfort that accompanied such an armament. The moment was short-lived. A scream and the sound of breaking glass from the sales floor below interrupted her returning serenity. Danielle ran to the window and looked down upon the shadowy store. The front doors still looked shut and blocked well enough by the book rack, and the windows Danielle could see from her limited angle were still intact. Despite the darkness, she thought she saw some hurried movement in one of the aisles, but was unable to discern who or what it was. She leaned closer to the glass, hoping for a better glimpse, but her vision was impeded by her own hazy reflection. There was another crash, and more sounds of struggle. Danielle saw someone run toward the front door, but the barricade placed to keep others out served double duty and became a barrier to escape as well. Desperate to get out, the person tried to move the display but was tackled violently. The teetering rack upended and now on its side, and the 2 people wrestling with one another all became entangled. The frantic struggle that followed was loud and messy. Bags of chips, loose greeting cards, and other sundries spilled and scattered across the floor. Shadows again engulfed the melee as the battlers slid further into the dark. Then there was quiet again. Danielle focused her eyes and tried to turn off her other senses the way her father had taught her when she was younger. It was no less difficult than it had been in her past. She squinted her eyes into narrow slits and then opened them wide, inviting in the scant light in a rush. She thought maybe she could see someone or something. Then she was worried that it was a body. It might have been just a pile of merchandise, but the legs emerging from under it convinced her otherwise. If it was a body, then it was likely a man, judging by the size of the boots and width of the legs. But who was it? Suddenly she knew. It was the father in the red, down-filled jacket. It had to be him, but she wondered what had attacked him. He was a big guy, as big or bigger than anyone else who had ventured into the drugstore with Danielle and everyone else. Besides, why would anyone be acting that way? They had all just run away from the people doing those kinds of things. She wondered what was going on down there. Worried by the events unfolding in the store below, and concerned for Cameron, probably vulnerable to being victimized again, Danielle decided to venture downstairs. The heavy club helped steel her nerves to her decision. Even so, those first couple of steps were tentative and difficult, her feet as reluctant as a condemned prisoner's making that last, fateful walk. She stepped out of the office and hadn't yet started down the steps when the store clerk who had given her the keys ran screaming into the back room. Fast on her heels was someone wearing Cameron's clothes. It couldn't possibly be Cameron, though, because this person was running with more urgency and vigor than her stricken friend could possibly muster in his current state. Danielle wasn't sure what to do, so she merely watched in stunned horror. Despite the weapon now at her disposal, Danielle's fear was beginning to take hold. The pursuer caught the female store clerk moments before she was able to make a hurried escape out the back door. Danielle was finally able to determine that it was Cameron attacking the woman. Confused by his inexplicable aggression, Danielle screamed, "Cameron! Stop!" Danielle's desperate voice echoed in the cavernous storeroom, momentarily distracting Cameron from his assault. He fixed his feral eyes on her, while he chewed a glistening, flopping flap of skin dangling from his chomping jaws. Terror and disgust filled her chest. Danielle tried to scream, but the shriek was aborted prematurely. The sudden appearance of the father wearing the red jacket bursting through the swinging doors stifled Danielle's voice before it could take flight. The man leapt through on a wave of urgency, but stopped to survey the room. Danielle wanted to get his attention and warn him about the danger, but again found her voice absent behind a steady dripping sound coming from the man. She then realized there was a spreading puddle of thick, dark fluid forming at his feet. It was blood. She felt the lurching nausea rise to the top of her throat, the burning odor tickling her nose. Danielle, far out of his sight, looked more closely and realized that the sound and the puddle grew when the red-jacketed man leaned forward on the balls of his feet. Then she saw that his throat had been flayed open to the bone. From the ghastly wound, all the sticky, syrupy fluids from his head spilled like water through a drain. "Oh, dear God," she whispered in horror. It was just loud enough to catch the man's attention and send him into a furious, boiling rage. He threw his head back and tried to scream, but his windpipe had been severed and partially crushed. Instead of a bellowing, thunderous yawp, he produced a raspy, wet gush of rushing breath and spraying red spittle. It was perhaps the most horrible thing Danielle had ever seen. She was retreating involuntarily before she realized she was doing it. Her survival instincts backpedaled her toward the open office behind her. She slammed the office door before the father had taken his first aggressively clumsy steps up the stairs. Despite his uncoordinated gait, he leaped up several steps with each bound. Danielle was just barely able to move a bookcase in front of the door before he stomped his feet onto the top stair and was in the hallway. Danielle waited behind the door, not sure what to do next. She was breathing quickly and shallowly, which was making her dizzy. She couldn't afford to lose her wits. She didn't want to end up like that poor woman down there. What was happening? What was wrong with Cameron that he would do that? The one hopeful thought she had was that maybe the man would just go away, forget about her, and leave her alone. A second after that thought struck, the door shuddered on its hinges. The man on the other side was throwing himself against the door again and again. The repeated impacts toppled some books from the shelves on the bookcase set against the door. There was a short pause, and then he started again. This time it sounded like he was hitting it with some kind of a ramming tool. After the third such strike, a shower of splinters was produced in the middle of the door. With each successively louder crunch in the same spot, Danielle found herself jumping in fear. Horrified tears filled her eyes as she backed away slowly, never taking her watery eyes from the rapidly disintegrating door. When a hole large enough for the man to force his head through was created, Danielle came close to wetting her pants. The wood around the hole was wet and maybe a little slimy. He was still only able to fit the top of his head through the hole, but it was enough for Danielle to realize he had been using his head as the battering ram. His scalp was covered with dark red blood and bits of wood. Danielle was already pressed firmly against the desk and had run out of room into which to retreat. Pulling his head from the hole and peering through,
He fixed his ravenous glare on Danielle, whose heart wilted. He wiggled and squirmed, forcing his face further and further through the expanding fissure. The moment robbed Danielle of her confidence, of her balance, and of her adulthood. In her mind, she felt deconstructed and unfamiliar. She was a child again, teased and taunted by her older brothers and cousins for her fears. She felt small and vulnerable, emotions which had long been absent for her. The sense of helplessness and fear triggered something that caught fire in some dormant recess of her heart. She flushed a deep, angry crimson, the emotion sweeping through her like a coursing jet of magma, scorching as it spread. The man's gurgling, hacking growls sounded similarly to all the noises around her, like they were originating from underwater. She could hear everything, but only in muffled, distorted hints of reality. Without realizing she was doing it, Danielle very nearly flew across the room, driving her wooden club into the face in the door. Its forehead was buckled and crushed, a channel cutting down the middle. When she pulled the club back, Danielle could clearly see the instrument's bulbous shape in the deep trough between the man's full eyebrows. His nose hadn't merely been broken. It had been driven inward into his face. When the man started struggling again, Danielle didn't allow her amazement to stall a second lethal swing. His face, now crushed into a stew of blood, broken teeth, and shorn skin, fell from the head-sized hole, following his body to the floor. She looked through the opening to make certain he was not moving. She had no idea what to expect. A dead man had just attacked her, after all. Through the fog in her head, Danielle heard loud, angry footsteps coming up the stairs. Someone else was coming up. Was coming for her. She didn't know if she could repeat her fatal swing, and she had no intention of waiting around to see. She needed a way out. The window leading outside was her best option. She unlatched it and then cranked it open, which took a torturous amount of time. In her breathless panic, she considered breaking the glass, but thought if she did so that it would make following her that much easier. The footsteps were at the top of the stairs and charging down the short hallway to the compromised door. The footsteps were accompanied by a vaguely familiar series of grunts and growls that sent a prickly, tingling fear up her spine. A sudden, terrifying thud against the outside of the door solicited a scared squeak and startled jump from her. Tears were streaming down her face, forming a vibrant, salty delta on her cheeks. The window was as open as it was going to be, barely wide enough for her to slip herself out and onto the sheet metal roof of an awning below her. As she dropped, Danielle saw a muscular arm reach through the opening in the door. She was heartbroken at the realization that it was indeed Cameron's arm, which meant that Cameron was on the opposite side of the door. He was now her attacker. He had been kind and gentle despite his strength, and so patient. She was seeing none of that now. He was murderous fury incarnate, devoid of even an echo of humanity. Once down and out of immediate harm's way, Danielle hesitated on the uneven corrugated roofing, kneeling to catch her breath. She couldn't allow herself to hyperventilate and lose consciousness. She shuddered to think how that might end. From overhead there was a loud crash, and glass rained down all around her. Following the glass, a flailing and out-of-control Cameron flew by her. He hit the pavement of the driveway below with a wet, bone-breaking crunch. Danielle was too frightened to look, but in very short order she felt compelled to peek over her short ledge. Cameron, or the thing that was once her friend, had hit the dark, paved loading area face first. He lay there motionless for a second, a pool of blood spreading in every direction on the wet ground. His neck was as twisted as a pretzel, having been turned nearly completely around. She wasn't too terribly high above the ground, but she couldn't take her eyes from Cameron's broken body. Watching for several moments, Danielle assumed the shaking legs and body twitches were Cameron's last nerve impulses, communicating with dying limbs.
Thankfully, she realized differently before she jumped down. Without warning, Cameron, his head still cocked and bobbing in an impossible position, leapt to his feet. He looked around, desperate to find his prey. He growled angrily, the blood filling his throat, spewing forth from his mouth like red bile. The thick red fluid, the consistency of oil, ran down his chin and into the new folds of his misshapen neck. The unfolding terror on the roiling streets of the small town of Whittier caught his ears. Newly invigorated and rippling with rage, Cameron ran off in search of new quarry. Danielle, meanwhile, was immobile on the awning. She couldn't move. She likely would have stayed like that for hours and perhaps longer, if not for two things. The first thing that shocked her from her gathering stupor was the rising violence on the other side of the drugstore. To the horrified howls of people running for their lives had been added a growing volume of gunfire. It seemed like the whole world was screaming in terror at once. The tumult filled the air until she felt like she was breathing it and seeing it. Danielle gathered her legs against her chest and rocked herself slowly the way her mother used to do. She hummed some long-forgotten tune in a futile attempt to hide herself from the terror. It was no use. As soon as the noise started to become an amorphous din, a discernible voice would cry out in agony, pleading for succor or at least a quick end. Children, women, and men, none capable of escaping. Danielle sat and listened, tears filling her eyes. In her fear and confusion, Danielle almost didn't see the Ford truck idling just outside of the building's loading area. It must have come around from the back of the processing plant next door. Her eyes narrowed and came back into focus. She saw a person leaning out of the passenger window. Danielle realized then that the woman in the truck was gesturing to her. She was struck with panic at the prospect of jumping down from her safe perch. She couldn't see under the awning. What could be waiting below? A shiver shook her and put her hair on end. Danielle looked at the woman in the truck whose arm was losing its vigor. The two made eye contact and Danielle found herself nodding. Leaning forward, she chanced a peek below, almost losing her balance and toppling headfirst onto the pavement like Cameron had. She caught herself before she fell and sat upright so quickly that her vision faded and her head swooned. She thought to herself that she needed to get something to eat soon or she would regret it. She shook the backpack still over her shoulder and felt some sense of reassurance. Another scream, a woman's, Danielle thought, and a series of gunshots propelled her over the edge. She hung for just a moment with her feet many inches above the ground, surprised at her own sudden decision. She dropped down and froze, thankful that nothing was there. Her heart was starting into its normal rhythm again when her club, still on the awning above her, rolled itself off the roof and landed heavily on the pavement behind her. The thick crack of its impact sent Danielle into a dead sprint across the lot toward the truck. She leapt into the back seat of the waiting Ford without a word. There was barely room for her, as most of the seat was covered with boxes and boxes of food and other sundries. She spied a box with oranges in it and grabbed one of the aromatic fruit. The woman in the passenger seat leaned back toward Danielle and said, "I'm Rose, and this handsome devil here is my brother, Pete. Is there anyone else back there? Anyone else need any help? This may be the last train out of here." Danielle heard the woman speaking, but was finding it difficult to understand the words. She felt like a dog being chastised by its owner about some misdeed. She looked into the small lot and saw the sickening pool of red where Cameron had fallen. She couldn't shake the sight of Cameron, caked in blood and other matter, from her mind. Danielle shook her head. Rose, a tough-looking character with a head of wiry gray hair that was threatening to break free from the red bandana holding it in check, said to Pete, "Okay then, let's get this freight train a-movin' while the getting's good." Tall and thick, with an equally tall and thick black beard, Pete didn't wait to be told a second time. He shifted the big truck into gear and sped away. Behind them, the murderous mayhem continued to multiply and build. Up the hill toward the Begich Towers, like a tsunami of terror, people flooded, both those fleeing and those feeding. The handful of police officers housed at the main office in the tower stood at the two main front entrances of the building and fired their sidearms desperately at the oncoming throng, hoping to stop the chaos. They saw both familiar faces and complete strangers in the packs. A couple of trucks pulled away from the back parking lot and tried to make their way down the road and away from the building, only to be stopped in their tracks by the crowd. The drivers and passengers were ripped forcibly from their seats and torn limb from limb, feeding the blood frenzy. A few men working on repairing a dry-docked fishing boat in one of the lots climbed atop the boat and tried to use whatever tools were at their disposal to fend off anyone trying to follow them. In very short order, enough pressure was applied to the braces supporting the boat to snap them and set the boat perilously onto its side. The men inside were quickly set upon and butchered ruthlessly, their blood adding to the rivers of red coursing down the slight incline away from the tower. Locals, fearing for their lives, shut and locked their doors to the rushing waves of tourists, transforming the Begich Towers corridors into fast-running canals full of streaming people with nowhere to go but forward and up. More than a few windows were broken, and some doors were battered from their hinges as desperate, crying souls sought places to hide, especially on the first floor where offices and shops were located. Like an unrestrained storm surge, the human wave spilled into every nook and cranny along the path. Eventually, with nowhere else to run, many people found themselves on the roof of the 14-story building, with their only options being to jump to certain death or face being devoured by people who had possibly been their friends or family only minutes before. Soon the crowds were filling the slick docks of the small boat harbor until skidding, sliding to a halt on the edge with nowhere else to run. Like lemmings running over a cliff, those at the tail end of the massing group pushed those at the front off the end of the piers and into the murky, cold water below. Screams were lost as throats filled with the salty, oily water. Scrambling to the surface quickly, many found themselves pushed once again into the brine as the next wave of frenzied people plunged into the dark. The lengths of the piers were littered with bodies, some motionless and others writhing in pain, having been trampled by the herd. Those still moving were quickly and viciously set upon with gnashing, hungry, pitiless jaws. Fast on the heels of the fleeing mob was a growing pack of wild beasts, which had been human beings not long ago. The unmistakable transformation from man to demon was no more apparent than in the creature's eyes. The fires of oblivion burned in their dark, perpetually dilated eyes. The black flames consumed their eyes, leaving no room for pity or remorse. The weeping woman with a broken leg and unable to run was no more off-limits than the little girl separated from her mother and too scared to run. Both were easy prey, as were the several others cut off from the main body of fleeing people. There were more than enough pursuers to continue the chase, however, and into the water they went as well. The cold Prince William Sound became a roiling, churning soup as teeth and nails proceeded to seek flesh to satisfy the insatiable hunger that burned within. Lacking the faculties to swim, the ghouls sank along with their drowning victims and disappeared into the murk. The boat harbor portion of the port hosted the frenetic shark feeding frenzy. The fortunate few people from Whittier able to force themselves into the many awaiting boats watched in stunned horror as atop the surface of the water a wretched, red bubbling foam formed. Some aboard the boats had been assaulted by their pursuers, but by some grace of God they had been able to extricate themselves from the murderous clutches. Others on board the craft tended to the bleeding, seeping wounds, resisting every effort to staunch the flow. Terrified and not sure of where else to turn, the little boats and dinghies made their way to the towering cruise ship anchored in the Sound. Worried faces greeted the crying waves of people as they disembarked from the boats, many of which were abandoned and set adrift. The wounded were led up the gangway to an awaiting party of emergency medical personnel. Other terrified survivors sat in silent shock on the decks of the ship and watched the city while the tragedy raged. A new series of screams aboard the cruise ship barely caught their attention, so focused on the shore they were. Neither the shell-shocked survivors nor the hundreds of people already on the ship could have known that they were doomed to see the same events playing out on the shore begin to similarly spin out of control on their ship. It just didn't seem possible, and yet a handful of explosions rocked Whittier, some intentional. A marine fueling station erupted into a billowing black cloud of smoke and fire when the scared attendant dropped his shotgun, which discharged into an active pump. The resulting explosion devoured the station, the attendant, and the group of 5 undead, tearing his flesh from his bones as he screamed in agony. Near a small restaurant, which doubled as a souvenir shop, a propane tank used for emergency power and heat was hit by a fleeing motorist driving out of control. Pieces of the car and driver were sent skyward beneath a bright, expanding fireball that momentarily lit up the overcast skies. These fires and others burned out of control for want of anyone willing or able to fight them. Hundreds of pairs of eyes saw the largest structure in the city as their last hope. The Buckner Building, with its solid walls and 6 floors, looked down upon the rest of the city and invited hope for scores of unknowing people. Not a one of the people was a local. They knew better than to set foot into the Buckner's crumbling, musty halls. The building persisted despite having been abandoned by the Army following the massive 1964 earthquake, during which it suffered significant damage to parts of its structure. Most locals had never ventured into the dark, dank building. The building's intimidating facade and the no trespassing signs were very effective in discouraging interlopers. The walls inside, like those outside, however, had seen their fair share of graffiti in the forms of genuine artwork, mindless profanity, and occult symbols, indicating that not everyone had been deterred over the years. Persistent puddles and dripping seams had grown mold and mildew until the cool, moist air was permeated with the dangerous spores. The bottom floors still had inches-deep pools of water covering their surfaces. There was also the occasional wild animal that could be encountered in the shadows, including both wily black and towering brown bears. People ran to the building in groups. Some attempted to climb over the fence restricting access to the railroad tracks, only to be pulled down and brutally assaulted. Those able to find the tunnel to downtown that Danielle and her group had used earlier found that the passage was now a charnel house of blood, gore, and danger. Many of the bodies in the passageway were not completely dead and posed a threat to anyone within reach. Once through, those lucky enough to have run the gauntlet successfully then were forced to make their way through the chaotic rampage still raging on the streets above them. Individually and in small groups, they picked their way through the bedlam and made it to the imposing structure of the Buckner Building. Their error was immediately apparent upon their arrival. There wasn't a functional door or an intact window to be found on the edifice. There was virtually no way to close off the building. But their legs were tired and their minds were scrambled, so they piled into the building and hoped for the best. Running blindly into the dark, they retreated into open rooms and found staircases, but safety was illusory. Their hopes were dashed again and again, as those who had fled with them and had been bitten succumbed to the infection and reanimated only to begin anew the terror. Still more of the ghouls followed the defenseless souls into the building as well, cornering the exhausted parties in the dank darkness. Their tortured screams echoed in the shadows as the rest of Whittier suffered the same fate as had befallen and was still engulfing Anchorage. Part 2. Chapter 9. It would have been easier to accept what they beheld if Whittier had been an utter ruin. But it wasn't. Aside from a couple of buildings, the little bit of the city they could see looked like it was merely sleeping or perhaps waiting. The closest building to them, a large, arched structure once used by a cruise company to accommodate tourists, was a building in name only. Much of its roof was gone, having burned away many weeks earlier. Its mirrored glass facade was absent as well, lying in a storm of splintered prisms on the ground. The ground in front of the building looked like a shiny bed of diamonds. There was other debris as well, though Neil was unable to determine what it was. He could guess that it was likely clothing, bags, souvenirs, and any other trinkets or mementos discarded when their owners were forced to run for their lives. On the opposite side of the street and running along the dormant railroad tracks, the weathered white, tent-like structure, which served as a debarkation point for rail passengers, stood soundly, having weathered the apocalyptic storm better than its more solid neighbor. Neil suspected that with the coming of winter storms and the intense Whittier snow, the frames would bend and the canvas walls would collapse. Both of those structures sat on the outer edge of town, closest to the tunnel and their group's line of sight. Further into town, there was a pocket of buildings that centered on the inn at Whittier, appearing large only in relation to the buildings around it. There was one building, likely a marine fueling station out near the water, which had burned down to its foundation, devouring most of the dock as well. That appeared to be the worst of it, though. Aside from those structural casualties, the city was intact, if dramatically sad and lonely. Though still standing, the buildings reminded them of relics from days gone by whose use had long since passed. There were cars, too. Most had been abandoned where they sat when their occupants fled on foot. Facing in every direction imaginable, the vehicles were knotted into a bumper-to-bumper permanent traffic jam. It was a sea of metal and glass that disappeared out of sight into the bent horizon. Many likely had idled with engines running until the gasoline had been spent. Neil was hopeful that perhaps a motorist or two had turned the ignition off before fleeing. Maybe there was a car down there that could be driven. Or a boat. There were dozens of boats resting on their trailers high above the cars and trucks surrounding them, almost as many boats as cars. The taller sea craft added a depth to the vehicular press, making it resemble a metropolitan skyline in miniature. Further beyond, Neil could see the large white frame of a cruise ship. Even from this distance, the boat looked like a ghost ship. It rose and fell gently, effortlessly, and lifelessly. The monstrous craft was listing a bit to its starboard side. The breeze blew, sending loose plastic bags and other odds and ends off the ground in search of some other place to rest. Atop a flagpole fluttered two flags, one with stars and stripes and the other with a field of blue and a yellow constellation of stars. From where Neil and the others watched, that was the only movement any of them could see. The stillness was unsettling. Nothing moved. Not a bird in the sky or an animal in sight. Neil spotted random piles of garbage or perhaps discarded piles of laundry. He knew better, though. If he were to stand close enough, he suspected he would confirm otherwise. That he would see clothing ripped asunder and bones picked clean of flesh. There would likely be crusty, rust-colored stains on the pavement and cloth as well. It was obvious to him that the calamity had preceded them once again. Neil looked over his shoulder at Jules, Nicky, and Danny, and wished there was some way to shield them from all of that. Despite all that had happened and all they had already seen, he still only wanted to protect them from the grim realities this new world had to offer. Standing next to him, Jerry said,
"I see some of them."
The younger man, peering through the scope of his hunting rifle, pointed deeper into town. Neil asked, "How many?"
"A few dozen, maybe. Maybe more. I can't tell for sure."
Neil removed his hat and scratched his shaggy head in the same motion. Again, they needed a plan. They were close to a parking lot filled with buses, recreational vehicles, cars, trucks, and vans, parked in a neat, orderly fashion off to one side of the Anton Anderson Memorial Tunnel exit. Neil found that very curious. The city was as silent as the grave. Not even a single gull was singing. The snow, thick and heavy on the mountain and the portage highway beyond, had barely touched Whittier yet, though the threat of winter hung heavily all around. A light dusting of white was struggling to hold its ground in the shadows, but the sun and the moist air coming from the sound had nearly banished this first taste of winter to another day. Emma checked the magazine on her assault rifle and pounded it back into the weapon. Stepping closer, she asked,
"So, what's the plan then?"
"I guess we should get down there and take a closer look," Neil said hesitantly. "Jerry already spotted some of our friends, so stay sharp. Try not to shoot unless you absolutely have to. If we can take them down without drawing attention, I think it will make our lives easier." Everyone's quick nods of understanding were followed by a familiar, echoing sound that could only be from a gunshot. They shared a quick look with one another and then started down the last slope into the nearest parking lot. A gun could mean only one thing: people. Chapter 10. The drive from Shotgun Cove back to Whittier seemed unreasonably long to the passengers in the dirty Chevy Blazer. Danielle was with the group selected to venture into Whittier from Shotgun Cove to forage for supplies. The lodges from which they all came had been well stocked for the past season, but certain, typically luxury items were in short supply. They were also on a mission to determine what had happened in Whittier and the rest of the world, which had gone silent. The 8 of them came each for a different reason. Danielle needed to find more insulin or any alternatives that might present themselves. She could only control her diabetes with a proper diet for so long. She needed her medicine, if for nothing more than peace of mind. The others each came with a list of items to be gathered from shops, hotels, or other places. This was their first incursion into Whittier since that first day. None of them knew what to expect when they arrived back into town. The trees were dense on both sides of the road despite the retreat of autumn, creating a green-walled tunnel, restricting light and visibility. It felt like they were driving into the waning day, but the reality was anything but. They left the cove when it became apparent that the sky was as light as it was going to get today, with the heavy cloud cover. The road was not much more than a logging road cut through the enveloping forest. They breathed a sigh of relief when the gravel and mostly mud road gave way to pavement. Up to that point, the noise the vehicle was making was uncomfortably loud, and the bouncing and jostling was shaking all of their confidence. All at once, the trees on the right side dropped away, yielding themselves to the breathtaking expanse of the Prince William Sound. The water, dark and threatening, swelled with the gathering weather. White-capped waves stretched themselves into the distance and beyond. Danielle watched the roiling sea, the wind stirring it violently. She found herself worrying for her older brother out of sheer habit. There was many a day that he was out on his boat in sour skies with a similar look. Danielle learned to worry from her mother, who spent long moments watching the water and waiting for her son to return. And he always did. Danielle imagined her brother's face and his nearly toothless smile, evoking a surprising rush of emotion. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes watered. She prayed he had been out away from Whittier when the troubles began, but knew better. He was going to take her and her friend Cameron out onto the Sound and was likely trapped in the boat harbor along with everyone else. She blamed herself for having dealt her brother such a sour hand. She breathed a shallow sigh filled with guilt and sadness, drawing attention from William behind the steering wheel. He looked back at her, the bright white of his eyes contrasting strongly against his smooth, dark skin. His eyes were kind and strong, yet soft. They were the eyes of angels. They were the eyes of cozy Sundays, and they made Danielle feel safe. She could see the smile in his eyes even if she couldn't see his face in the reflection. He asked, "You okay, little girl?" Danielle had long since stopped protesting that she wasn't a little girl and accepted the epithet with good humor. She wiped away a tear.
"Yeah, just thinking about my brother, Wasili."
William continued to look at her for a second longer. The road ahead was requiring more of his attention. He watched the Chevy Suburban in front of him fishtail on the cool, wet pavement. It was cold enough to freeze, and neither vehicle had tires for the weather. He slowed down a bit while his rig climbed the sloping road. As they drew closer to Whittier, Danielle noticed that the big Blazer's speed reduced significantly, but her heart rate increased steadily. Everywhere she looked, she imagined she saw Cameron's ghoulish face staring back at her. Danielle was terrified by what they might encounter, what she might encounter. When they reached a familiar turnoff from Shotgun Cove, the two trucks came to a rolling stop. William looked over his shoulder at the passengers and announced, "I think this is close enough. We don't know what we're driving into. Maybe we should park up here and walk into town." From the Suburban, idling next to him with its passenger window open, a female voice barked,
Why the hell would we do that? I don't want to walk down there.
"What if we get trapped?" William asked. "It might be easier to get out of tight corners on foot. If we leave the trucks up here, we'd still be able to get away." The other driver, Nikisha, called back,
If we don't let ourselves get into any tight corners, then we won't have to worry about it. Anything gets in front of me, I'll run it down.
William protested. "But we don't know for sure what—"
Then they better stay out of my way. I ain't taking no chances.
William breathed deeply but said nothing. He looked through the windshield and pondered their next move. He didn't like the idea of walking any more than Nikisha did, but something told him that the road would not be easy. He could sense the tension in his car and the worried looks. No one wanted to talk. "Okay," he said. "I'll follow you. Don't go too slow, but don't stop. Ever." The Suburban, its wheels spinning on the gathering ice, drove off without an acknowledgement. William was quickly and tightly on the vehicle's tail, but not feeling entirely comfortable. It felt like someone was looking over his shoulder all the time. Maybe it was the mountains, still thick with trees, appearing as if they had been piled atop one another all up the distant slopes. It could have been the Sound's dark currents with its blanket of misty haze hovering close to the surface. When they came within sight of the enormous, vacant Buckner building to their left, his discomfort approached a mild panic. He detested not knowing what to expect. It was like going over the first big hill of a roller coaster, only he had no idea if there was even a track still laid out in front of them. He was heading into unknown territory, which was anything but normal. He was a planner, and rarely set out to accomplish anything without significant preparation. Regardless, he found himself following Nikisha into the unknown. They passed the Buckner building, thankfully without incident, but when they came to one of the few intersections of roads through the diminutive downtown side of Whittier, things changed. At the intersection, a clog of vehicles had been formed around a former ambulance that had been turned into a taxicab for the small community. The funbulance, as it was called, was resting on its side with 3 other vehicles smashed into it from 3 different directions. Around this jam, other cars and trucks and even a 4-wheeled ATV had formed a tight and immovable obstacle, forcing Nikisha and William to make hard right-hand turns away from the mess. Unfortunately, turning that direction took them away from their objective. Moving dangerously fast on the untested road, Nikisha's Suburban fishtailed again, but this time she wasn't able to rein in the momentum of the vehicle. Feeling the tires lose traction, she tried to gain control, but overcorrected. By the time she was able to deal with the problem, it was too late. The big, rusty Suburban crashed into first a car and then a pair of ovens that had been removed from the nearby Whittier Manor apartment complex, which was a stout rectangular building with the fading color of watered-down mint mouthwash. Nikisha tried to reverse her truck out of its predicament, but the aging appliances grabbed hold of the truck and refused to let go. Nikisha was stuck. She gunned her engine, trying to force herself free, but only made matters worse. Her tires spun until they smoked. The Suburban only inched forward. William's heart sunk. He looked into his rearview mirror out of habit to verify there wasn't any oncoming traffic. Of course, there was none. If William had looked more closely, he would have seen movement of a different sort starting to stir. The sounds the vehicles were making were drawing attention to themselves from a relatively dormant presence in the city. Weathered sections of the landscape moved and shifted as nerves flickered and muscles responded eagerly. Statues slowly came to life, becoming walking nightmares. Nikisha slammed her fists into the steering wheel and shifted the truck into park. For a few seconds, no one moved. Nikisha's door opened and shut quickly with a slam. She wandered around to the front of the truck and was quickly joined by 2 of the 3 passengers from her vehicle. William watched for a moment, knowing what was expected of him but finding no comfort in those expectations. If he had any hope of getting them back on the move, he would have to go extricate the other truck from its trap. Looking around quickly, William reluctantly opened his door and took a breath. The familiar smell of the fall rot, a pungent odor created primarily by patches of unpicked berries decaying on the vine, swept at him and filled his lungs. He could taste the damp smell on his tongue when he exhaled. The strong odor hung as heavily in the air as the moisture that left every exposed surface moist with beads of water forming quickly. The temperature had dropped significantly as of late, helping to form his exhaled breath into a thin, white cloud around his head. Now out of the security of his truck's cabin, William cast a wary eye about. He still didn't know what to expect, but the complete stillness was not it. The city looked abandoned by everything in God's creation. There were no lights, no voices, no activity. There were no birds, no dogs, and no people anywhere to be seen. Stepping out onto the road, which was an uneven mixture of gravel and pavement, William was quickly joined by Danielle, Alan, and Sandra, all the passengers from the Blazer. They ran over to the front of the vehicle where they joined Nikisha and Gus, a stout, olive-skinned man with more thick, curly hair growing on his cheeks and chest than on the top of his head, atop which always rested a dirty, graying blue and white Dodgers cap. They kicked and pulled at the lodged appliance with no luck. Alan even went so far as to use the butt of his shotgun as both a lever and a bludgeon, but nothing worked. Prying the ovens loose seemed more reasonable to William, but they needed the crowbar that he had left in the back of his big vehicle. He turned and took one step toward his open driver's side door and shouted, "We gotta go now!" Coming down the road toward them at a determined, if slightly stilted walking pace, was a crowd of ghastly, horrifying individuals. He was unable to focus on any single person. To him it was an amorphous, swelling, reaching, gray-green wave full of eyes and snapping, hungry jaws. Much of the mob had already passed the Funbilance roadblock and was only a few horrible steps away. Gus shouted,
What do we do?
"Just put it into drive and hit the gas," William shouted back. "We'll push you." Nikisha tried her best to right her course through a combination of maneuvering with the steering wheel and using the horsepower of her V8 engine, but was struggling to accomplish much of anything. When William's Blazer hit her larger truck, Nikisha, as well as everyone else with her, jumped in their seats despite anticipating the collision. Regaining her composure, Nikisha tightened her grip on the steering wheel and tried to keep them pointed down the road. The smell of burning rubber coming from Nikisha's tires filled the road, but they were starting to make progress. A gap opened between the 2 vehicles and the horde chasing them. They crossed the halfway point on the Whittier Manor Estate's apartments and started to feel like maybe they were going to be able to get away. That was good news to Danielle, starting to see more of the abominations coming from around corners and out of doorways along the apartment complex. The creatures were everywhere all at once. As far as Danielle was concerned, they couldn't get away fast enough. The steady, vibrating grind of the metal appliances along the road, like nails across a chalkboard, was unbelievably nauseating and without respite. Danielle couldn't stick her fingers deep enough into her ears to muffle the sound. The irritating buzz pounded in her temples and pressed itself through her chest. She worried if the sound didn't stop soon, she might vomit.
By the look on Sandra's face, Danielle was not the only one suffering through the discomfort. The smells, sounds, sights, and kinetic activity were all threatening to boil over into an uncontrollable storm. Danielle would have screamed, but she was afraid no one would hear. And then all of it came to an abrupt, screeching halt. Nikisha pushed the ovens into a seam in the road which stopped the two appliances cold in their tracks. Unfortunately, the Suburban did not get the memo that the parade was coming to a rest and continued on its way. As a result, the big truck drove up and over the now embedded barriers, lifting tires and all possibilities for forward momentum out of reach of the street below. William realized too late what had happened and only worsened the problem. There was no time and no room on either side of Nikisha's truck to drive around. With a quick look in the mirror, William said urgently,
"Everybody out! Grab what you need."
"What?" someone asked incredulously.
"We don't have time. We gotta go now. Come on."
William demanded of all of them as he threw open his door. None of them wanted to, but all of them felt compelled to look over their shoulders. The street behind them was filled to overflowing with ugliness and rage. Faces, arms, teeth, and eyes rolling toward them as a single entity. A horrible sound, similar to that of a train, preceded the throng and washed over Danielle and the others like a tidal wave. Its force propelled them all forward. Nikisha and her passengers hurried out as well. The quick foray into and out of town was taking on a very different tone. It was suddenly a race for survival, and the clock was quickly winding down. With options few and far between, there looked to be only two ways out: straight down the road, running a gauntlet of ghouls crawling from the last few doors on their left, or up the heavily inclined slope next to them which led up to Shotgun Cove Road above. William had already considered the slope up and had dismissed it. The incline was too great to be able to make good time. He was worried they would be overcome too easily. He also wasn't quite sure what they would do once they did get up to the road. It was a long road back to Shotgun Cove, made all the longer if those things were trailing all the way. For whatever reason, those things weren't able to keep up much pace, so he reasoned that if they could quickly move and put some distance between themselves and those things, then they could hide away somewhere and let things quiet back down. Maybe if they disappeared, those things would return to wherever they had come. The simple reality was that if he and those with him kept running, they would be able to put those things behind them. Nikisha and two of the women with her decided on the other route. They ran to the slope, but not before Nikisha fired a single round from the hunting rifle she was carrying. The first few steps up were smooth, but the surface itself posed an unseen and unknown challenge. It was like running on ice. The leaves were wet and as loose as the soil underneath that gave way to every slippery step. The crowd of zombies caught up to the three ladies as a result of their lost momentum, but had no more luck ascending. They needn't bother to chase. Nikisha reached out for a thin, weak tree, but lost her footing. She slid a couple of feet back down, but using the butt of her rifle as a brake of sorts, she halted her slide. Her fall had upset the footing of Charlotte climbing behind her. Charlotte fell flat on her face and, yelping piteously, slid all the way back to the foot of the slope and the scores of awaiting, thrashing hands. The fiends set upon her without a moment's hesitation. Her skin, so soft and white, was ripped viciously from her body and stuffed gluttonously into gnashing, hungry mouths. The sweet, soft organs from inside her body were harvested with all the tenderness of a meat grinder. With the sound of wet, chomping, smacking lips behind them, Nikisha and the other woman, Olivia, clawed their way further and further up toward the road above them. That was the last William, Danielle, or any of the others saw of the two of them. The other passenger with Nikisha, Gus, a wiry and seasoned fisherman carrying an equally seasoned axe in his hands, had elected to join William's group. He didn't think he would be able to make the climb, and he trusted William. The vast majority of the horde was distracted by Nikisha's escape attempt, which allowed the group to move further away. They ran hard and fast with no other option in front of them. The road was narrow, the slope's incline was sharper, everything angled down in front of them as if they were being drawn in that direction. There was a widening gap between William and his group and those things, watching hungrily as Nikisha and Olivia climbed. They were getting away without incident when two of the gray-skinned creatures clambered from the open door of the last apartment. William unknowingly hit one of them with all of his size and momentum. Unprepared for the encounter, William, quite a bit larger than the person with whom he had become entangled, fell along with the person he had just sacked. Despite the size inequality, William's smaller assailant managed to get the upper hand and roll William onto his back. The big black man was holding the person's snapping jaws away from himself, but he was struggling. Getting a hand free, William balled his fist and struck his attacker's head. He hit it again and again, until doing so threatened his own hold on the thing's neck, clutched tightly with his opposite hand. There couldn't be any air getting through its windpipe, but still it pressed its attack. Gus swung his axe and struck the attacker who had found his way on top of William. The blade sank deeper into the decaying man's back, splitting and crushing bones and organs. Unfortunately, the blow had no effect at all other than to force the creature further down onto William, struggling to hold at bay its chomping yellow teeth. William pushed with all his might, but his assailant was too firmly set on his attack. Its bony fingers were wrapped too tightly around William's arms. Gus couldn't extricate the buried blade from the thing's back no matter how he tried. Meanwhile, the other creature had spun about and was moving intently toward Danielle and the other woman with them, Sandra, who let out an involuntary scream when she realized she was in the beast's crosshairs. Backing away, Sandra lost her footing on the still struggling William. Not missing its opportunity, the ghoul, still on its feet, leapt forward onto Sandra and immediately sank its teeth into her shoulder. Its powerful maw tore through jacket, shirt, and flesh as it drove deeper and deeper, grinding back and forth like a powerful set of saw blades. Bright red blood spurted onto its cheek and Sandra's neck in powerful geyser-like jets. Sandra continued to struggle, but her efforts slackened as shock began to take its toll. Thinking quickly, Danielle pulled a filleting knife from her belt and drove it into Sandra's attacker's temple. Dark, thick blood spilled from the wound onto Danielle's hand, which she pulled away, leaving the knife where it was. By that time, Gus had gotten the axe free and had sunk it into the back of the other's skull, successfully silencing it as well. Poor William's face and upper chest were spattered with thick, gooey blood and brain matter, trailing down his cheeks and neck in sticky clumps. William rolled the now motionless corpse from atop him and accepted Gus's hand to help him get back to his feet. Wiping the gore away from his face, William gave Gus a glare that hovered between gratitude and annoyance. The fifth member of their group, the tall, gangly man named Alan, pointed down from where they had come. "I think they're on to us." The crowd they had been avoiding had heard Sandra's piteous yelp and was moving steadily toward them. The amorphous mass of moaning, reaching, undead, oozing gray rot caused Danielle's heart to skip a beat. She had to stifle an urge to turn and run, leaving Sandra and the three men to their own devices. Danielle's fear was threatening to paralyze her reason and sense of duty. Her breathing, shallow and quick, robbed her brain of oxygen, which made control of her emotions buzzing with fear harder to control still. In a voice that started as a whisper but ended as a desperate scream, Danielle demanded, "Come on, damn it, we have to go, now!" She could see the shock starting to settle deeper into Sandra's eyes. Rather than stoking Danielle's compassion, Sandra's growing dependence only frustrated Danielle all the more, until she wore the anger on her face like a mask. With each step, she was finding it more difficult to stay with them. She could break into a sprint and use them as the distraction to allow her to escape. It wouldn't have taken much convincing on her part. She was nearing that point with each painfully slow step. Sandra struggled to keep her head aloft, a steady flow of spittle dripping from her lower lip in an unending, gooey stream. To Danielle, it looked like Sandra had already given up, She didn't look like she wanted to live. The five of them finally cleared the last few feet of the long apartment complex and found themselves facing worsening options. In front of them sat a few rows of shipping containers stacked atop one another 2 or 3 high, forming an elongated maze. They had to descend another slope, taking them closer to the waterline and a definitive dead end, before they were amongst the rusting metal hulks painted in flaking shades of light green, dark blue, and dingy white. From their vantage point, Danielle could see well into the maze, and was thankful to see that there weren't any of those things already there waiting for them. She looked further out to her left. From her position she could see into the harbor and all the fishing and pleasure boats still tethered to the stout piers. Her brother had lucked into one of the few coveted permanent slips in the harbor. His boat would be easy to spot. She had only a second to decide, and her curiosity won out. When that single indecisive moment quickly passed, she looked and immediately wished she hadn't. The other option they had was to hook around the front of the apartment complex and make their way the other direction, hoping that the fiends didn't cut them off along the narrow road. It really wasn't much of a decision for any of them. Looking over their shoulders one last time, they began the descent. William, too, looked over at the forest of masts. He couldn't see either of his boats. He knew they were there, though. He did, however, see that the piers were overrun with the things stalking back and forth. It looked like an exceptionally busy day of tourism, but something about the inorganic way the creatures moved stood out to him. He hadn't the time to analyze the monsters because the sharp tilt of their path required his entire attention. They ran into problems almost immediately. A lingering frost clung to the grass, turning the incline into a slippery slide. Danielle caught herself when she started to lose her footing, but Gus was not as lucky. He slipped, and his right foot shot out in front of him. He fell onto his posterior with a thud and slid uncomfortably to the bottom, stopping only when his feet hit the gravel surface below. Sandra lost her footing a couple of times, but William and Alan were able to catch her and keep her and themselves from falling onto their faces. Within a short few seconds, they were all down and starting to venture into the wide paths created by the shipping container walls. Lucky for them, the undead were not adept at adapting themselves to the changing conditions caused by varying weather patterns. Their limited reasoning did not equip them to accommodate the frost on the grass. If Gus's descent was less than graceful, then the collective rolling ball of arms and legs crashing down the hill was a disaster. Limbs were crushed, necks were shattered, and their momentum was checked as they tangled together like a bucket of crabs. Limping from his fall, Gus led them to the first intersection and turned left, heading them toward the water. Quickly they came to another cross path perpendicular to the way in which they had been running. He looked both ways, but could only see more shipping containers. Gus led them to another intersection. This time, he looked at everyone else. It was apparent that where he led, they would follow. The problem was that he had no interest in leading them anymore.
Which way?
He asked breathlessly.
Doesn't matter,
William said, desperately trying to hold up the struggling Sandra.
Just keep running. I can still hear them behind us.
They turned right and then made another right. Gus could hear those things behind them, too. He was having a hard time processing what he was seeing. He hadn't been out in the midst of the crowds in the first days, and he obviously didn't know what to expect. He kept rolling through his mind images of driving his axe into that person's back. That person, that thing, didn't even notice. That other one that had bitten Sandra was unhinged with rage. In all his years, Gus had never seen a wild animal attack its victim with such ugliness and disregard. Was it a human being? He couldn't be sure. There wasn't much that was human about it, especially when its face and teeth were painted in Sandra's blood. Gus wanted to run, but his legs weren't responding to his brain's commands. He leaned mightily, but couldn't bring himself to take a step. Danielle was not so encumbered. She stepped around him and started to run. Gus found it much easier to follow than to lead, and so began to move again. William and Alan, with Sandra draped between them, did their best to keep pace. When they emerged from the maze, they were at the exact point where they had started. The area at the foot of the incline was now empty of the creatures, all of which had followed them into and then become lost in the maze. On the ground, in a heap, were 3 of the fiends, with bodies too broken to move but intact enough to hunger, the infection unwilling to release them from its grip. His arms burning from carrying Sandra, who was becoming heavier with each passing moment, Alan asked, "Now what? We're running in circles." Danielle motioned to the slope. "Back up. I bet those things won't be able to follow us." They climbed the hill as quickly as they could manage with the disabled Sandra, and reached the top before any of their pursuers re-emerged. Once back up and looking down, the 4 of them paused to catch their breaths. Sandra even managed to open her eyes for a few moments, though they were filled with confused exhaustion. While everyone else looked back over their shoulders, Danielle was scanning the path in front of them. She could see more of those things further up the hill toward the looming Begich Tower housing complex, but luckily there were none of them in their immediate vicinity. From where she was standing, she couldn't see around the Anchor Inn to Whittier Street, running in front of it, so there was no telling what might be waiting for them around the bend. It was around the bend where the community's lone store sat with its shelves of food and, more importantly for Danielle, medicine. She knew there wouldn't be insulin on the shelves, but she hoped to find some of the glucose sticks which many stores carried in their over-the-counter medicine aisle. Across the street, she remembered there was a sign for a public safety office of some kind. If she was lucky, she could get into there without being seen and get what she needed. Danielle accepted that the store was their first objective because the most needs could be met in one stop. Close to the right was an old-looking building with more painting peeling from its walls that was still clinging to them. Parked in haphazard fashion behind the rusty brown structure were several boats of varying sizes. The back lot had once been enclosed by a wire and wood plank fence, but the barrier had long since laid itself to rest in the overgrown grass and weeds. Parts of the fence still poked themselves up from the ground, but most of it had surrendered to the weight of the world. Danielle led the 5 of them into the yard between the boats. Sandra was leaned against a trailer with grass growing up around and through it. She moaned as she came to rest, her eyes never opening. Alan wiped the cloud of bubbly white spittle from the corner of Sandra's mouth. Alan thought Sandra had been so pretty before, in a slightly damaged kind of way. He had always been drawn to women like her, women who had seen dark times of some sort that had left marks in her expression and her outlook upon life, like a permanent shadow across her countenance. Her beauty had a hint of sadness to it which, to Alan, made her face shine. None of that was there now. She didn't look like the same person anymore. Her skin looked so thin and frail, like it could simply peel away to the softer tissue underneath at any moment. He thought he could see the veins in her cheeks, especially following each shallow breath. While Alan watched and cared for Sandra, William and Gus checked the back door of the shop, thankfully finding it unlocked, but closed. Danielle watched despairingly when the 2 men disappeared into the building. She was still kneeling where she had stopped after leading them there. She was shaking all over and couldn't find the will to rein in her fright. She couldn't have gone with the 2 men regardless. When all was said and done, though, it didn't matter. William was quickly out and running back to their hiding spot next to the dry, rotted fishing boat. Grabbing Danielle's arm roughly, he hoisted her to her feet. She shot him a look, but acknowledged what he communicated with his eyes. Stepping forward a couple of feet, she peered in both directions and then sprinted across the gravel lot to the still open door. When Gus stepped into the open doorway, Danielle squeaked with surprise, but didn't slow one bit, such was her focus. She was in the door and crouched in a corner well before William and Alan were able to help Sandra get inside. Looking back through the door to ensure they hadn't been seen, William closed it behind them and turned to face everyone. In the shop's main workroom, a cavernous garage, sat motors of all shapes and sizes still resting in various states of disrepair both on and off several workbenches. The industrially sweet aroma of fuel and lubricants filled their noses with each breath. The shop was dark, though the day's scant light coming through the front windows made navigating the tight quarters manageable. They were in the back where the tools were kept, and the work was done. They could hear the pounding of footsteps outside and were thankful when those footsteps went on by without stopping at the door. They thought they could hear pursuers out back continuing through the lot and away from them. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, though Sandra was struggling to find her breath to fill her lungs, let alone sigh. Alan pressed torn cloths to her wound and applied pressure, but nothing staunched the bleeding. They sat Sandra in a chair in the front of the shop and tried to make her comfortable. Despite their efforts, her suffering continued.
"What the hell is wrong with those people?"
William said, still shaking from their close encounter.
"I mean, Gus planted his axe in that guy's back and he didn't even notice. How is that possible?"
His wide eyes scanned from each one of them to another, hoping for some kind of explanation. None came. They were all dumbfounded, like they were surviving some kind of horrible dream, despite having heard stories from Danielle and the others over the past weeks. It defied reason. Danielle watched Sandra close her eyes and try to rest.
"What are we going to do about her?"
she asked quietly. "What do you mean by that?" Alan said, standing up. "We need to get her back to the cove. We can't possibly help her out here. We don't have the proper supplies to—"
"We're not suggesting we are going to abandon her or anything," William cut in. "But we're here now. We need to get what we came for. Danielle needs medicine. We need batteries and—"
"And whiskey, damn it,"
Gus said. They rolled their eyes at his attempt at humor, but truth be told, Gus did want to get his hands on some booze. He wasn't a drunk before the apocalypse, but he was trying his hardest to become one since. He'd worked for one of the lodges in Shotgun Cove as a cook, but his career had been put on hiatus. His worry and his fear had driven his thirst, and his lack of responsibility had made it all the more easy. There was very little alcohol left at the lodge, so he needed to replenish his stash. There were several places in Whittier where he might find some hooch, and he had every intention of not leaving empty-handed. With the sound of movement outside subsiding, they settled down somewhat and considered what they should do next. After a discussion, none of them had any ideas aside from getting back to the cove safely. They weren't necessarily paralyzed with fear, but their doubt and concern for their safety was palpable. Finally, Danielle said,
"I don't have a choice, but the rest of you do. I have to find some insulin or something like it. Anything is better than nothing. The store might have it, and it's right there at the top of the hill. I can run over there and then hurry back."
She paused and looked at each of them hopefully.
"I'd really like it if you all would wait for me. I don't think I can make it back to the cove on my own."
William sighed loudly, one filled with doubtful resignation mixed with fear.
"You don't have to go by yourself. I'm in. I'll help you."
To cut the mood, Gus added,
"And I still need some whiskey. Does that drugstore sell it?"
Danielle shook her head doubtfully, raising her shoulders. She was still afraid, but not having to face the streets and whatever might be waiting for her on them alone helped to steel her nerves to her task. Sensing her fear and lingering doubt, Gus joked,
"Okay, but if there's no booze, I'm gonna be pissed."
Danielle nodded her understanding. She wanted to say something, anything, but was afraid she was going to lose total control of her emotions. It was so unlike her, and she found the new developments particularly irritating. They determined that Alan would stay with Sandra, who was shivering and suffering silently. Her color was fading quickly, leaving her cheeks almost opaque with spidery blue veins threatening to burst forth from her thin skin. They were all worried about Sandra, but Alan said he would keep her safe until they returned. They were only expected to be gone a few minutes, when the group could head back to the cove. Chapter 11. Looking up at the short hill facing them, they figured it would be a quick uphill run to the Anchor Inn that sat immediately adjacent to the store to which they were ultimately headed. The grassy slope was open except for 2 old fishing boats suffering from a lethal dose of dry rot. Danielle, William, and Gus exited through a side door and stopped themselves in their tracks almost at once. They were back outside, where those things might be waiting for them. It was unsettling to think of oneself as prey. To their left and up the short hill was the Anchor Inn. That would be their first stop. Danielle would have liked to be going straight to the store, but the angle of slope leading to it was too sharp and the surface too wet. They would all likely end up sliding on their bellies to their certain doom. The Anchor Inn, it was decided, was their best option. It was only so far away when they looked at it from the windows inside the shop. They could almost reach out and touch it. Standing in the open and looking up at it was a completely different story. Danielle wasn't sure how far it was, but she didn't like it one bit. The fact that it was all uphill didn't help matters in the least. Sharing one last look, the 3 of them started the short but steep climb. They didn't see any of those things, but could hear them down the hill. The sound was enough to light a fire under each of them and propel them toward their destination. About halfway up, first Danielle and then Gus slipped on the slick grass. Danielle hit heavily and slid back down, a worried grunt escaping as she struggled to get back to her feet. Finally able to get her footing, Danielle didn't bother to brush off the wet leaves or clumps of muddy grass from her jacket or pants. She merely wanted to make up the difference and get to the back of the small inn at the top of the hill. The Anchor Inn originally housed United States Army communications stations and headquarters offices. It was built with utility in mind, so the architecture of the outside of the building was less than an aesthetic marvel, but it was solidly built and attracted attention from entrepreneurs who saw more in the little building in the little town. And so the Anchor Inn was born. The building offered a handful of nicely redecorated and finished rooms, laundry facilities, and a restaurant that doubled as a nightclub for locals in the evenings. That all changed those many weeks ago. Now it was simply a solid building which could either be an asset or an obstacle to them. When she reached the dirty wall, Danielle, nearly hyperventilating, pressed herself flat against the building. The much larger William and older Gus both struggled up the hill very quickly thereafter. William shot Danielle a surprised look. Despite having fallen, Danielle still managed to beat both of the men to the inn. She stared back, wide-eyed and gasping, but understanding the compliment nonetheless. With William in the lead, the 3 of them crept around to the side opposite the store. The door on that side of the building, to all of their relief, was much more easily accessible. They hated being out in the open and feeling so exposed and vulnerable. To William's relief, the glass door was not locked. The 3 of them slunk through the barely cracked open door. They wanted to pass without notice under the radar of their hunters. Inside, in the dark stillness of the first-floor entrance, which sat at the bottom of a wide staircase, Danielle struggled to see. The time it was taking her eyes to adjust to the faint light was maddening. Something about their current circumstances raised alarms in her head. She was acutely aware of a smell that was both sweet and fetid and filled the space all around them. It reeked of mildew and something unfamiliar but sinister. A powerful shiver ran up Danielle's spine and down her arms, taking her breath, and she shook uncontrollably. When William touched her on the shoulder, she nearly jumped out of her clothes. She saw the desperate look in his eyes and glanced to where he was looking. At the top of the stairs, with its back to the 3 of them, stood one of the ghouls. Danielle's breath caught in the back of her throat and her heart skipped a beat. If it hadn't been for William's steadying hand, she may very well have swooned out of consciousness. She remained standing and took a step back from the stairs. With all the agility and enthusiasm of a rusty hinge, the creature pivoted on its sore-covered, bony feet until it was looking down at them. At the moment of recognition, the zombie jolted with spasms, nearly sending it toppling down the stairs. Its skin and exposed muscles around its mouth cracked audibly as it started to chomp the air aggressively, creating a nauseating clicking. William had seen and heard enough. He raised the hefty revolver in his hand and fired. The large-caliber handgun roared like a cannon, sending its heavy slug into and through the creature's chest. The grievous wound barely produced a reaction from the monster that seemed not to notice. The impact did set the thing back 2 paces and created enough time for William to pull the trigger again to much the same effect. Finding courage he didn't realize he had, Gus mounted the stairs in 3 quick bounds and swung his axe like a mighty Norseman, sinking the blade into the side of the creature's head. The skull beneath the thin layer of emaciated skin was weak and collapsed beneath the weight of Gus's swing. Its head split like a ripe melon, splattering jelly-like matter onto the wall behind. Not anticipating the ease of the impact, Gus spun on his heels, swinging the axe around dangerously, spreading more of the soft and gooey inner matter into the air. Ducking reflexively to avoid the axe, Danielle and William were stunned still at the bottom of the stairs. Coming to rest, finally, Gus shot Danielle and William a surprised and not wholly comfortable smile. His breathing was shallow and labored, though it was apparent his breathlessness wasn't from exertion. He was about to speak when sudden movements to his right got his attention. A wobbling, teetering female ghoul draped in the remnants of a dingy white t-shirt and a blood-spattered white apron was coming at him from near the bar in the dark pub. Most of her long, dark hair had either fallen out or been pulled from her scalp, leaving only hints and wisps of black along her head. Dark, angry clouds stormed in her eyes. She walked through the maze of tables and chairs scattered haphazardly around the white, tiled floor, growling and hissing like a feral animal stalking its prey. She cleared the tables in seconds, then found her legs capable of more pace. Gus shook his head incredulously.
It's Heidi, the bartender. She doesn't look very good.
The fiend walked right into Gus's axe as it came down upon her head. The blade drove through flesh, bone, and brain tissue and didn't stop until it sank into Heidi's neck where it joined her chest. In the failing light of the dark bar, Heidi the bartender's mangled flesh and bone of her upper third didn't look human. It barely resembled anything remotely akin to an animal. From the right angle, she looked like some horrifying new variety of carnivorous Venus flytrap, its sickening trap gaping open in hungry invitation. The ghoul's hands finally and thankfully fell to her sides, but she didn't fall immediately. It was obvious to Gus that the axe was there permanently, so he released the handle. When he did so, the still-standing, headless former bartender spilled to the floor in a heap of rotted flesh and splintered bones.
I'm so sorry, Heidi,
Gus whispered. He looked down at William sorrowfully.
I always liked her. She poured tall drinks and always smiled at me.
Neither William nor Danielle commented. They moved their disbelieving stare from Gus to the 2 new crumpled bodies. The 3 of them were jolted from their stupor by the sudden banging against the outside of the glass door behind them. Danielle retreated and whispered worriedly,
It's more of those things. They must know we're in here.
William was backing up the stairs. He readjusted his grip on the tire iron in his left hand. The tool was becoming increasingly heavier and harder to manage, but he was thankful he had it. Danielle was holding the long filleting knife, while Gus was attempting unsuccessfully to extricate his axe from Heidi the ghoul's body. Looking over his shoulder for anywhere to run and hide, William said, Those glass doors aren't going to hold them for long. We better get out of here. A familiar and unpleasant sensation pressed Danielle's chest uncomfortably. She was reminded of earlier when Nikisha's truck was pushing the ovens. Danielle realized it likely wasn't the sound of the appliances grinding themselves along the pavement that she had heard. It was those things. Their moaning was more than a sound. It was like auditory poisoning for the soul, like icy daggers. It cut her to the core. Feeling a surge of helplessness overtake her, Danielle said,
There's nowhere to hide from those things. They just don't stop.
William grabbed Danielle's arm when the first cracks appeared in the glass and quickly became spreading webs of fissures.
Come on, damn it. We can't stay here.
Through the moaning buzz, Danielle thought she heard something else, something familiar and promising. She swore she heard voices, human voices. She resisted William's pull and strained to listen. William tugged again, and Danielle pulled her arm free and took a step away from him. She said, "Shh,
I can hear something."
Confused, William answered,
Yeah, me too. That's why we got to run. Come on, little girl.
No, listen. Can't you hear that? It's voices, not moans.
Gus wasn't waiting around. He wandered deeper into the darkened bar to the front of the room where a pair of large windows looked out over the street below. He tried to navigate the floor covered with broken bottles, dishes, and furniture, and finally made it to the windows. Pulling back the shade only enough for him to be able to get a good look and let in a minute glimmer of light from outside, he peered out. He rubbed his eyes and looked more closely.
She's right,
He called back to them.
there's some people out there. Real people, I mean. They're kicking the shit out of those things.
Gus watched as the 2 men and 2 women used baseball bats and some other heavy tools to wade into a crowd of about 10 of those things, and that was just what he was able to see from his limited vantage point. There may have been more of the monsters, but he couldn't tell. The people attacked the monsters ruthlessly, killing or incapacitating them with every swing or thrust. The 4 of them created a path of blood and destruction through the street and to the Anchor Inn's front door. When the sounds of hands and fists hitting the front door dissipated, William went back down the stairs and stood at the door, listening, his mouth too dry to swallow. He couldn't find the courage to open the door. Standing there, though, and not knowing what awaited him on the other side was enough to stall his intentions. Then Danielle was standing next to him. They looked at one another and pushed the door together. Thankfully, the door opened without obstruction, meaning no one was standing on the outside waiting for them. All of the creatures had been drawn away from the door by the approach of the other people. William moved to the front steps just outside the front door and looked into the street, where he saw a man swinging an aluminum baseball bat around like a ninja or a Jedi wielding his saber. He handled the bat like a man with a lot of practice doing it. It was both reassuring and troubling to William. Out of instinct, William placed himself between Danielle and the newcomers. People capable of such wanton devastation were not to be taken lightly or complacently. William watched the group pummel the final 2 walking dead to the ground, then look at him standing in the doorway. A man in the group said,
Get inside before the others come back. We have to get out of sight.
He was emphatic, but not desperate. Almost calm, as if this were just another task on another day for him and the others with him. Danielle nodded and, without a word, followed his command. They ducked into the hotel entrance, hiding themselves from any approaching ghouls. The man, not much older than Danielle, said to the other man in his group,
Jerry, we need them to keep moving down the road away from us. Any ideas?
Jerry nodded.
Yeah, I think I can arrange something. Maybe I can throw a bottle down away from us, draw them downstream a bit.
Looking to the stairs and into the darker room beyond, the man said,
We should probably all move back in that direction, just in case.
Watching and listening from the top of the stairs, Gus said to Jerry,
There's a door on the other side of the bar. We can go up to the 3rd floor. Should be able to get some good height and distance. But why do we need to do that?
Jerry climbed the stairs in a flash and was following Gus across the bar toward the other entrance.
Sound, he said. They're attracted to sound.
The 2 men stepped over the now lifeless body of Heidi the bartender with the axe handle standing and pointing to the ceiling like a low-budget version of Excalibur. Recognizing the corpse as having recently been dispatched, the young man said,
Nice work. You?
Gus managed an awkward smile. The mutilated corpse with the axe handle sprouting from its throat was perhaps the most horrible thing Gus had ever seen, and he was being complimented on having done it. He was taken a little off guard by the sentiment. Gus grabbed an empty Bacardi rum bottle from atop the bar and met Jerry at the back entrance to the bar, which sat on the second floor and opened onto a steep metal staircase. The two men went out the door. Standing at the window and peering through a tiny opening in the blinds, Danielle watched from the shadows as the new group of ghoulish people in the street reached not too far from the bar's street-side entrance. They stood waiting, yet they were anything but dormant. They jerked spasmodically, their heads tilting from the left to the right as if they were trying to figure an answer to a question they couldn't remember. They snarled and growled in confused frustration, their limbs responding to the same stimulus trembled with tics and spasms. She was reminded of Cameron in his inhuman responses to stimuli. She could see the same hate-filled rage in their faces that she saw in her friends those many days ago. She couldn't imagine still standing out there in their midst. It was too terrifying to even consider in her mind. Danielle looked over at the new faces with her and saw only business in their eyes. She was thankful for their emergence but nervous about their intent. These weren't ordinary people like her, William, and Gus. They scared her, but not in the same way that those ghouls in the street scared her. The exploding glass bottle somewhere out of view and up the street surprised Danielle and, significantly, the beasts in the street. As one, the things turned their heads and then their bodies toward the sound, shuffling excitedly up the road and away from the Anchor Inn. The door on the far side of the bar opened and closed again quickly, bringing with it another sigh of relief from all of them. With a sense of calm returning along with Jerry and Gus, the man leading the new group of people said to Danielle, William, and Gus, "I'm Neil. It's good to see you folks." Chapter 12. They were quiet for a long time. Everyone shared curious, if a little guarded, looks with one another. There were so many questions that needed to be asked. The room was charged with excitement and trepidation, but no words. No one knew how to begin. For a good long while, no one dared move. William stood at the top of the stairs, looking down at the others below him. He eyed each of the newcomers, including the 3 children with them. The 2 men and one of the women especially got his attention. They looked so rough and serious. Each of the 3 sported rifles strapped across their backs and pistols on their hips. The man identifying himself as Neil was also carrying a shotgun. The oldest child, a boy, was armed with a small-caliber hunting rifle as well. They had more guns on them than they had people in their group. The 2 little girls, however, were utterly disarming in their eyes. There was no fear or malice to be had in either of them, and for that reason William relaxed his grip on the revolver. Hunger finally got the better of some of the newcomers, who crowded up the steps and into the bar area that had also doubled as a restaurant during the day. They found bags of chips, cans of nuts, and drink garnishes in jars under the bar. They passed around the food, which was only barely technically food, each taking a bit and passing it down. It appeared to Danielle that these people hadn't eaten in days, and she was right. The adults made certain that the kids had eaten before any of them took their handfuls. Neil pointed to the kitchen door and the window that looked into the dark room beyond. He asked, "Is there anything left in there?" Perplexed by the quickness with which these strangers were getting comfortable, William finally asked, "Who are you people?" With his mouth full of peanut butter and crackers, Neil answered, "We're just like you, ordinary people trying to stay alive." "Have you been here in Whittier all this time?" Neil looked over at Emma, sitting not too far off and downing some sort of orange sports drink. "No, we just got into Whittier today. We heard a gunshot and found you. Just sheer luck, really." Absently, Emma said,
"You shouldn't shoot unless you have to. It draws Zeeks to you."
She scarcely looked up from the jar of maraschino cherries in front of her. "Zeeks?"
"It's what we started calling them a while back,"
Jerry explained.
"It was easier than saying zombie this or undead that."
William rolled in his mind what Jerry had just said before he spoke again. "So that's it, then? Those folks out there, they're dead?"
I mean, they should be dead?
That's it in a nutshell, Emma answered emotionlessly. Doesn't seem hardly possible, but there you have it.
She didn't raise her eyes from the jar holding the sweet red jewels in the sugary, syrupy juice as she summed up the situation. Gus, frustrated that he had yet to lay his hands on some liquor, said,
But how? Why? Where did it all start?
Emma glanced over at Jules and Danny, sitting near a pile of snack-sized bags of chips, most already opened. She knew the story well, but did not possess the patience to relate it at the moment.
What does it really matter how it started or why? Would it matter one way or the other? It's just the way it is, whether we like it or not.
Emma was maneuvering something in her mouth and then produced a tied cherry stem.
What about here?
She asked then.
How did those things get in Whittier? The tunnel is closed. I kind of thought it would have shut them out. What happened?
Bad luck, really, Danielle said. She looked at Gus and William and answered for the three of them.
I guess it was on the first day. It must have been. Some guy who'd gotten infected made it inside the tunnel in a cab before the gate was shut. The cabbie had no idea. Poor guy has blamed himself ever since. It wasn't his fault, just bad luck. Damned shame, really. This would have been the ideal hiding spot.
Jerry asked,
Where have you been hiding?
What makes you think we haven't been here all along?
William asked, not hiding his suspicion.
It just seems like you guys were out looking for something is all,
Jerry said.
Like you were on a mission and planned on going back to somewhere else. Are you in that big building? The Buckner building or whatever it's called?
Gus shook his head as he looked at his two companions. He understood the need for caution, but was not very adept at subterfuge, and so didn't offer any further explanation. William finally said,
There are others. Not a bunch, but a few just outside of town. We've got a tight group that looks out for one another. I guess you could say we're in a safe spot. We haven't seen any of those things, yet. Seeing them now, though, I think maybe we should take some steps to make it a little more secure.
With that said, Danielle wondered aloud.
How did you guys get in here if the tunnel is still closed? It's still closed, isn't it?
William's comment shot a silent alarm through Neil's, Emma's, Jerry's, and Jess's minds as they immediately thought of the militia back in Soldatna and the little community they had created. It was an experiment in control, intimidation, and cruelty. Jess had survived living there for months and had seen the true cost of compromising what was right for what was deemed safe. She wasn't willing to let that happen again, no matter the cost. Her first thought was to go back over the mountain and find somewhere else to hide. She'd had enough of letting others decide her fate. The look she shot Neil made her thoughts perfectly clear. Neil looked almost apologetic when he answered Danielle, trying to roll over in his mind what William had said.
There's a service trail that runs over the mountain. It's not too terribly easy to find, but if you know where it is, well, we started on it early this morning, and, like I said before, we got into town in time to hear your gunshot. It was a lucky coincidence running into you. Emma's right, though. You shouldn't use these things unless you have to. They're drawn to the sound like sharks to blood. He raised the assault rifle he was carrying to clarify his reference. If you can face them in ones and twos, they aren't that bad. But you want to avoid packs of them. And if you get bit, then it's over.
Neil wanted to ask for some more details about the community William mentioned, but some growing noises outside caused all of them to duck down again and silence their voices. The shuffling of footsteps was accompanied by an aggressive buzzing sensation that upset Danielle's stomach and gave her a headache. It was those things, blunt, soul-crushing moans which filled her with such disgust. While Danielle, William, and Gus were all frozen with fear from the sounds and the rising, unexplained nausea, the others with them all tensed, but in a manner consistent with a spring ready to explode outward. Neil, Jerry, Emma, and the others all seemed much harder and seasoned. They carried the sharp edge of survivors who'd lived through the worst of what the world had to offer. Danielle was both scared and reassured to have these newcomers with them. In a lot of respects, they reminded Danielle of many of the elders from her village who had grown up during the harder times in the past. Those elders grew up before electricity or indoor plumbing had arrived in most of the villages. They were people who subsistence hunted for real, and didn't just call what they did subsistence hunting because they could. Those elders watched loved ones succumb to common ailments and infections, unheard of in this day and age. When Danielle looked at them, she could see the same mix of defiance and loss in their eyes. She thought of her grandfather as ancient as the rivers and the trees, even when she was a very young girl. He told her stories of the old ones and their struggles to survive the legendary winters of the past. Danielle wondered what kind of horrific tales these folks could relate to her from their experiences in the heart of the tempest that had ravaged their world. In a twisted, can't-turn-your-eyes-away-from-the-traffic accident sort of way, Danielle wanted to ask them for all the gritty details, but she lacked the courage to bring up those questions. Neil broke her train of thought when he again pointed to the kitchen door and asked, "Have you already gone through the kitchen? Is there any food in there still?" William shook his head, distracted by the sounds outside. Curious now, Neil worried aloud. "Have you swept this place for any more Zeeks?" This last question raised alarms with everyone. Gus had climbed behind the bar and was inventorying the liquor bottles, but leapt away from the door in question, his clumsy hop over the bar knocking over a pair of empty bottles. Everyone cringed as the bottles rattled to the floor with a crash, but did not shatter. Easily shifting into her role, Emma swung around on her feet and pulled a pistol from a holster under her arm. Danielle jumped back and found a spot in which to hide behind William's huge frame. She looked at Emma and doubted she could ever be as strong and sure as her. Danielle watched as Neil, Jerry, and Emma went to work. They each went into the swinging kitchen door one after the other. Danielle wasn't sure who went in first, but the fact that they did so blindly into the darkness amazed her. From the other side of the door, Danielle heard the rattle and clank of metal pots and pans and some other moving about, but none of the sounds of battle. Jerry re-emerged with a smile on his face and cans and boxes of food in his hand. Danielle was struck with the pleasant charm in his face and the strength in his eyes. She turned away with the blush glowing in her cheeks, thinking to herself that this was neither the time nor the place. The woman and the two little girls reacted quite differently to Jerry and his bounty. The three of them nearly floated across the floor to the food in the young man's arms. There was corn, chili, baked beans, evaporated milk, chips, cookies, and even a bag of Nestle's semi-sweet chocolate chips. From behind Jerry, first Emma and then Neil appeared through the door, similarly encumbered. Each unloaded his or her armload onto the bar and stepped back. There was likely more food than they would be able to carry, but each had sworn not to leave a single morsel unless it just wouldn't fit. The little girl named Jules said with wonder,
"There's more food than I've ever seen. That'll last forever."
Even the stern-faced William cracked a smile. "I think we should pack up whatever we can carry and maybe hide the rest so we can come back to it later," Neil suggested. Carefully placing full bottle after full bottle into his own bag, Gus asked,
"And then?"
Emma answered that one.
"And then we get our asses out of this death trap."
William cast a protective look toward Danielle. "Food isn't all we came looking for. We need—"
"Insulin,"
Danielle said.
"I need insulin."
"Diabetic?" Neil asked. Danielle nodded and sighed. Looking from Danielle to William and back again, Neil asked, "Where do you think we might find insulin in Whittier?"
"We were headed to the store next door when you guys showed up. I hoped that maybe I'd be able to find some over there."
Jerry asked,
"Is it a drugstore?"
Danielle shook her head and knew what to expect next. Jerry looked over at Neil with a doubtful, reproaching eye and shook his head.
"I don't think it's a good idea."
William started to interrupt, but Jerry said,
"The public safety office is across the street. We'd be more likely to find it there than at the store. We need to get across the street.
Yeah, William said. Let's get that done and head on back. With that comment, William looked at Neil and the others and nodded, but for a different reason. Chapter 13. The street immediately in front of the inn was empty. Not even the wind stirred. Neil was hopeful that perhaps they could make it across and back quickly, though in the back of his mind was the nagging reminder that very little had gone their way in the recent past. They had just run from one worsening crisis to another, leaving a trail of bodies that were once their friends along the way. With him were Jerry, Danielle, and William. Emma, to her obvious chagrin, was selected to remain behind, but she realized there wasn't time for an argument, so she consented without a fight. Neil ran down the noisy metal stairs which ran down the side of the building and out to the street. Each metal step clanged out a song that he was sure echoed in the street. "We run across the street and don't stop until we're on the other side," Neil whispered. "We don't turn around and lead any of those things to the others." His tone left no doubt that it was a specific order. Taking a deep breath and then exhaling it slowly, Neil stepped into the street and looked both right and left. Still nothing. He ran hard and fast, holding his breath and focusing his eyes on the public safety letters stenciled on the side of the mint-green building in front of him. The others were tight on his hip. Their group hustled across the street in a flash and into a nondescript white door. Once inside, they breathed more calmly in the quiet darkness. They weren't sure where they had gone. It was the first door any of them saw, and so they took it. Neil and Jerry turned on their flashlights quickly, afraid of what might be lurking in the darkness. It turned out they were standing in a garage with a second-hand ambulance parked in it. They allowed their eyes to adjust to the darkness and their breathing to return to normal. Jerry asked,
"Could there be any insulin in the ambulance?"
Danielle shrugged, though she wasn't certain anyone could see the gesture, so she added,
"I don't know. I've never been in one. Worth a look, probably."
Her words came out in a staccato stream of syllables. They inched along until they were rounding the back of the blue and white vehicle. Neil's beam of light lit up an open doorway leading deeper into the building. The air coming in through the door was stale and reeked of rot. Anticipating company, Neil readied his aluminum bat and handed the flashlight to Danielle, standing immediately behind him. He took a step beyond their group, but still one step away from the doorway. He couldn't see much beyond the end of his nose, but suspected that they were not alone. From behind him, he heard the ambulance's back doors open and hoped they would find what Danielle needed. He didn't relish the thought of searching through the darkened halls and rooms without knowing where to begin looking. Neil peeked over his shoulder and saw William now standing behind him with the flashlight. Danielle and Jerry were just then climbing back down out of the ambulance, both with very satisfied smiles on their faces. Jerry had a new, very full bag on over his shoulder. Jerry said,
"I think we're set."
"You found insulin?" Neil asked.
"Oh, yeah, and then some."
Not taking his eyes from the doorway, Neil backed away. "Okay, then let's get while the getting's good. I think we've just about run out of our luck for today." As those words were leaving his lips, a grim, spasmodic figure shuffled into the flashlight's beam. William backed up reflexively and uttered, "Oh, dear God." Luckily, it was just the one coming at them, but the closeness of the space around them helped create an overwhelming sense of terror. The wretched ghoul groaned and stumbled further into the room. Its eyes nearly glowed in the darkness and reflected back the flashlight's beam. The thing was wearing a paramedic's uniform, though much of its right side had been ripped and chewed to shreds, leaving the uniform nearly unrecognizable. Its right arm, bandaged from elbow to wrist in graying, festering strips of adhesive surgical tape, was flimsy and partially limp.
"Shoot it!"
Danielle demanded in a voice approaching a desperate squeal. William didn't raise his pistol. Neil and Jerry had other ideas in mind, and since Neil was standing between the ghoul and himself, William felt obliged to watch the other two men work. The black man, standing almost as big as two men, sat on the sidelines and served as the spotlight man with the flashlight. Neil used the bat like a spear, jabbing the end of it into the Zeke's chest and forced it back a bit. With the room he created, Neil leaned back and swung the bat above his head like he was chopping firewood. The blow found its mark, striking the creature on the top of its head. The entire left side of its head crushed. The walking corpse tilted backward and fell out of sight. "Taking them on one at a time is pretty easy," Neil said, "especially if they've been turned for a bit. The fresh ones are a little trickier because they move so fast, but we've been running into fewer and fewer of those."
They move quicker when they are bunched together, Jerry added. They feed off of one another. They get more excited, more agitated. You want to stay away from groups of them if you can. I want to stay away from all of them, whether they're alone or with buddies, Danielle admitted. They're just terrifying, Jerry finished for her. Probably the scariest thing you've ever seen. Me too. He closed the big rear door. It sucks, but the unfortunate reality is that you're destined to see a lot more than you would ever want. They're everywhere, and if you want to stay alive, you have to learn how to beat them. It's either them or us, and I've got no interest in being something's dinner. Danielle asked, "So what do we do?" Jerry pointed at Neil and answered, "What he says. He's kept us alive from the very beginning. And right now, he says it's time to go, so we go." When the foursome returned to the bar, they were pleasantly surprised to find that all the newly pilfered supplies had been packed into backpacks and other bags to be toted away. "Okay," Emma said. "We can get on the road now, but where to?"
"First, we gotta go get Alan and Sandra," William said. Emma asked,
"Alan and Sandra? Where are they?"
Sandra got bit by one of those things, and Alan stayed behind to watch out for her," Gus explained. "They're in a building at the foot of the hill."
"Bit?" Jerry said sharply. "When you say bit, what exactly do you mean?" Danielle's eyes followed Jerry's as he beamed concern to the others from his group. This was the first they had heard about Alan and Sandra and were especially alarmed by the fact that one of them had been bitten. They knew, and Danielle was beginning to understand as well, that time was working against them. They needed to get back to Alan and Sandra. Chapter 14. Something. A sound, a spied movement, whatever, had attracted a group of the gray ghouls to the street outside the Anchor Inn. They loitered expectantly in the middle of the muddy, uneven pavement, hoping to sate the hunger burning them from the inside out. Their hyper-alert senses sought any clues, any evidence to lead them to prey. Peeking through the window blinds, William asked, "How do we deal with this?"
"There's a ladder on the side of the building that looked like it led up to the roof," Emma said. "If we could get up there, then we could go over to the ladder and get down to the street away from the Zeeks out front."
Neil asked, "How do we get up to the roof?"
"Is there a way up to the roof from the top of the stairs out the side door?" Jerry asked. Gus nodded enthusiastically.
"Yeah, I think we can get up there. Let me take a look."
Neil said, "No, wait." But Gus was already opening the door widely. Too widely. Before anyone could react, a set of yellowing teeth forced themselves into the vacant space and found an inviting patch of flesh on Gus's neck. The teeth sank into the warm, salty skin and were rewarded with a gush of briny blood. The thick red fluid spilled down the zombie's throat like syrup, exciting it into a frenzy. Gus screeched and tried to pull himself free, but the snarling creature tightened its grip and drove its teeth deeper. Danielle watched speechlessly. She wasn't able to muster a scream or even a peep as Gus was overwhelmed and driven down. When Gus hit the floor, another of the gray-skinned devils climbed through, content to join the other one in devouring the still struggling but waning Gus. When its eyes caught sight of the others starting to evacuate the room, the beast lost all interest in the cooling meal at his feet. It stumbled deeper into the bar in pursuit of fresh meat. Before it moved more than a step, another of the things was starting to press itself inside. Emma responded the fastest. She raised her assault rifle and unleashed a furious volley at the intruders. Not all of her bullets were on target, but enough were to stop the two focused on all of them. The other was still content to eat Gus and not bother with the rest of them. Through the reverberating echo and ringing from the gunshots, Neil could hear the undeniable click and clank of footsteps on the stairs outside. Standing much closer to Emma and her rifle, Danielle couldn't hear the footsteps, though she could feel a building knot in her chest. Danielle asked Emma,
"I thought you said not to shoot."
Gritting her teeth, Emma shot back.
"When they know you're there and they're coming at you, it's time to take the gloves off and go to work."
Neil pulled the trigger on his shotgun and hit the next one as it emerged in the doorway. The blast at such close range from his powerful weapon did amazing damage and with tremendous force. The mostly decapitated corpse was thrown backward violently, hitting and sending over the low metal railing the ghoul immediately behind it. Neil shouted, "Go! Now!" Neil and Emma backed away slowly, allowing the others to get away first. Jerry and William were leading them and were the first to hear and see the fists pounding on the already compromised glass doors at the other entrance. The two men stopped for a second, and Jerry asked hopefully,
"Is there another way out?"
I don't know for sure," William stammered. "There's a laundry room down that way, and I don't know what else."
"Go then, go. I'll follow."
William ran down the stairs and then into a short hallway which led to a very tight laundry room with 3 coin-operated washers and dryers. They packed themselves into the little room and slammed the door shut. William, Neil, and Jerry maneuvered a washer and then a dryer in front of the door. They stacked the 2 appliances atop one another, sliding a third one up against the other 2 to add some weight. Neil whispered,
"That should hold them, but how are we going to get out of here?"
He looked up to the lone window in the room. It sat high on the far wall and wasn't really much of a window. When the pounding started against the door, shaking the appliances pushing against it, Neil knew they had to try. Again, he, Jerry, and William moved a pair of appliances against the wall below the window. This time the washer felt heavier and the dryer put up more of a fight. After a few desperate seconds, the 3 men stood back. The door was holding, allowing them all a moment to catch their breaths. It wasn't going to last, and Neil knew it. He looked up at the window, and Jerry, sensing Neil's intentions, climbing up the glossy white Maytag slope. Though high on the inside wall, the window was at a very moderate height on the outside. They could and did climb out the window quickly, gathering out of sight and out of mind of any of those things. They were out, and free of any pursuers. The shop where Sandra and Alan were waiting was in front of them and at the foot of the hill. It was a short run down a gentle, grassy slope, and then they would be there. They rushed down the hill, trying to capitalize on their momentum. If they stalled, fear might cause them to second-guess their decisions and plans. They ran hard down the slope, all of them aiming for the front entrance. Opening the door, they ran into the waiting area in the front of the shop, but stopped. Alan wasn't there, and Sandra was no longer lying on the little couch. The magazines, once stacked neatly on the little table in the middle of the room, were scattered all over the floor. Something was very wrong. Danielle thought that maybe Alan had taken Sandra back to the truck, fearing that the others had suffered similar fates. Then they heard a horrible, wet, ripping noise, followed by the undeniable sound of chewing. On the floor leading away from the couch where they had left Sandra, they saw some smeared, bloody footprints leading to the back. With bats, an axe, and firearms at the ready, the group inched their way toward the sound. Rounding the wall, they came upon the scene. Alan was on his stomach with several engine parts across his legs. Sandra was sitting across his back, chewing on bits of blood-dripping flesh, which hung from her mouth. As one piece dropped from her teeth, she leaned down and tore another juicy morsel from the seeping, mortal wound on Alan's neck and shoulder. A rapidly expanding pool of red covered the floor around Alan. The man wasn't moving, and didn't appear to be breathing. He was an island of flesh in a sea of blood. When Sandra realized she was being watched, she leapt to her feet with the agility of a cat. She looked at the others like she was sizing up her next meal, and then sprinted toward them. William brought her down like a tree with Gus's axe. The blade struck Sandra on the side of her head near her ear, sinking into her skull and scrambling her brain. Sorrow filling his eyes, William said,
"Alan was my friend, you bitch."
When he removed the axe, the thing that was once Sandra fell to the floor without any further protest. William wasn't done. He swung his axe again, hitting Sandra in her forehead between her still open eyes, the sockets of which quickly filled with blood as her skull, now with several fissures in it, came apart. Standing over the corpse, they heard another sound coming from the back of the shop. With alarm in his eyes, Neil looked at Jerry and then at William. Jerry said,
"Danielle, can you take William and the others out to the front lobby so that we can get ready to move again?"
I don't understand,
Danielle asked, confused.
Shouldn't we all?
"Just get William out of here. Now."
The big black man protested, but he must have suspected Neil's reasoning.
He said, "No, I want to say goodbye to my friend. I can't just—"
William's words were cut short by the sudden appearance of a confused, rage-filled Alan in the doorway. William smiled for a moment, but then realized something was amiss. He was about to ask Alan what he could do to help when the other man lurched forward. William fell backward, trying to avoid the attack, tripping over a magazine table. Alan was still standing and ready to set upon his friend when Neil swung his bat in the tight quarters of the shop waiting area. His first swing was off target, hitting Alan in the shoulder. It was enough to send the recently turned zombie backward into the working area of the business, though. Off balance now, Alan was vulnerable to another attack by Jerry, who used his garden hatchet to split Alan's head almost down to its neck. Unable to remove the tool from the wound's stubborn grip, Jerry let go of the handle and let both the hatchet and Alan, his head pumping out very red rivers of blood, fall to the floor just inches from Sandra. With his boot pressed firmly to the side of Alan's face, Jerry forcibly extricated his weapon. Alan's shotgun was lying across the table over which William had tripped. Neil picked it up and looked back down at William as if to apologize for taking his friend's gun. Offering both his hand and Alan's shotgun, he said, "We should keep moving while it's still light out." William, confused about what had just happened and the speed with which it did, sat motionless. He was still processing and trying to wrap his mind around the events. He looked beyond Neil at the two corpses they had known as friends just minutes ago. Alan and Sandra were both dead, and, in his mind, he had killed Sandra. He accepted Neil's hand finally and got back to his feet. He wasn't standing for more than a second when he leaned forward and vomited. The foulness spilled out of him until his stomach was empty, and then he dry-heaved uncontrollably. He finally stopped, a single long line of spittle dangling from his bottom lip. He whispered through his surprised sadness, "I'm sorry." Chapter 15. Neil was unfamiliar with Whittier and the way in front of them, so he let William lead. They were running again, but this felt different. They weren't just running for the sake of immediate survival. The sense of hope he was starting to feel influenced his trust in William's guidance. He barely noticed when the air around them was filled with very fine snow like sifted flour. The weather turned quickly in Whittier and always had. Clear skies could find themselves muscled from the city by gangs of cool, moist air coming from the ocean and surrounding glaciers. Rain clouds in the blink of an eye could displace the sun. The snow coming down was light, but consistent. It was the kind of snow that would accumulate without anyone noticing until several inches were underfoot. Without snows like the one falling around them, even then, the Arctic cold in all its brutality would freeze the ground, killing all the dormant life waiting to emerge in the far-off spring. It was the kind of snow that most Alaskans appreciate, because it covers the dull grays and browns of the retreating autumn. The snow was beautiful and clean. It sparkled because it could and did. The snow was also an omen worth respecting. Winter was here. William thought that the emerging weather might be used to their advantage. He used to play football in Washington, and snowy days always worked to his advantage. He tried to guess where the crowd of those things chasing them earlier might have gone. But guess was all he could do. He didn't know if they'd eventually lose interest and then just hang around, or if they would keep moving indefinitely. He didn't know these things. He couldn't predict their behavior like he could with fish. William was a fisherman, and had been for as long as he could remember. He'd worked big factory trawlers on topside and on the processing deck. He'd worked as a mate for a commercial fishing enterprise out of Seward, and then got his own boat and had his own business. He liked the stares he got sometimes. He was a rare breed, for sure. One didn't encounter many black men in the trade. He always did favor being different, and his choice of vocation provided him with a lifetime of being different. He worked hard, but he always had a natural knack for it, able to predict where and when the fish would be most plentiful. His success led to many repeat customers over the years, so that he was solidly booked from the beginnings to the ends of most summers. He liked the phrase to the effect that if you loved what you did, then what you did would never be work. He was certainly living that way. When he bought his property in Shotgun Cove, he knew that he had finally arrived. His business didn't center on a single fishing boat. He had a full package to offer his customers. He owned several boats parked in the harbor. He had reliable hands working for him, trained to be wise about their fish sense. Every day he would take out one of his own boats so that he could still taste the salt air of the sea and chase fish. William knew that he should have been there with his crews on that day when all of this started. He was Skyping with his daughter, who lived with her mother in Washington. She was 11 and growing faster than he could accept. Her name was Chloe, and she was his little flower. Her birthday was fast approaching on that day, and plans were being made about a visit. His crew, led by his best and most loyal friend, Paul Peters, was waiting for him at the dock to take a late-season group out. William already had a good idea about where the fish would be lurking, and had them stall casting off until he arrived. He wanted to close out the season with a bang. William never made it to the cove that day. He never saw Paul or any of his men again. He hoped that maybe they had cast off and gotten away before things got too out of hand in the city. Those hopes were dashed earlier when he and the others were running along the edge of the harbor. When he got to a certain memorable bend, he stood upon an equally memorable large flat rock and looked out over the harbor. His boats were still there, as were a waiting crowd of ghouls packing the pier full. He felt like he betrayed those men all over again when he saw his boats still there. They had waited for him and now were likely no different than Sandra or Alan. He'd condemned them so that he could talk with his daughter for a few minutes more. William couldn't know if things might have worked out differently for them if he had been there. The likelihood was that he would be one of those things too. Maybe, though, had he been there, he would have sensed the rising danger and the approaching calamity the way he could sense where the best schools of fish were waiting. Maybe they all would have lived. Leading his friends and this new group of people, William took them closer and closer to the Whittier Manor condos. They had passed a few of the creatures along the way, but were moving fast enough to stay well ahead of any single pursuers. When they happened upon 3 of them standing in the middle of the road, Neil and Jerry stepped forward with their bats. The 2 men circled the ghouls like the outer wheel of an intricate gear made of concentric circles. Giving themselves enough room, the 2 men swung their weapons, cracking bones, crushing limbs, and ultimately pummeling skulls and brains until the creatures no longer posed a threat. It took only a few seconds, but it was enough for them to lose the rhythm of their flight. Standing there for those couple of seconds, Danielle noticed that same nauseating buzzing hanging in the air. Jerry saw the recognition on her face and said to her and everyone else,
"Yeah, they're close. We should get inside now. There could be a big group of them coming at us."
Neil asked,
"Where to?"
With most of this side of Whittier behind them, William was hard-pressed to think of anywhere else to hide unless they wanted to double back. Maybe they could make it back to the truck and drive back to the cove. Getting back to the truck could prove difficult at the moment, though, so he decided to push them forward. Unfortunately, there wasn't much space left for them on the downtown side of the city. To their right were the Whittier Manor apartments where they had started the day. Behind them were the Anchor Inn and the gathering horde, which had nearly trapped them there. The slope to their left was overgrown with thick brush and sharply angled, making it all but impassable. The most likely option for them was to keep moving forward. Maybe they could get onto the seaside portion of Whittier. They could perhaps find a place to sit and rest. They needed to regroup. William recognized that he needed to take a moment to process what had just happened to them. Sandra, Alan, and Gus were all dead and gone. He needed some time to roll that over in his mind. He wasn't equipped to simply accept it and move on with his life. He wondered about Danielle as well. She looked as if she was in a bit of a stupor. The others with them seemed to be immune to the loss and devastation. They so easily shifted into survival mode that the deaths of William's 3 friends didn't faze them in the slightest. Their attitudes were cold and distant to William. He just couldn't figure out these new people. He still wasn't certain he trusted them entirely. Now that it was just Danielle and himself, William felt like maybe he should be more on alert. Following the same basic physical principles of water, the group flowed down the hill toward a big white wall separating the seaside and commercial side of Whittier from its residential downtown, which ironically sat on top of a hill. On the other side of the wall and between another wall, sitting a little closer to the water, was a wide bank of often used railroad tracks that acted like a moat of sorts, dividing the city into 2 halves. Looking at the wall hopefully and with their options dwindling quickly behind them, William could only hope there would be better opportunities on the other side. Chapter 16. William and Jerry were the first over the wall. Jerry landed and immediately maneuvered the hunting rifle from across his shoulder to his hands. He didn't see anything in either direction, but he felt exposed. Watched. Jerry stood guard, trying to look both directions at once, while William helped the others over the barrier. They repeated the same on the other wall and found themselves in a grassy patch in Whittier's seaside. It looked and felt like a different city. It was as if Whittier suffered from schizophrenia or lived a very public double life. Trying to get their bearings and the courage to go on, they cowered in the shadow of the wall, hoping their arrival had gone unnoticed. Neil and his original group had already passed through this side of Whittier, avoiding several packs of the creatures. The walking corpses, gray with rot, loitered amongst the cars and the buildings. For long moments at a time, the ghouls could be mistaken for grotesque statues placed in an expansive lot amid abandoned cars. At random and infrequent intervals, aggressive tics gripped each of them successively, causing waves of flailing arms and spastically jerking heads. Neil watched for any patterns, wondering if they were somehow communicating with one another with more than just their moans. There wasn't time to watch closely, so he wasn't able to tell for sure. Thankfully, it was quiet in this little corner. Not far off from where they stood was a solid, promising-looking building with intact concrete walls. If the front looked as good as the back, then Neil thought they had just found the perfect spot to rest and let things settle down. They needed to get back inside while they were still able. He suspected that when some of those things were stirred like a bunch of hornets, it had a similar effect on others a short distance away. It excited them and attracted them toward the sounds of the others. Their moans, that buzzing hell's echo, beckoned to ghouls near and far like Satan's dinner bell. Neil had no interest in being on the menu, and had no intention of allowing that to happen to any of the people with him, especially Danny and Jules. There was the third child, little Nikki, too, but Neil's connection to her was tenuous at best. It wasn't that he didn't care about her or didn't want to protect her, but she was so detached. She was so ghostly quiet it sometimes disturbed him. It was easy to forget that she was there on occasion. He whispered his inquiry. "What is that building there?" Danielle answered quietly. "Ferry terminal. Why?" "We're going in," Neil answered. "Jerry, Emma, let's go check it out. Jess, you hang here with William and Danielle." Jess nodded and pulled the three children close to her. She had somehow become the de facto mother figure to the kids. She was comfortable with that, she guessed, and felt like she was the only one with any parenting experience in the group. It wasn't much of a burden, really. She had always been good at it and enjoyed it more than most. If that was how she could do her part, then Jess was more than willing. Before he turned to go, Neil said to Danny, "Keep a sharp eye out. You still have your pistol?" Danny patted the front pocket on his sweatshirt. Once again, Danny had to watch Neil walk away from him. It had become so commonplace that it barely even had an impact on him anymore. He knew that Neil would come back. He always did. The true discomfort this time for Danny was that he and the others were waiting outside with nowhere to hide if they were spotted. He only hoped Neil would hurry. Neil, Jerry, and Emma darted to the right, running along a chain-link fence until they came to the back of the building. They climbed up onto a loading dock area and then paused in the shadow. From his backpack, now weighed down with cans and boxes of food, Jerry pulled a crowbar. He tried to force the door open with the tool, but managed only to work up a sweat. If they were getting in, they would have to find another way. Emma, getting impatient, asked,
"Front door, then?" "How about over the fence and look for a back door?"
suggested Jerry. Nodding and starting to move at the same time, Neil said enthusiastically, "Sounds like a hell of an idea." It was not that long ago when Neil would have looked at a fence like that in front of him and would have found a way around or through it before he would have contemplated climbing it. As it was, he leapt into it, scaling more than half of it with the jump. He pulled himself up the sagging fence as adroitly as a cat. In a flash, he was over and into the back lot where vehicles had been staged to be loaded one by one onto the ferry. It was currently empty. Emma was next. She was lighter and shorter than Neil, but not as practiced. It took her a couple of seconds to reach the top of the fence. Jerry watched and waited for his turn to go when he was aware of an uncomfortable pressure in his chest and ears. It was a very familiar low buzz which had him spin around, expecting the worst. Sure enough, a fiend dressed in a green Forest Service uniform rounded the corner into the loading bay. Jerry thought for a moment about climbing over the fence and leaving the thing on the other side. He decided that having it agitated and moaning there on the bay might bring more of them toward the ferry. He needed to deal with it before he went over the fence. Clutching the crowbar tightly in his hand, Jerry gritted his teeth and closed the distance between the two of them. He was raising the weapon above his head and readying to strike when two more of the demons came around the corner. Jerry skidded to a stop, throwing off his balance and his swing. The tool's sharpened claw head hit the uniformed zombie across its lower mandible, shattering its jaw and scattering teeth across the loading bay's concrete surface. In the process, Jerry tumbled clumsily into the first and then the other two creatures. Jerry and the former Forest Service employee came to a thudding stop on the loading bay platform. The other two teetered off the edge and crashed to the pavement below in a teeth-chattering crunch. Jerry wasn't entirely sure who or what was still with him in the loading bay, but he was certain he wasn't alone. There were too many legs and arms wrapped around him for it to be all his. He tried desperately to free himself from the knot of flesh. He pushed and stretched, trying to get a better angle on the creature with whom he fought. Jerry couldn't find its head or its lethal mouth. Struggling and fighting, Jerry finally got himself onto all fours and was ready to get back onto his feet when the unthinkable happened. Emma watched helplessly from the opposite side of the fence as the creature closed its mouth around Jerry's forearm and bit down. Emma screamed Jerry's name but was unable to do anything more. Neil climbed over the fence in the blink of an eye and was running toward Jerry. Jerry, his veins pumped full of adrenaline and fear, yanked his bloodied sleeve from the corpse's mouth and rolled away. Coming to a stop, he looked up just in time to see Neil bludgeon his attacker, crushing its skull in a series of punishing blows. The other two things were reaching and clawing, but not posing an immediate threat. Neil ignored them for the moment and helped Jerry to his feet. He asked, "Can you climb the fence?" Jerry was stunned and looking at his arm. There was no pain. He assumed he was in shock. He nodded at Neil and heard himself say,
"Yeah, I think so."
Neil tried to soothe his friend's nerves, saying, "It'll be okay. We'll figure something out. I won't let you." He couldn't finish his thought, let alone his words. The two men made short work of the fence and were on the other side with Emma in a flash. She met Neil's sorrowful countenance with an empty, emotionless stare. She swallowed her pain, turning it into rage. Her breathing slowed and her mind cleared. She felt like a zombie herself. She looked at Jerry, and then at his arm, but didn't say a word. She turned about and started to walk away, shaking her head. Neil said, "See if we can get inside. We need to find somewhere. We need to—" Neil couldn't finish his words, and his thoughts were no better. He just followed Emma toward a back door and hoped they would be able to get inside. Chapter 17. Danny and Jules shared a worried look when they heard the echoing scream. They couldn't make it out, but they heard words in the feminine shriek. It sounded like Emma. Jules stepped back further into the shadows, sitting down and tucking her legs up close to her chest. It was cooler in the darkness, but she didn't notice. She actually felt safer, almost invisible, insulated and protected from all the hate and death with which the world was now filled. Despite her sadness, Jules had no more tears left to shed. Hers was a quiet and lonely sadness that she shared with no one. Danny watched Jules slink away. He knew how she felt because he felt the same way. Emma's scream could only mean that they had gotten into trouble. And the silence following likely meant even worse. His stomach twisted into a knot, becoming heavy and uncomfortable and leaving a nasty, bitter taste in his mouth. Danny tapped Nicky on the shoulder and pointed to Jules. Nicky, understanding the directive, walked absently toward Jules, rocking herself in a daze. Danny wished he knew what to do, but he clearly didn't. At 10, how could he be expected to know what to do when the world had come to an end? He had his pistol, a rifle, and a backpack full of food and water. His body was still cold, but he was dry. The world was unforgiving and brutal, but it could be worse and had been as of late. He thought that maybe if he could know just what had happened, then maybe he'd be able to figure out some kind of a next step for himself. Thinking about that for a moment, he decided that maybe he didn't want to know. What would happen to them if it were Neil? How could they survive without him? He looked at Jess, and then at the two new adults, Danielle and William. Not a single one of them looked as if there was any idea to be had about what to do next. It was apparent to Danny that they simply had to wait for the others to return. No one dared to contemplate the possibilities if Emma, Jerry, and Neil didn't return. Chapter 18. Miraculously, the door at the back of the ferry depot was unlocked. Neil looked in through the small window on the door, but couldn't see much of anything. It was dark, but it also appeared to be undisturbed. Neil opened the door and stepped inside slowly. Emma and Jerry followed him, though Jerry stopped near the door and waited until he was told the place was clear.
It only took a few seconds to check the handful of offices and rooms. Jerry wandered toward the front of the building and peeked outside. He could see some of the abominations still some distance away, but starting to turn toward them. They could hear those two things out front, and it was probably his fault that they were still out there at all. Neil wouldn't have fallen. He wouldn't have fucked it up. Those things would be dead, and everyone would have made it had it been Neil instead of himself. Jerry hadn't looked at his arm yet. He hadn't been able to work up the courage. He stepped away from the thick glass front door and wandered slowly into a bank of chairs in front of an enclosed counter and desk. He sat heavily in one of the plastic chairs and sighed. Slowly, he lifted up his arm. The sleeve was dark and shiny with blood and other matter. He couldn't see through to his arm, though. Reluctantly, he lifted the sleeve off his coat. He closed his eyes, still too afraid to look. When he heard Emma gasp from behind his shoulder, Jerry thought to himself that maybe it was just better not to look at all. Suddenly, he felt a cheek close to his and breath on his cheek. Emma's soft voice whispered in his ear, "Open your eyes, dumbass." The soft press of her lips against his cheek helped his eyelids part. He looked down and was left utterly speechless. His arm was clean. There wasn't a bite or even a bruise. That was why he couldn't feel any pain. Jerry shook his head and wiped his eyes, which were beginning to fill with relieved tears. He looked again, afraid of what he might see, but his arm was still perfectly intact. He even managed to laugh a little. Teeth! It didn't have any teeth. What? Jerry, his laugh filled with relief, said, "I knocked out all its teeth. It couldn't bite me." Neil walked into the main lobby with a confused smile on his face. He looked first at Jerry and then at Emma, standing next to him and laughing hysterically. He was about to ask when Jerry held up his arm to stop him. "It didn't have any teeth," Jerry said. "It didn't have any teeth." Neil joined the infectious chuckling. When Jerry pulled his sleeve back down, he realized some of the mortal matter stuck in the bloody goo was teeth, yellow, worn, and misshapen. Shaking his arm violently, Jerry flicked the teeth from his coat and onto the floor. Instantly sobering the mood, Jerry pointed out, "More Zeeks are coming. That's probably my fault." Neil asked, "How many?" "I only saw a few, but there could be more. What are you thinking?" Neil rubbed his chin, now covered in a full, if patchy, beard. He said very thoughtfully, "I wonder." Emma glanced around to try and figure out what he had in mind. "What are you thinking about?" "Well, I was thinking that we have that big fenced yard out back. If we could lure enough of those things back there and then close the gate, we might be able to even the odds around here a bit. What do you guys think?" Emma was shaking her head and looking at the ceiling but saying nothing. Finally, she said, "Neil, if you thought of it, then I'm sure it will work. Let's give it a shot." "Maybe we should go get the others first and bring them back," Jerry suggested. "More hands to help out. We may need them." "And they're probably scared shitless. They must have heard my scream," added Emma. Neil smiled. "Emma, I think they heard your scream in Anchorage, my friend." Chapter 19. When Neil, then Emma, and then Jerry all appeared, all 6 people, 3 children and 3 adults, breathed a collective sigh of relief. They were back. All of them were back. Danny couldn't stop smiling, but Jules hadn't moved. She was watching all the emotional reunions, but she remained stoically separated, her expression unchanged. After the hugs and the happy tears, Neil said, "We found a place, but we have to move fast. Let's get our stuff and head over that way." Climbing the fence on the far side of the lot made reaching the depot much quicker and much safer. They were in a huge, open, empty lot.
The ground was painted with several long yellow lines between which cars, trucks, motorcycles, RVs, and any variety in between would be parked for loading onto the ferry. Jules walked along one of the lines like she was walking a tightrope. She danced back and forth to music only in her head. Her precarious steps and disregard for her own safety at the promise of plummeting to her certain death was anything but playful. Losing her balance on more than one occasion, she nearly fell off her narrow perch. Feeling himself drawn into the uncomfortable illusion a little too deeply, Neil had to turn away. He couldn't watch, as if her fall would be all too real for him. He focused on the 4 ghouls pressing themselves into the gate on the far side of the lot. He wondered to himself how many the gate would be able to withstand. What was its tipping point? Maybe they could move a vehicle up against the gate as a support and restrict the amount the gate would sag. With the right bait and a little luck, they could get most of the things from this side of the city cleared in no time at all. Of course, he was no fool, and realized their luck had not always been kind to them. He hadn't completely detached himself from reality. He chanced a glance back over at Jules and felt the same discomfort raise the hair on his arms and the acid in his stomach. No, he was still connected. Regardless, he could hope that with enough planning they could mitigate any potential threats through careful and meticulous planning. Why shouldn't it work? The next step was to sell the idea to the other folks in their group because it was going to take all of them to get it done. They ran to the back door and threw themselves in with a rush. The children ran into the first available office and collapsed behind a big, official-looking desk. It would eventually feel good to be back inside, but for the moment, they were still pretty wound up from the day's activities. After some rest and a little more to eat, they would all feel better. Jess and Danielle moved to the enclosed counter area where ferry passengers would book passage. They looked into the main lobby with interest. It was empty except for some chairs, but it looked so ordinary, like they were gazing into the past. The office was just waiting for the clerks to arrive in order to open. If the front door had opened and in came a person to check on their reservation, neither of them would have been surprised. Instead, at the front door but on the opposite side of a very strong, thick pane of glass, stood 3 ghouls, all awaiting a different kind of service. Their bony arms were splayed across the glass, but they didn't appear to be much of a threat. There may have been more of them outside, and likely were, but that was all they could see. "I think we should put some paper over those windows, and probably on the windows on the inside doors, too," Neil said from behind them, causing both of them to jump. "Keep them from seeing in, and let us have a little light in here later tonight. Maybe we can find a metal trash can. We might be able to light a fire or something." Jess said to him,
I think we can make that happen.
She scanned the desk area and found a full tape dispenser and suspected she would be able to find some newspapers, copy paper, or something else to cover the glass. She thought that maybe after she and Danielle covered the outside windows, she could have the kids do the inside windows. She could give them a little distraction and a chore. Neil, meanwhile, explained to everyone his plan. Despite some skeptical looks, no one voiced any dissent. It was decided that it was too late in the day to begin such an endeavor. They needed a full day to accomplish all they wanted done. They could take the balance of the day and the night to rest, eat, recuperate, and plan. With the coming night, tensions began to rise. Night was an exceptional host for uncertainty, especially as of late. Horrible things happened every day in this new world. But those events, those tragedies, became all the more terrifying in isolating darkness where terror became very personal. For now, the threatening sisters of dark and night were held at bay on the outside. Going through the supplies in the bags and backpacks, William happened upon more than just food. He found Gus's bag, which had been picked up by someone. It was filled with bottle after bottle of liquor. There were so many bottles in the bag that they didn't clatter together. William felt sorrow for his lost friend, but also found a smile at his friend's decision about priorities. The only food William found in the bag was a jar of cocktail olives, some maraschino cherries, and a jar of salted peanuts. Gus had packed a bar's worth of essentials. William held up a bottle of spiced rum. Gus wanted us to have an Irish wake for him, and everyone else. Quietly to himself, William said, "I only wish he was here to enjoy it with us." Emma disappeared into a dark room and re-emerged with a handful of coffee mugs. She passed one around to everyone, but came up one short. She looked at Jerry and asked if the two of them could share. Neil had a couple of mugs of Jack Daniels, while Emma and Jerry shared some Absolute vodka with cranberry juice in it. Jess found a bottle of Don Julio tequila that she shared with William. Knowing what alcohol could do to a diabetic's blood sugar, Danielle did not share in the drinking, but she did share in the muted revelry. It felt good to be smiling again. The threat of having to dive back into the fray again on the morrow was still there, but for the moment, it took a back seat to the immediate comforts and delicacies this life afforded, if even for this brief time. From the sugar buzz of the fruit and other treats they'd been given, the children perked up a bit. Well, Danny and Jules did for a bit until their exhaustion and the dropping temperature in the depot finally caught up with them. Some small fires were started in a pair of metal trash cans to warm the main lobby and diminish the darkness somewhat. The sounds coming from the street outside had most of them on edge, on and off throughout the night, but there were brief periods of peace. As a result, rest was elusive, coming in fits and starts. As soon as the children's eyes closed, they jerked, quivered, and whimpered. Eventually, they settled into a more peaceful sleep, but Neil assumed that was when their minds were finally too exhausted to taunt them any longer. Jess walked up behind Neil as he watched them.
"I'm worried about Nicky," she said.
Neil answered with a raised eyebrow as if to say, "No shit."
"No, really. I haven't heard her say a single thing. I don't think she would have even eaten tonight if I hadn't spooned some food into her mouth. I think about half of that ended up on the floor. She's just so gone."
Neil sighed again, his head feeling the effects of the booze. He looked over at the three kids and wondered about all of them. Danny was growing stronger and more independent by the day. Jules, once doing the same, was retreating into her shell again. Today in the snow, it was the first time he'd seen her animated since Megan's death. He was worried about her. But that concern paled in comparison to that which he felt about Nicky. Nicky had been pale and weak-looking since he first encountered her along a lonely stretch of the Seward Highway. She harbored a frailness of both body and mind in her eyes that couldn't be dismissed. Her bone-thin arms rarely left her side, while her legs only moved when prompted by someone else. Her face, though pretty and almost angelic in its pureness, was impossibly thin. Knowing all of this did not necessarily make it any easier for Neil to guess what to do. If she didn't eat and didn't run when they needed her to run, he couldn't think of a child as a liability, but there was no denying it. He couldn't ignore a basic truth. They needed to get her to a place where she could heal, if that were still possible. For her sake, Neil hoped it was. There was always some other distraction, though. Something else always took priority over caring for the mental well-being of a child. And seemingly on cue, the sounds of the street drew all of the adults' attention. The moment of levity granted to all of them had come to an end. They crept to the front door and peered out through a flap left in the newspapers. There was a group of a dozen that had gathered in the empty street. They were gathering with a purpose, though. They had been drawn to this place like bees to flowers. They weren't completely sure as to why, but their predatory minds had shown them the way. Chapter 20. Neil hadn't realized he had gone to sleep until Danny roused him awake early the next morning. He must have dozed either very late in the night or very early in the morning. He had been feeling his eyes go nearly cross trying to pick out details on the growing mob in front of their hiding place in the ferry terminal. The dim moonlight and the hazy, persistent snow falling made any efforts to see into the night more than a few yards nearly impossible. Trying to remember his last memories of the night before, Neil's eyes finally came into focus. He looked at Danny for a good long while and then smiled. They were in the front entryway, as close to danger as he could be. He'd slept in the shadow of the walking corpses, standing on the other side of a thick pane of glass. Danny asked, "Why you smilin'?"
It's good to be woken up and not hear the words, "Neil, we have a problem," before I can see straight. Everything still okay?
Danny gestured with his head toward the window.
They're still out there, but they're not standing right at the door anymore. Jerry doesn't think they know we're here. He thinks we should get started early.
Danny wasn't entirely sure what "get started" meant, but he was tasked with delivering the message. Danny had heard only the barest details of the plan to corral zombies into the ferry's fenced lot.
Jerry's probably right. We shouldn't waste time and sunlight.
Noticing a mug in Danny's hand, Neil asked,
"What you got there?"
"Oh, here. Emma thought you might like this. It's real coffee."
Danny added,
"I'm not supposed to tell you where the water came from, though."
Neil eagerly took the very warm coffee mug and peered into the dark, hot liquid. The strong aroma caused his taste buds to tingle and the hair on his arms and neck to stand on end. He took a sip, letting the strong drink burn his tongue. The caffeine lit up his senses in an instant, chasing away whatever sleep still lingered. It didn't really matter to him from where the water had come, when he felt like that after one sip. Taking a longer drink from his mug, Neil pulled aside the strip of newspaper to expose a section of glass and looked again into the street. It was still snowing, much of which was starting to accumulate in ankle-deep piles around the mostly motionless undead standing in the storm. There were more than 20 gathered outside by then. They filled the air with their otherworldly moaning, calling out to every zombie in the area to join them. Danny lingered for a moment longer, not saying anything. Neil picked up the boy's hesitation and asked,
"Want to know what's going on?"
Danny started to nod and then shrugged his shoulders. Neil gave Danny the short version of their plan. Danny was the only one to have asked about the window on the back door. Neil assigned Danny the task of covering it with paper. Jules and Nicky supervised and helped him by handing strips of tape at the appointed times. Chapter 21. Feet pounding a steady rhythm on pavement. Breathing coming in shallow, labored gasps. Eyes widening with fear following each desperate step. Emma couldn't believe she had volunteered to be one of the rabbits. What was she thinking? Jerry could have done it and had done it in the past. Why did she volunteer? The answer eluded her. Honestly, Emma didn't have time to consider her poor judgment at the moment. She had to concentrate on running and staying alive. It was her job to make certain no Zeke could come at them from the right side. Neil was responsible for the left. It was like trying to hold back water with only your hand. The things approached from both sides, agitated and driven by hunger. They came in pairs and groups, their wretched jaws snapping aggressively, chewing the air as they neared. The two of them ran as long as they could without using their firearms. The plan all along was to use their guns sparingly, but Neil wanted them closer to the ferry office before they did. He thought that if they used their guns too early, they could burn through too much ammunition and also land themselves in a trap, with too many coming at them from every direction. If they could keep the Zeeks only coming at them from 3 sides, Neil and Emma could fairly easily make it back to the office. Neil looked over his shoulder as he ran and was astonished at the number of the things trailing the two of them. The creatures were no longer capable of running, but their pace was more than walking. They moved with a grave purpose, following Neil's and Emma's every move. Emma said nearly breathlessly,
Neil, in front of us!
Neil turned and saw that they were heading directly into a tightening cul-de-sac. The opening in front of them was slowly closing like an unforgiving mouth.
"Now!"
he shouted. Emma, still running, raised her assault rifle and fired. The bullets struck flesh and bone, punching holes through chests, arms, necks, and heads. Not all of the bullets fired found their targets. Emma was finding it hard to steady the rifle and its kick due to her pace. Regardless of whether her shooting was bringing down many of the undead, she was successful in driving back the gathering throng in front of her. Neil had chosen to use a pistol instead of taking another of their assault rifles. His shots were more controlled and paced, though not every one of his bullets found their marks either. The imposing, modern-looking .45 caliber pistol sent powerful shockwaves through his arms with each of its metallic barks. In front of them, acting like a dam against the flood, jutted the rear end of a car. Neil needn't say anything. The two of them leapt first onto the bumper, then onto the car's trunk, and next the roof, which crumpled loudly with their combined weight. They hurried across the hood of the car and finally jumped clear of harm, but nowhere near away from danger. Both Neil and Emma spun around and fired off the remaining rounds in their weapons. These bursts were less controlled and more random. It felt good, though. Watching the bullets literally barrel their way through the crowd was grimly satisfying. Both guns clicking on empty, Neil and Emma once again sprinted away from the mob. The two of them reloaded their weapons on the run in case a similar measure was needed. With the ferry office getting closer and closer, Neil doubted they would need to use their guns again, but it paid to be prepared for anything these days. There were 6 more of the creatures standing in the road outside the office, a gruesome greeting party. Beyond the ghouls, Neil spied Danielle standing on the opposite of the fence gate. Excited to see Emma and Neil, Danielle waved desperately. Neil shouted,
"Open it!"
Danielle forced herself to walk over to the gate latch. On the way, she stumbled on a rock and fell into the fence. It wasn't much of a fall, but it was enough for her to rattle the metal fence links. And the sound the fence made wasn't much to hear, but it was enough to be heard by one of the 6 ghouls nearest to her. In her haste, Danielle didn't see the zombie that was making its way toward her. The lumbering beast stagger-stepped its way in her direction, its rotting jaw clicking and cracking as it opened and closed. A steady, nearly unbroken rusty hinge of a groan spilled from its gnashing maw. The moan carved into the air with all the subtlety of a buzzsaw, but Danielle didn't see it. She was too focused on her task to notice anything around her. Lifting the latch and throwing open the gate, Danielle finally noticed the creeping beast. She screamed an ear-splitting wail, attracting the other 5 undead toward her as well. She tried to run but found her legs unwilling to budge. She was as stuck to the ground as a tree. Danielle, her feet planted and unmovable, could no longer find her voice to scream any easier than she could find the will to flee. Crying was the only thing she was able to do. The tears came fast and hard, producing chest-seizing, fear-filled sobs. Its cloudy eyes wide with rage, the creature moved quicker. Its moan became a bone-chilling, raspy growl, and its arms raised hungrily toward her. Danielle closed her eyes and awaited the inevitable. She thought of her family, her father and mother, her ancient grandfather, and finally her brother. She hoped their kind memories would greet her in the gloom. Maybe she would find help in getting through the coming pain. She tried to see their faces, but all she saw was the gray face of relentless death when her eyes closed. She heard a crack, but was unable to recognize it for anything other than a sudden, foreign noise. When she felt her shoulder get tugged fiercely, she gritted her teeth and prayed that it would be over quickly. Then there was another sound and more tugging. She was being pulled away. Was it a voice she was hearing? Danielle was stupefied. Finding the courage, Danielle finally opened her eyes and saw that the fiend closest to her was no longer on its feet. It was lying on the ground in a heap just inside the open gate. The ghoul's head was partially collapsed on one side, and a jellied pool of dark fluids had formed beside it. Looking around in wonder, Danielle saw Jess next to her. The blonde woman was holding her pistol, a black automatic, extended in her right hand. The sleek firearm's barrel was still trailing a faint line of thin smoke. Jess pulled on Danielle, this time grabbing onto the younger woman's coat more forcefully. With a firm grip on Danielle, both physically and metaphorically, Jess led the two of them away. Danielle allowed herself to be pushed and pulled according to Jess's desires. Before they had taken more than 2 steps, though, another of the demons started to make its way through the gate. A wiry, thin arm followed a claw of a hand. When its head emerged, looking not much more than a set of chomping teeth and deep-set eyes, Jess decided she'd had enough. Forcing Danielle further ahead toward the open door with Danny standing in it, Jess stopped, raised her pistol again, and fired, shouting,
"I'm through taking shit from you! From all of you!"
When she had stopped, her voice was rising to a shrill pitch. Her bullets tore away bony fingers, shattered a clavicle, bore themselves into the creature's brittle sternum, and finally punched holes in its skull. The creature was hurtled backward and tumbled into another of them starting to come through the gate. Jess didn't wait for them to become untangled. She pushed Danielle through the door and Danny and slammed it shut. In the meantime, Neil and Emma had also gotten within striking distance of the gate entrance. Neil shot another of the original half-dozen. The other 3 had already rounded the corner into the lot and were out of sight. Neil and Emma heard another, recognizable gunshot. It was Jerry. They could only hope he was shooting the targets still in front of them. If everything worked according to plan, Jerry would be shooting any errant Zeeks that wandered into the lot in front of the 2 of them. They had to trust in the plan. There was another shot just as they came through the gate, and Neil saw another of the creatures in front of them as its head came apart. Emma eliminated the final zombie unceremoniously with a pull of a trigger. Having been shot from behind, the monster was knocked forward onto its face, grating roughly across both gravel and pavement. Neil shouted,
"Danny! Open the door!"
Dutifully, Danny cracked open the door just wide enough to verify that it was indeed Neil calling to be let into the building. When he confirmed it was, Danny opened the door wider and welcomed in the 2 adults. The second he shut the door, Danny could hear the grunts, moans, and howls of the undead in the lot outside. His chest filled with the sound triggering the unfortunately familiar nausea.
"They're out back," the boy said. "A bunch of them. I think the plan is working."
Neil looked at the closed door and its small window.
Now we just have to hope they don't find a way in.
Chapter 22. Jerry slid the bolt on his rifle, peered through the scope, and fired again. His heart rate was rising and his breathing was starting to quicken as his excitement built. He was making enough racket to attract all of them to his position, and it was working. As one, the cadaverous mob turned their attention to the source of the shooting and moved in that direction. The vast majority of the creatures trailing Neil and Emma had already gotten into the lot, though a few stragglers continued to enter. The mass of decomposing bodies, more than 50 of the fiends in all, was surging away from the ferry office building to find their way into the far corner of the lot. Their progress led by their chorus of stomach-turning moans. The creatures yearned for the promise of flesh. Jerry couldn't remember how many he had shot up to that point. He was usually better about keeping track of the load in his rifle, but with William standing next to him and watching their backs, he didn't feel nearly as pressured. William was armed with Allen's shotgun and was keeping a steady and revolving eye on the limited approaches behind and around them. So far, they only seemed to have been noticed by those abominations already in the lot. They needed to wait a few more moments before they could move back to the ferry office. They were to go to the back door of the building, where someone was supposed to be watching for them. Jerry fired again, and then again, watching through his scope as 2 more brittle, ossified skulls burst like overripe melons.
"Reloading,"
he said calmly.
"We still good?"
William nodded, his comfort level decreasing with each passing second.
Yeah, we're good. Nothing around.
William wondered how they were going to get back to Shotgun Cove without access to a vehicle. There were many cars and trucks available on the streets and in the parking lots of Whittier, but they couldn't be sure if any would have keys in the ignitions or even gas in their tanks. It was a crapshoot for all of them going that route. They couldn't take any unnecessary chances, especially with the kids with them. He didn't want to put any of them in danger and was certain that fellow Neil didn't want to do that either. They could walk, but it was a hell of a long way away. It would be even longer with their fully stuffed backpacks and other bags filled with supplies. Besides, if they were spotted and followed by any of those things, he would be putting his friends in peril, and that wasn't fair. They didn't deserve that. No, it was quite apparent that they needed a vehicle to get them back to the cove. He thought maybe they could find one closer to them if they looked in different places. Instead of looking toward all the packed cars over toward the tourist end of town, maybe they could find a car or a truck over toward the commercial docks on the other side of the ferry dock. He looked that way, straining to see anything. The empty shipping containers, handful of dormant buildings and other odds and ends, didn't hold much promise for them. William did spot a couple of vehicles, but neither looked to have been driven for an age. He panned further to the left and stopped on a short service pier. There was a small launch, no more than a rowboat, tied at the end. He watched it rise and fall with the lively current, mesmerized with the little craft. William loved being on the water. There was no place he would rather be. When he was on the water, William felt connected to the world in ways that he didn't feel in any other place. Things just made sense to him, riding the tide in and out of the Sound. It was as predictable as a heartbeat to him. His eyes wandered to another building, a small office of some sort. He paused for a moment, then looked back to the boat. William cocked his head to one side and said hopefully,
I think I might have a way out for us.
Jerry didn't look away from the lot. His rifle was reloaded and ready, but he was no longer shooting. He had the beast's attention, and they were quickly approaching him. Jerry was thankful for the fence between him and them, and he fervently hoped it would be enough to restrain them. Standing there and waiting was becoming more and more difficult. Jerry wasn't accustomed to feeling such leg-buckling terror at seeing the things anymore. They were so tragically commonplace that he normally didn't have much reaction these days. Finally, Jerry asked,
You see a truck or bus or something?
William was smiling.
No, I got something different in mind.
Good. I think we should get out of here. We've got as many in that lot as I think we are going to get. Time for us to head inside.
Chapter 23.
One of your boats? Really? Did you not see the docks?
Danielle was about to relaunch her barrage of questions at William, but her headache was too distracting. She rubbed her temples and wiped away more sweat from her forehead. The glucose tube she ingested was still taking effect. She couldn't afford to lose her wits and become a burden to these people. It was one thing to have to drag unresponsive children, but she was an adult and would require much more effort. Danielle lowered her head into her hands. She was afraid her responses might be unduly influenced by her condition. Maybe William's plan made perfect sense to everyone else.
How bad are the docks?
Jerry asked. He didn't like being in the ferry office without any way to see out. He felt claustrophobic and blind at the same time. He needed to see where they were headed. William grew excited about whatever he saw while they were still out by the fence, but they moved away so quickly Jerry wasn't able to look himself.
They were pretty bad when we saw them last,
William acknowledged.
I didn't think no one saw. No telling how bad they are now with all the activity we stirred up. We may have gotten most of them locked away behind the fence anyway. This may be the best time to do it, and it's got to be safer out on the water. You asked for any ideas, and that's my idea.
Emma said,
We don't know how many more of them are left out there. If we're going to Shotgun Cove, and I mean if, then we need to find a good way to get there. We got more cars than we can possibly use out there waiting for us, but we don't know if any of them are still working. It would suck to get out there all exposed only to find that not a one on the outside of those knots would start. If we did get one to start, then we'd have to cut through both sides of town to get out and probably have those things trail us all the way back. Besides, we don't even know if those things have gotten into the cove already. What happens if we get there and it's overrun? We'll just have to find our way back again. Neil, if we could get a boat, we would have some other travel options. Zombies can't swim, you know.
Neil agreed and added, "We can take a look. If it doesn't look safe, we can always come back here and hole up a bit longer." William nodded. "Okay, then. I think I've got an idea about how to get there."
You got a tank parked nearby?
Emma quipped. In her mind, Danielle was right. There could be and probably were hundreds of those things still down there, and once they were out on the piers, there wouldn't be room to move around. She shuddered at the thought of getting trapped and overwhelmed on those narrow strips of slippery boards. Would there be any escaping their ravenous jaws even in the water? She doubted it very much. William saw her worry and said in a calm and confident manner, "If we head the other way," he pointed in the direction opposite where his boats would be parked, "we can get ourselves into another boat and use that one to get over to mine." Jess asked,
Why not just use that boat to get us back? Why go through the effort of getting onto one of yours? Sounds a little like you're just trying to save your own investment.
William shook his head. "It was a rowboat. You don't want to try and row all the way over to the cove. It's a pretty good distance. The boat would be overloaded, too, if we came into any inclement weather, and it looks like we probably would. That boat would be swamped in a heartbeat. We need something bigger. The only reason why we're going after mine is because I've got the keys to mine and know that they're all gassed and ready to go." Jess asked.
How can you be sure?
William had spoken with Paul. Both boats were ready for their charters and just waiting for William. William also guessed that there would be ample provisions still on the boats, too. If they could get on them, things would start looking up. He was sure of that. The problem was just getting onto them safely. William took a deep breath.
"Anyone have a better idea?"
No one did. Although none of them were willing to say that William's plan or any of its many moving parts were good ideas. With an absence of other options, William's plan quickly grew legs. Neil was relieved that for once he was not the one to have to come up with the answers to their problems. If pressed, he would also admit that he wasn't entirely comfortable with ceding control to anyone else, especially a stranger. Could they trust this man? Could he trust this man? Did he have a choice? Regardless of hesitation or trepidation, Neil allowed himself to do exactly that. Trust. He had no reason to do so. He didn't know this man or the woman with him, for that matter. These strangers seemed ill-prepared to face the world as it was, and yet Neil saw something in the imposing black man who was built like and as big as a bulldozer. His eyes possessed a deep-seated strength, but glowed with compassion and kindness as well. It was trust that led them out the back door of the building and onto the road again. They ran out along the fence, the horrid faces on the opposite side growling and snapping at them the whole way. Upon clearing the fence, William pointed toward a lone dock still some distance away that jutted out into the water. He said enthusiastically, "That's it. The boat is tied up there." Jerry, peering through his scope, corrected.
I think I see 2 boats.
"Good," Neil said. "We'll use them both. That gives us more options." They moved along the waterline, picking their way carefully over the rocky shingles. The snow had iced up across some of the surfaces, causing each of them to slip at least once along the way. Their bags were getting heavier and heavier. On more than one occasion, there were thoughts about dropping items from them or setting down an entire bag. Neil understood the griping about sore arms, but he kept everyone focused on getting through it with as many supplies as they could. In the long run, they would appreciate the food and the bullets if it meant the difference between living and dying. Emma asked,
With 2 boats, can we just use those to get to Shotgun Cove?
No, we need to get ourselves onto Serenity, William said. She'll get us there safely. You can count on Serenity. Of his boats, Serenity was his favorite. She was a great boat with fine character. He'd ridden her through some serious squalls, and she always rose to the occasion. Serenity could be trusted. She was also in a better position to be able to push off quickly if the need arose, and it most certainly would. If they were to make a fast getaway from danger, he couldn't ask for a better scenario.
What's Serenity?
Danny asked. William chuckled. That was a great question, and one that he wished he could truly answer. Maybe once he was aboard her, Serenity would remind him. He needed to be on the sea. That was where he always found serenity. He said through his shiny grin, "She's my boat, and she's gonna get us home." Chapter 24. They climbed from the waterline and emerged on a paved road which angled down to the water in other spots. The pier was just beyond. In front of them the road was empty, though there were several small buildings to either side of and a few stalled trucks in the middle of the sloped road. Their legs found reserves of energy while the descending angle of the road also did its part to help quicken their pace. They weren't running, but the solid jog at which each of them traveled was carrying them down the road quickly. They moved like people excited by opportunity, like Black Friday shoppers rushing into the early bird sales while everyone else was at home still sleeping off their Thanksgiving meals. They charged down the road. The challenge was in controlling the noise they made as they barreled down the pavement. With the water beckoning more and more in front of them, their focus and speed increased. The excitement nearly getting the better of them, Neil finally slackened his pace as they approached the first vehicle. A dirty but fairly new full-sized Chevy pickup. Ahead of the others, he stopped and leaned into the car to catch his breath.
We need to be more careful,
he huffed through strained breath.
We're making too much noise.
His warning came too late. They'd drawn the attention of a handful of ghouls, slithering from behind and around the rusting shipping containers and shacks which served as service offices in front of them. They oozed into the road with their emaciated claw-like hands extended in front of them. Their heads, more animated than any other part of their bodies, jerked with excited, tortured ticks.
Damn it,
Neil barked.
I knew this was going to happen.
Emma raised her rifle and squeezed off a series of rounds. The first 2 bullets punched holes in the front windshield of a blue family sedan parked along the street's shoulder and near to the walking abominations. She took a deep breath, held it, and then fired again. These next rounds were much more effective. The stooped man in the lead pitched backward, holes in his chest, neck, and forehead. Emma exhaled, and then repeated. Jerry dealt with another using his hunting rifle, the recoil of which no longer left his shoulder aching. He quickly chambered another round but paused when he saw William step forward with the M4 Neil had given him. Jerry said, like a player encouraging his teammate,
"You can do it, man. Just don't forget to breathe."
Jerry smiled at William, who looked over at him.
"They're still a ways off. Fire from your shoulder and not your hip."
William knew how to shoot. He'd just never shot at people. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine them as something other than human beings. Looking at them, however, would likely have worked just as well. These things walking toward him were devoid of everything human except the rudimentary outer shell. Opening his eyes wide and then narrowing them into slits, William pulled the trigger once, a single shot hurtling toward the devils. It struck one of them in the shoulder, a burst of dark syrup exploding out its back.
It pulls a little to the right,
he remarked. He adjusted himself in his stance, narrowed his eyes, and shot again. This time his target spun away, tripping the final one too clumsy to avoid the fallen carcasses around it. Emma shot again, having closed much of the distance to her quarry. 2 bullets punched into the top of its head, driving down toward its neck and throat. Much of the scrambled matter traveling the length of the bullet's path spilled unceremoniously out the beast's mouth, looking like vomited petroleum moments before it too toppled forward.
"We're wasting time," she called to the group. "Let's keep moving."
They skirted the knotted pile of dead bodies by running on the opposite side of the car. The body's mildewy odor, ripe with the stench of decay, was unavoidable. It hung heavily all across the road in an invisible cloud, filling their nostrils with its muted foulness. Neil whispered, "I never get used to the smell."
"Makes me want to gag every time,"
Emma said. Following their shooting, Neil saw what he expected. More of the undead, drawn to their shooting. Chapter 25. The short road in front of the group of survivors was clear all the way to the pier. The bottom of the road, sitting in a shadow, was still white with snow and frost. Neil saw no footsteps in the snowy road, which helped him control his mounting fear. The previous night, Jerry and Danielle had spoken for quite some time. The topic of the undead's moan found its way into the conversation. Jerry told Danielle about his theory of young ears and the sound the creatures made. He thought that maybe younger ears could hear more of the sound and consequently felt it much more deeply. He asked if she had felt a sickening vibration in her chest when those things were around, and she had. It had been a background irritation for her, but one that did not go unnoticed. She had not put the two together. She hadn't been around them as much as he had. It made her wonder what else she needed to know to stay alive. As they ran, Danielle realized she could feel that buzz again. She was about to say so when Jerry pointed out,
"Still a bit off from us, but there's a pretty good-sized group coming. We better pick it up."
William asked,
"What if the group is in front of us?"
"They're not,"
Jerry said,
"because the sound is coming from over my shoulder. You can hear that, can't you?"
Not getting an immediate response, Jerry said,
"Doesn't matter. They're behind us, for the most part."
Hitting the snow at a full sprint, most of them made it through cleanly. Jerry, however, lost his footing, skidded forward a few paces, but never lost his balance enough to fall. He chuckled.
"Jesus, that was close."
The pier, too, was slick, the wood planks coated with an icy gloss. They slowed down as they climbed down the steps to the launch. Neil barked,
"Pile the bags into the boat. Quickly. Danny, climb in there and pile them in the middle. Watch your step getting in. We don't need to start the day wet."
Neil was busy getting things situated and ready while Emma and William watched behind them. At the top of the hill, a group of a dozen or so of the demons appeared, moving slowly. They hadn't yet noticed the group of live humans.
"Hurry the fuck up,"
Emma whispered urgently.
"We're out of time."
William raised his rifle, to which Emma said quickly,
"Don't waste the ammo."
William was going to ask why they didn't just shoot the damned things on sight, but stalled his question. More of the things arrived, coming from everywhere. He wondered how many of them there were. His shooting at those few would have brought that huge mob of monsters down upon them. Neil said,
"Okay, William and I will go over to his boat in this one. You guys take the other, and wait out in the bay a little bit. Don't get out too far, but get far enough away that the Zeeks can't get out to you."
"I think I should go too,"
Emma said.
"I'm the best shot. You'll need me."
Neil was shaking his head before she had finished.
"No, I need you to stay with the others and keep them safe. If you and Jerry are with them, I will feel more comfortable. I'll be able to stay focused rather than worry about the others, especially the kids."
Emma smiled.
"Bullshit. I'm coming. Jerry, you got this?"
Jerry nodded.
"We got more guns than you guys. You should be worrying about yourselves. Besides, I got Danny with me. Help me get the boats out."
Neil and Jerry untied the boat while the others loaded themselves into it, the craft settling a little lower into the water as each person climbed aboard. Jerry was hardly sitting before Neil was pushing the boat away with his foot. Feeling anxious and worried, Jerry said,
"Watch yourselves."
He caught Neil's and Emma's eyes, and then started to row with all his might. Emma looked up to the road from where they had come. Several of the creatures were tumbling down the road toward them. Fortunately, the pace the creatures could achieve with gravity's help also contributed to spilling most of them onto their posteriors or their chests when they reached the slick snowpatch. The third boat, the nice silver one Neil had seen from a distance, was already untied and pulling away from the pier. Neil stepped in and lowered himself into the middle of the aluminum boat. There was a little pool of brown water in the boat's bottom, which sloshed and moved with the Sound's wavy current. William pulled the oars powerfully, rapidly propelling them from the pier. They were quickly away from any danger, but Neil said, "Emma, pop off a few rounds. Maybe we can get some more of those things away from our dock." Emma was more than happy to comply.
Cover your ears, gents.
She fired several rounds, some bringing down zombies with headshots and others merely churning reanimated flesh without causing any real harm. Neil touched her shoulder. "That's enough. We need to have enough bullets over at William's boat." She patted her pockets.
I've got another 4 full mags on me and 2 that I can reload if you'd like.
"I hope it won't take that much to get us away from the dock. If we're lucky, we'll be able to get onto the boat and away without a fight at all. If we're lucky." Chapter 26. William and Neil rowed the little boat quietly just out of reach of the stone and earth spit separating Prince William Sound proper from the boat harbor. Emma knelt in the front of the boat with her assault rifle at the ready. The eerie quiet was unsettling. The lapping water along the little boat's hull was the only noise other than their own breathing. They kept several dozen feet between themselves and the long man-made rock wall that separated the boat harbor from the Sound. The tension was rising. Emma watched the wall closely, wary of any movement which could only mean that they were being hunted. She was afraid to blink for fear that she would miss something. From this distance, she was fairly certain they would be safe from any potential threats that lurked on the wall high above them. William suggested to them that the worst moments would be after they were inside the harbor. Their little craft would sit lower than both the seawall and the piers where all the boats were moored. They turned left, making a nautical U-turn, and started to move into the harbor. Emma and Neil became acutely aware of the reason for William's earlier concern. From where they sat, the world around them seemed so much larger. They were seeing the world from Danny's perspective, lower than everything around. Lilliputians in the land of giants. Slowly and quietly, the little boat crawled into the harbor. They passed a row of boats and, more importantly, an empty pier. William pointed to the next row of boats and nodded. He dipped his oar into the water, turning them slightly and aiming the bow of their rowboat toward the rear of a boat sporting the big letters SERENITY across its frame. William's smile was almost as big as those letters as he pulled up close to his boat. He reached up and stopped them by grabbing hold of a thin railing running along the edge of the craft's gunwale. He was at full extension in doing it, causing Emma to marvel at his impressive reach. He was as big as a tree. As luck would have it, they got on the boat without being detected, and just as William had predicted, Serenity was full of gas and more or less ready to be untied and pushed off from its mooring. Moving stealthily, William cast them off, hopping back onto the boat without incident. The motor kicked on with a bit of a chest-clearing growl before settling into its combustion hum. They started to move away, and the docks and boats around started to bustle with activity. Like this was any other busy day at this marine community. Emma watched in amazement as several of the undead fiends came to the end of the piers and plunged into the brine, sinking into its depths.
Jesus,
she said in hushed despair.
They just keep going. They're not smart enough to stop when they come to the end.
She looked away as another one, a woman, looked at and through Emma as she too walked into the Prince William Sound, disappearing in a series of bubbles. "Probably not a good place to go swimming," Neil remarked. William added, "Never was. The water's always been too cold here to swim."
Some folks used to come out here to scuba, but the gear they had to wear was pretty substantial. It ain't ever been too hospitable to taking a dip, though.
Emma looked over the boat's edge at the murky brown water but couldn't see beyond the oily surface. She wondered how many zombies had sunk below the waterline and were waiting there with their hungry, reaching arms. The prospect of mistakenly ending up in the water and getting pulled below the waves by the remorseless hands of the undead sent a sickening fear through her like a jolt of cold electricity. She backed away from the boat's edge and entered the main cabin, which was warming steadily by blowers turned on full. Serenity was a surprisingly spacious boat with a good-sized galley below decks and 2 sleeping compartments. William had also been right about the provisions aboard the boat. There was Alaskan amber beer and a few varieties from Pyramid, including Emma's favorite, Hefeweizen. It wasn't ice cold, but the water into which it had been sunk was still pretty frigid. She twisted off the top of a bottle and took a long, grateful drink, enjoying the carbonated tingle on the back of her throat and her nose. Emma wandered back out onto the much colder deck and stood back while Neil helped Jerry and his group up into Serenity. The extra supplies and gear were hauled up and stowed as well. Walking over to Jerry and Neil, who were watching the docks of Whittier get smaller in the distance, Emma handed each of them an opened beer. The 3 clinked their bottles together and then shared a drink. They finished their beers quickly, sitting down afterward to enjoy the buzz a single alcoholic beverage could have on them this day and age. Danny and Jules soon joined them, each with a hot cup of cocoa that Jess had prepared for them. Neil said,
I didn't think we were going to make it.
Don't jinx us,
Emma warned.
We're not out of it yet.
No,
Jerry cut in,
but this is the closest to getting out of it that we've come.
Part 3. Chapter 27.
What's taking so long?
Colonel Bear grumbled from his Humvee. He hadn't exited the oversized vehicle since they'd left Skyview. Carter, feeling as impatient as the colonel, shook his head in disgust and turned on his heels to see about injecting some urgency into their electrician's pace. He walked back into the power station shed and found the electrician, Cody Benson, twisting wires together. He was hard at work with another man, Oscar Torres. Helping him as much as he could as a simple laborer, knowing little about wiring but possessing enough skills as to be of assistance. Carter entered the room and immediately the 2 men stopped, their eyes instantly drawn to him. They were still quite jumpy from the fight just the night before. Oscar had in his hands a rifle, a Mini-14 that was never out of reach. Carter sensed the jolt in the atmosphere as if Cody had subjected them all to live current. Partially complaining and partially apologizing, Cody said,
Jesus, Carter. Sorry. You just came in here so fast and quiet. It was like you was just there all of a sudden. Shit. We might have shot you.
Annoyed now at what he was seeing as a distraction, Carter said only,
You shoot me, even by mistake, and you better make sure I can't get back up.
Carter's smile shared no warmth or mirth. It was a serpent's smile. The 2 men settled back into their work while Carter sat down and enjoyed the new pinch of tobacco in his lower lip. When his mouth filled with a soup of saliva and wintergreen-flavored tobacco juice, he leaned over his shoulder and spat just outside the doorway. It was a disgusting habit, one which his mother would never have approved. He reveled in his yellow and brown teeth and the sores he sometimes got on his lip and gums. Every time he rinsed his mouth with a salt and water solution the colonel had given him to clean the sores, the burning feeling he got was sheer pleasure. Oscar, having finished his share of what he was capable of doing, turned to Carter and asked,
How long you been with the colonel?
About half my life.
Were you in the army with him?
Army? The colonel's never been in no army, least none that would have done this government's bidding. He and I are above that. Government's probably behind this whole mess.
Too bad for them, 'cause it's gonna turn around and bite them right in the ass. This is working all according to the Colonel's plan. We were on our way, you know. Those people needed us. Too bad they didn't figure it out before they all got killed. What the hell were they thinking, coming at the Colonel like that? He had no choice.
Getting back to his original question, Oscar asked, "How did you meet Colonel Bear then?" Oscar also wondered where the Colonel earned his rank, but thought better of asking. Spitting into a gathering pool, Carter said,
Well, I was never too fond of rules. My mom and dad and me didn't see eye to eye on many things. They rode my ass about everything. Who my friends could and should be, girlfriends, school, work, life, everything. Nothing I ever did was good enough.
Carter spat again and shook his head.
I thought about killing them at one time.
Carter could feel both sets of eyes on him at that comment.
They put me in the fucking JROTC. They tried to turn me into a robot. They wanted their little Carter to be the same tool that they both were. It wasn't even about me. They were embarrassed for themselves. They needed me to act better for them. They didn't care about me. It was always about them. Well, I figured it out. I learned how to play the game. I just started getting better grades. Hell, all it took was reading a bit, and learned to say yes, sir, and yes, ma'am. It was all about appearances for them. As soon as they had their backs turned, it was on. I don't know if I had a sober day my last 2 years of high school, and they had no idea or didn't care enough to say. Either way, they stayed out of my shit. JROTC sucked. We had to go to school early and usually stayed late. Some of those freaks really took that garbage seriously. Some of them wanted to have careers in the freaking military. How stupid is that? Well, something good did end up coming of wearing those stupid green uniforms. I was out on some stupid community service project. It was an invasive weed-pulling afternoon on some trail that I'd never been on and didn't plan on visiting ever again. We all gathered at Soldatna High School. Anyway, we were all in the back parking lot waiting for the event sponsors to come pick us up. Up drives this big Humvee. It was gorgeous and black as hate. The license plate read BEAR. It came to a stop, and out of the passenger door steps this bigger-than-life guy. You guys know what I mean about him? Yeah, he's fat, but it's more than that. He fills the room, no matter how big. Well, that parking lot got a lot smaller all of a sudden. He was hauling a bunch of the tools they would be using, so he only had room for one passenger. And you stepped up? Oscar asked. Just like that? Hell no. The Colonel looked too military for me. He looked like a guy who might have lived an entire life in the Marines or something and now only did it as a hobby and to feel important and powerful. I had no interest, but I was the closest. So I climbed into his back seat and was surprised to see that the seat next to me was empty. He could have taken more. If I had any sense, I probably should have been worried about being carted off somewhere. But looking back, I think I kind of invited that sort of thing because then I could get away with killing someone and not getting into trouble for it. Oscar and Cody shared a quick, worried look, which was not missed by Carter. No such luck, though, he said. This other guy was quite a bit younger than the Colonel, but still older than me. He was driving. He didn't say much until we got out onto the trail. Me and him got paired up that day, and I don't think he stopped talking long enough to even breathe. That guy was long-winded. Sullivan, I mean. He called me out good and quick, too. He said he could see through the bullshit game I was playing on everybody else. He told me he could tell that I was high on something right then, too. Probably Vicodin or something, and I was. He said none of that mattered. And he didn't give a rat's ass what I did. It was my business and not his. I respected him for that, but wondered if it might not just be a trap, so I kept my guard up. A little later he said something that caught my ear, though. He said that if I cared about what I did or had the chance to do it, then he might be able to help. He kept saying that being able to make choices for yourself is the only way to be happy, that it wasn't nobody's business what anyone else did, and that people who thought differently were enemies of the state. They were the true threat to liberty. He went on and on about choices and power and liberty. Most of it sounded pretty damned good to me. At the end of the day, he shook my hand and gave me a phone number to call him. He said that as soon as I turned 18, if I was willing to learn and work hard, I could come stay with him and the Colonel. They had a place for me where I could do whatever the hell I wanted. I could drink, smoke, and fuck anything I wanted, so long as it didn't include guys, you know. But really, anything was possible. I stuck that number in my wallet and didn't forget the conversation. I woke up remembering things he said and went to sleep wondering about others. It was a long 2 months until I turned 18, but as soon as I did, I called. The next day, I moved out to the ranch and started my apprenticeship, so to speak. I learned about firearms, how to care for them, how to fire them, and how to truly use them. I learned about explosives and got to blow shit up. I learned other shit like growing crops and animal husbandry. You know, kind of like being a shepherd. Colonel said that we needed to learn how to provide for ourselves when the shit hit the fan. And in all of that, I stopped drinking and stopped doing drugs. I got real focused on being good at everything Sullivan was good at. That guy could shoot, so I wanted to learn to be that good too. He knew how to track animals on the hunt. He knew how to use a bow. He knew how to skin his kill and when the best time was to go out on the hunt. You know, when the animals would be out and at their most vulnerable. He knew about all that, and I wanted to learn. The Colonel was good too, but even then he was a big guy, like I said. He didn't go out on many hunts that he couldn't get to in a truck. He was awful busy as a lawyer, too. He was like the anti-ACLU, at least that's what he used to say. He fought everything and usually won, too. Because of that, he had lots of money and spent it on some real cool toys for us. Hell, you saw some of the equipment we have. It's made all the difference, you know. Oscar asked, "What about your parents? Did you tell them where you went?" Cody added as he closed another panel, "Did you go back for them when everything started to go down?" Carter spat a jet of tobacco from between his 2 front teeth. "No, I never told them. I just disappeared. Left a note, though. That was Colonel Bear's idea. He was afraid that if I didn't, they would go to the police. They might have thunk I was abducted or something. Truth is, I felt more like some kidnapping victim living with them than I did out on the ranch. We didn't need the police or any other government stooges nosing around us. So I let them know that I was leaving and would be traveling across the country. I pawned everything I had of value and left. When everything started to go down, I didn't care enough to go back for them. They may not have even been living in Kenai anymore. Hell, I don't know and don't care. They were a necessary evil that I had to endure before I was truly born out on the ranch. The Colonel, he helped me get my GED and then later on got me into some online technical classes. I never saw the point of either, but if the Colonel says to do something, well then, I do it." Some commotion outside drew Carter's attention. He leaned his head on the door and called out, "We got company. I guess I need to go say hello. Cody, Colonel Bear said that if you can't get this son of a bitch running and get that goddamn door open soon, he's gonna have me shoot you." Cody didn't take his eyes away from his work, but nodded. When Carter did finally leave, Oscar asked, "Did you think he means it?" Cody didn't bother to answer because they both knew what kind of person the Colonel was, and that Carter willingly did his bidding. The reality was that they had few options, and the Colonel had kept them alive so far. He was worried, though. The Colonel wanted him to use a portable generator to open the Whittier tunnel gate. Cody didn't think he could get enough power out of the thing to lift the gate even an inch, but he would try. He thought if he couldn't make this damn thing work, he might be deemed worthless, and then... He didn't want to contemplate that. He would just have to figure a way to get that damned gate open. Chapter 28. There was a small group of the undead wandering up the Portage Highway toward the militia. Carter ordered the armed men and women in their group to hold their fire until they could get a better idea about the size of the oncoming mob.
There were probably 20 of the shambling creatures, their bodies losing the battle to the elements and slowly freezing. Both their arms and their legs were much stiffer, sometimes popping as they moved when frozen flesh cracked and split to allow movement. Carter joked,
"An unsightly bunch, aren't they?"
Allison Crawford, a tough older gal with long, wiry gray hair, asked, "Should we take them?" Her fingers were dangerously close to pulling the trigger on her .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle, which she held at the ready. She was standing behind the front of a truck and leaning across its hood.
"Remember to shoot for the head," Carter reminded them. "Don't waste your ammo shooting them anywhere else."
He figured there would be waste regardless, but he wanted to teach them all to be calm like Sullivan used to do with him. He missed Sullivan, who had died back at Skyview. Carter's friend and mentor didn't fall victim to the undead, though. He'd been shot, gunned down in cold blood by the terrorists that attacked them. Colonel Baer told Carter that Sullivan had been interrogating one of the new prisoners and had been surprised, probably shot from behind. How else could someone get the jump on a guy like Sullivan? It just didn't stand to reason. Their attackers might have been trained by the military. Hell, it could have been a raid instigated by the military. The boy that had been liberated with the girl Sullivan had been interrogating said that the group had come from Whittier. He wasn't from Alaska originally, so some of his details were a bit hazy. All the boy's sputtering and whimpering from the waterboarding didn't help Carter understand him either, but that was the price he had to pay to get information from an unwilling source. It seemed relatively reliable information. When Carter mentioned that to Colonel Baer, it seemed like lights suddenly lit behind the colonel's eyes. Whittier would make a hell of a place to go. Whittier had access to the ocean, rivers, and forests, all full of bounty to keep the colonel and his militia alive. It also had a mountain separating it from the mainland. It could be fortified and held indefinitely. Maybe that was what those other people had thought too. The colonel reasoned that maybe those other folks had already done all the hard work for him, clearing the streets of the skins and maybe getting basic services back online. With those possibilities circling his broiling mind, the colonel formulated a plan. They would take Whittier and then start anew. If any of the other people already in Whittier wanted to join them, he would consider it. He wasn't heartless or without reason. They might be able to help him. The leader, though, whoever the hell that was, would suffer. Colonel Baer would see to that himself. The man responsible for taking away Sullivan, his right hand, would pay. Colonel Baer vowed nothing if not revenge. He wanted blood for blood. Seeing Colonel Baer seething with rage, Carter nodded to the shooters. They immediately commenced firing. Only about half of the people took their time and shot well. The others merely closed their eyes and pulled their triggers until their guns were empty. He chided himself for not doing a better job of training these dolts. Many of the skins moving toward them stumbled as the unleashed storm of lead hit them from three sides. The bullets tore through the desiccated flesh like a hot knife through butter, most exiting the undead's backs. Bits of clothing and rotting skin and tissue fluttered through the air like clouds from a nightmare. The little blood that emerged was dark and coagulated, spattering like jelly when it did happen to hit the pavement. Those shooting at specific targets and firing in controlled bursts did the job, though. In no time at all, the herd of skins was brought down and ceased to move. Carter wandered into the thick of the bodies, searching specific corpses until he found what he wanted. From the front pocket of a skin wearing the coveralls of an automobile mechanic, he removed a mostly full tin of chewing tobacco. He shook his find in the air like a trophy and announced,
"Fuck yeah! It isn't my brand, but it'll do. Why don't some of you come on over here and see what else might be on these folks? Look for lighters, matches, cigarettes, food, anything really. You never know what might turn up."
Carter looked down and saw a very nice watch on one of the thin gray arms and thought to himself that he could use a new timepiece. When he lifted the arm, though, the body to which it was attached moved. The man had been shot in the head, but the bullet had only grazed him, removing his ear and a chunk of his cheekbone. His sternum, as well as his abdomen, was full of fresh holes.
You just don't know when to quit, do you? Carter said to the creature when it reached up at him. Look at you. You're a fucking mess. Carter pulled a long, serrated knife from his boot and eased it into the thing's eye socket, then twisted it. With its brains now scrambled irreversibly, the ghoul's mouth fell open and went slack. Carter took his knife from its head, wiping the blade on the creature's sports coat, then removed the watch. He'd never had a nice watch before, and now he finally did when time had really lost most of its meaning. No matter. He liked the look of it on his wrist. The other militia members had watched him in shocked awe while he went about his work. He was so cool and casual about killing. None of them wanted to be on the receiving end of his knife or his wrath. A few brave souls ushered forth and started to search the other bodies. There wasn't much to be retrieved, some unchewed but soggy gum, a couple of lighters, some cigarette packs with a handful of usable cigarettes still in them, and a bunch of worthless cell phones. They left the bodies where they had fallen. They didn't plan on being there for much longer, so there was really no point in tidying up after their latest battle. This wasn't the first group with whom the militia had to deal, though it was the biggest so far. They couldn't see it, but coming down the sewered highway drawn to the sound of their guns was a massive herd of thousands of the undead. They shuffled slowly but made steady progress, and each time the militia discharged their guns, the herd's attention was renewed. The infection propelled them forward in search of their next feeding.
Chapter 29. William throttled back on Serenity's engine and brought the boat to a stop close to the shoreline. He looked out toward the overlooking bluff. His lodge was still there, and not far off to the left he could see the unfinished row of houses, which were little more than foundations with skeletons of upright studs. He went down the ladder to find everyone getting ready.
Jess and Danielle, keep the kids here,
Neil said. He could sense Danny's frustration at having been excluded and banished to the metaphoric kids' table again. Unfortunately, Neil didn't have time to deal with that.
We can leave most of the gear out here with you. If there is any trouble.
He didn't finish his thought out loud. He looked over the railing at the boats still tethered to the back of Serenity and following along like a pair of newly born ducklings following their mother.
We can use those to get to shore and check things out first. First, though,
William leaned over a padlocked compartment just inside the main cabin. From his pocket, he produced a key. Smiling, William unlocked the compartment and opened it. Inside was a pair of very familiar-looking assault rifles. William removed the one that looked like a Russian-made AK-47.
I know it's not American, he said, but I love this weapon.
Jerry asked,
What's the other one in there?
It's an M14. Another beauty. And a classic. She's special. A good friend of mine found her at a market overseas somewhere. She might be exactly your speed and just as accurate as that elephant gun you're carrying. You get 20 shots from her before reloading and can fire as fast as you can pull the trigger. Interested?
Jerry tilted his head and looked in at the beautiful firearm. Its wooden stock was a lighter tone than most of the rifles he typically saw and shone with a polished, heavily lacquered surface. Atop its frame was a powerful scope, which dwarfed the one affixed to his current rifle. For a change of pace, he felt his young age, fascinated with this new instrument of intimidating power like a child with a new toy at Christmas. William removed the second rifle and handed it to Jerry, then reached back into the compartment and came out with a duffel bag. The blue vinyl bag was filled with bullets and extra magazines for each of the rifles. The two men divvied up the ammunition and clips, Jerry taking the short boxy magazines and William the longer banana-shaped ones. Nearly laughing aloud, Neil asked,
So, William, worried about running into the pirates?
No. A lot of my clients, once we got out into the middle of nowhere, liked to shoot the guns. We'd throw out some buoys or whatever and let 'em go to town. We never shot at any animals. I wouldn't have any of that. Just not sporting, you know. Besides, there were crooks and other scumbags out there sometimes. Paid to be ready for anything. Emma asked with a smile on her face now.
Even the end of the world?
William looked back toward the shore and his cabin. Especially for the end of the world. Let's get going. Chapter 30. Approaching the land slowly, the only sound Neil, Emma, Jerry, and William could hear was the water hitting the side of their rowboat. Serenity, bobbing gently on the tide, waited well behind them. They were out on their own and heading into the unknown. Only William was familiar with the land that lay ahead, but he didn't know what to expect either. Jerry noticed that Neil was finding it hard to look away from the fishing boat and the faces that were watching them row away. With his hand on Neil's shoulder, Jerry said,
They'll be okay out there. Danielle and Jess both have more experience on boats than you and me.
Neil tried to smile, but it eluded him. I'm just tired, I think. Maybe if we're lucky it'll be quiet enough that we can get some rest.
Finding quiet probably won't be a problem. It's almost too quiet. Is it supposed to be this quiet?
The profound silence didn't alarm William at all. The peace and tranquility of the location was what drew him to it. William guessed it was what also attracted the developer who plotted individual lots for a small patch of homes as well. William owned enough property with enough trees to have a nice screen to the 6 houses, which would be his closest neighbors when they were finished. He wasn't necessarily a hermit. Still, some of his guests were expecting a wilderness experience. It might prove a little difficult to deliver on that experience with some million-dollar homes around the corner. He had made peace with the world catching up to him a long time ago. Now he wondered if he wasn't going to miss the company of families living near to him. Those houses would likely never be finished. Would never be anything more than a series of 6 deep holes with cinder-block walls. There was no one to meet them and no one walking the newly paved street. Again, William wasn't surprised. He lived away from everyone else, and these days people didn't get out and about much. That wasn't to say that they hadn't gotten together since the happenings in Whittier. Most homes had taken in refugees from the city who babbled and cried nonsensically for the first few days. It was hard to know what to believe and what to excuse as shock. They talked about friends and neighbors, people who had known one another for decades, becoming homicidal to one another. There was also talk of sudden cannibalism. The survivors also referred to their attackers as zombies, but that had been chalked up to hysterics. A few of the more creative souls in the community suggested that it was probably a chemical leak that caused mass psychosis in the population and the chaos that followed. There were too many holes and doubts in their theories, but they made for good theater. The lodges and homes of Shotgun Cove became bunkers. Low windows were covered with lumber, doors were reinforced, firewood was stocked, and food was rationed. They hunkered down and waited. But nothing ever came. Apparently, whatever was hitting Whittier, some kind of sickness, most people believed, wasn't in a hurry to get to Shotgun Cove. Those first few days had people avoiding one another. If it was an illness, no one wanted to contract it or spread it unknowingly to others. The community's internet connections were fragile under the best of circumstances. When the calamity struck, the online service to Shotgun Cove was amongst the first of the casualties. They were utterly isolated. After a couple of weeks had passed, William heard a knock on his door. He opened it with his revolver in his hand. He didn't think an assailant would knock before attacking, but he wasn't taking any chances. He was met on the front porch by Gordon Fawcett, an old-timer who had bought property not too far from Williams and planned to retire there. Gordon was armed as well with a shotgun, which he was holding casually under his right arm. Gordon told William about a meeting they were planning to have to decide what, if anything, to do. It sounded like a good idea, so William accompanied Gordon up the road to the largest lodge in the area, which didn't surprise William at all. They went to Norman Kellogg's lodge, which had the best view and easiest access to the water. His pier hadn't been finished yet, but when it was, he would likely have all 4 of his boats take off from in front of his place. Norman liked to point out that, yes, he was related to the famously wealthy Kellogg family of cereal fame. Most people didn't much care about his money or his family one way or the other, neither of which impacted their lives at all. There may have been some envy on occasion at his outdoor toys which he drove around to show everyone. He had the latest snow machines and four-wheelers. His boats had the best GPS tracking systems and the newest performance motors. He had the biggest televisions in the cove, and on and on. For most people, all of that was merely background noise that they could ignore. Everyone gathered at Norman's to discuss what to do. Some of the refugees from Whittier pleaded with everyone to stay away from Whittier. There was nothing left back there, they said. Most were inclined to agree, so it was decided that the Cove would just sit back and wait. They agreed to keep in touch using their two-way radio system, which was imperfect at best because of the dense trees all around them. But it was better than having to send up smoke signals or tying string and cans between houses. Everyone was able to keep his guard up and watch out for one another. The meeting was adjourned with very little being done and virtually nothing being changed. William invited a handful of folks to come back with him to his lodge. He was all alone otherwise and thought it better if he had some company and some help if something were to happen. He had ample provisions left from the fishing season and space for several. He had a generator and full propane and fuel oil tanks, so he had electricity, heat, and hot water. Not a bad way to wait out the apocalypse. Sandra, Danielle, and Gus all agreed to move in with him. Gus had been cooking over at another lodge, but he was the only one left in it, and it sat uncomfortably close to Whittier. He grabbed his meager possessions and any remaining foodstuffs from the lodge and moved to Williams. The two women came from Whittier, though both were just visiting and had come from elsewhere. Neither of the ladies had much more than what she was wearing, although Danielle had a backpack to which she clung obsessively. She explained to William that she was a diabetic and that the last of her medicine was in the backpack. Danielle tried to assuage William's concerns by assuring him that she only kept the insulin vials, syringes, and other materials for emergencies. She controlled her diabetes through diet and exercise, but there were occasions, oftentimes unpredictable occasions, which necessitated the need for insulin. Sandra was originally from California and was on her last few days of vacation to the last frontier when everything happened in Whittier. She had been waiting to go on a glacier cruise with her parents and her sister, having moved to Alaska a few months earlier and invited the whole family to come visit her. Sandra was in her final year of graduate school at Stanford and welcomed the break. They had been eating lunch at a hotel restaurant when the shooting and screaming started. They had just started running, following the throngs of people trying to get away. She didn't know when she lost her family because she was so focused on getting away herself. When she finally did look around, Sandra realized everyone else she knew was gone. Sobbing, frightened people running and putting distance between themselves and the city center surrounded her, and not a single one of them did she recognize. A bunch of people stopped at a large apartment complex on the edge of town, but Sandra was talked into a big white truck. She climbed into the back seat and sat, more or less, on Danielle's lap all the way to Shotgun Cove. Danielle and Sandra jumped at the chance to move in with William and his sophistication and urbanity, which was more appealing than their original accommodations. Rose and Pete were great people, and both Danielle and Sandra owed their lives to that pair of siblings' generosity, but neither woman ever felt truly comfortable in that lodge. It was a place built for men, without any of the comforts or distractions that might interest a woman. Besides, there were already others staying with Rose and Pete, so having two fewer mouths to feed worked to everyone's benefit. And that was how it had been until Danielle came to William to talk about going back into town. She was running desperately low on medicine. She had scraped together a little from other lodge owners and guests, still carrying it for loved ones that never escaped the town. When that ran out, Danielle knew that she was going to need some. Word was sent out that a party was being formed for an excursion back into Whittier. When the morning sky had enough light to comfortably show them the way, the apprehensive but hopeful group departed in 2 trucks. They headed into a possible storm with little in the way of knowledge or understanding of what lay ahead. They were blind and truly unaware of what had befallen Whittier and the poor souls who didn't make it out alive. Only Danielle and Sandra had an inkling as to what to expect, and neither of them had a firm grasp on it. Chapter 31. William opened his lodge door and savored the mixed aromas of vanilla and cedar that greeted him. That was how a home was supposed to smell. With all the window shutters downstairs closed tightly, the main floor was dark, though a sliver of light was hovering at the top of the steps leading to the upper level. He leaned over and disarmed the alarm system, which provided a thin veil of security while he was gone. There was no longer a security network to reach out to the police dispatch, but the alarm did still deliver an auditory wallop with its siren and speaker. The alarm was run on a rechargeable battery power source, which barely used any energy, but provided peace of mind. Out of habit, he untied his boots and slipped them off as he entered. There probably was no need for such considerations any longer, but habits were habits. It was an Alaskan custom to remove footwear before entering a home. He set his boots aside and enjoyed the feel of the hardwood floors beneath his feet. Despite having socks on, he could feel how cold the floors were. A hearty fire in his stove, and soon the cold would be mitigated substantially. He wanted to stall on using his heat too much this early in the season to help the fuel oil last. There was no telling when he could expect to get more of that, if ever. Wood, on the other hand, was in great supply, and the stove did a good job of heating on its own. It was only in the darkest, coldest days of winter that the heater was needed. With Neil, Emma, and Jerry behind him, he wandered into his home using a flashlight to show the way, though he didn't need it. He was as familiar with this house as was a bear with his den. He could be completely blind and make his way competently through his home. Nothing was out of place. No one had been there since they departed. Between the cold, the dark from the shuttered windows, and the quiet, the house was more a cave than a home. Even so, it was a familiar cave and one that had promise of comfort. William was relieved to find his house secure and undisturbed. He trusted his friends and neighbors in Shotgun Cove, but desperation sometimes had a way of changing folks, and not for the better. For the time being, it appeared as if his trust had been deserved, and for that he was thankful. The four of them all set about performing different tasks.